DNK. Welcome to my channel. MXRKSY. Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel. Lurks. Welcome to my channel. Commander Root. Welcome to my channel. Another viewer. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel.
Simple. Oh my god.
Emily.
Oh no.
Welcome to my channel. AL Nelly Girl. Welcome to my channel.
Well. So. Anyway you wanted that.
By the smell. She describes it as Kia notes that this is actually the first time she could remember her brother getting genuinely punished, although she in turn also got punished for not managing to convince him to take the bath, allegedly. Prompted by Linda, Kia also breaks down Jupiter's hygiene, and in particular she describes the kind of smell that had become his trademark scent of sorts, which she could always recognize if he had been in the room just by the smell. She describes it as a nauseating mix of sweat, musk, and due to his rather poor hygiene habits, urine and fecal matter. When Linda asks if the brown spot on his current mattress is actually dirt, as claimed by Jupiter, Kia responds that it's probably not dirt. Yeah. This transitions into a discussion about whether Jupiter was even potty trained, to which Kia responds that due to their mother's coddling, he had never even begun to be potty trained until the age of 17. What? What the f? However, Kia claims this potty training never actually stuck, which meant his mother continued to clean him up, until his dad finally put a stop to it and told him to wear adult diapers. Kia goes on to say that he most likely wears adult diapers to this day, which would again maybe explain that brown patch on the mattress. After this little tangent, they refocus on the incident when Jupiter had almost strangled her. According to her, their dad forced their mom to put Jupiter in a group facility in order to protect the rest of the kids. After Jupiter was moved out, their mother continued to focus on him. This is one example example of where Kia's story kind of contradicts the version mentioned by Jupiter. If you'll recall from the start, he describes being put in this group facility when he was 15, and he makes it seem as though the mom is the one solely responsible for that decision. Of course, since neither he nor Kia are really providing any proof of their claims, either one of them could be correct. The topic shifts back to Jupiter's creepy sexual antics as Kia reveals how Jupiter would often try to watch her take a shower. She recalled one specific incident when she asked her mom to make sure Jupiter wasn't watching as she was getting out. Then, when she left the bathroom with the towel on, she saw Jupiter watching her, despite the fact she had told their mom to make him not do that. After this, the focus again is on Jupiter's violent tendencies. Kia reveals how Jupiter would constantly threaten her and her sisters for every conceivable and inconceivable slight, be it not handing the controller over fast enough, picking a movie he didn't want to watch, singing too loud, and anything and everything in between. To only the slightest, most minute scolding from their mother, who made sure to remind him, "Hey buddy, you're not supposed to speak like that." After extensively covering her history with Jupiter growing up, Kia would speak about her own mental condition due to having to live with him and Shane, saying she suffers from PTSD. She also mentions how she has a restraining order against Jupiter. Once they're done exploring the history, the topic shifts to what's been happening recently. In particular, his social media presence. Kia brings up how, when creating all of his social media accounts, he wasn't using his own phone number, and had instead stolen his sister's phone number, which led to her receiving hundreds of death threats and a lot of harassment from people who believed it was Jupiter's personal account. There's some discussion about many of the things we've already gone over, including the rather infamous apology video, and Kia notes that this kind of tacit apology, followed by constant reoffending of that same behavior, is exactly what she and her siblings had to go through time and time again. A rather ominous question is asked by Linda regarding how Kia thinks an interaction between Jupiter and a child would go if they were left alone in the same room. Kia suggests that if the person was 10 or below, she would imagine Jupiter hurting them physically, breaking a bone, or inflicting other grievous injuries. If they were older than 11, she reckons he would try to, She also mentions that he may not engage with someone 17 or older because they would be able to defend themselves, which she doesn't like. The interview eventually concludes on a somewhat dour note as both Linda and Kia lament that Jupiter was still a free man, and that once his ban on electronics would run out, he would likely just go back to doing the same things he had been doing previously, with nothing in the way of accountability. Overall, the interview serves to recontextualize much of how we see Corbin, giving us an insight into why he may be the person he is today. Of course, we have to keep in mind that there's nothing in the way of evidence provided, leaving us with a plausible but not actually confirmable story of his past. Sadly, one of the interview's predictions would also come true, as Jupiter reappeared on TikTok a few days later. While the account which the video was posted on is banned, Linda, Binda, and others were diligent enough to archive it.
You all honestly think I'm gonna go to prison? Check your facts before you do anything stupid. And back the hell up, and back the hell down. Final warning, people. Leave me alone.
As mentioned before, however, this account would not last long, and in fact, it seems that every account he's been making in an attempt to return to the platform has been banned very quickly. Clearly, someone at TikTok is watching and knows to get rid of him. One of the only things that remain are re-uploads of his older videos. Why he never returned to the Corbin Pinnell account is a mystery, although since it was apparently on his family's phone number, he may have been locked out of it entirely. While Jupiter may have hoped that this 3 months of absence would leave him relatively clear of any more exposés, any such hopes would have been dashed just a few days later, with the release of perhaps one of the most comprehensive takedowns of Jupiter ever made. On the 18th of October, a channel called Mr. Snowflake released a 40-minute breakdown composed entirely of clips from Jupiter himself, with not a single word spoken by the creator. In this, he shows a lot of clips that haven't been shown anywhere else, be it on TikTok or YouTube, including Jupiter breaking down his childhood again. In fact, were it not for Mr. Snowflake, we never would have found Jupiter's YouTube channel, which would have removed a lot of the context we have on his story. Overall, it was arguably one of the best videos ever made on the topic, along with its 2 continuation episodes, and while they haven't been as successful in terms of views, it is elevated by being the only place to find a lot of valuable lore on Jupiter which just isn't available anywhere else. As for Jupiter himself, well, it was difficult to get him back on his feet on TikTok simply because every account he made would be quickly deleted. He was still back on the internet, which opened up an opportunity for him to engage with people. This opportunity would quickly materialize as the one and only Linda approached him once again for a full-fledged interview, which was released on YouTube on the 24th of October, most likely being the actual last interview. It's interesting to contrast this interview with all of the previous ones by Linda. While Linda continues to play the character to keep Jupiter interested, who frankly seems quite convinced there's actually something between them, she cuts down massively on making any jokes, and the whole interview is largely focused on interrogating Jupiter in a much more solemn manner. He does also say he loves Linda, which, while possibly just a troll, it's not unlikely it's true. As soon as the video starts, Linda asks about all of the things Jupiter's been accused of, and instead of dismissing
Marksing. Welcome to my channel.
Commander. Right on time.
Missing it aggressively as he usually would, Jupiter's answer here is a lot more sober. That's not to say he takes responsibility, blaming all of it for being high on nicotine and alcohol.
I understand it hurt, and I was trying so hard to keep things under wraps, but at the same time, I wasn't entirely sober at the time. Yeah, I wasn't sober. I was mostly high on nicotine or drunk.
When you smoke so many cigarettes that you message a minor? Linda goes on to bring up Jupiter's now ex-girlfriend, Abby. She claims that Abby's been in regular contact with her, and that she's reached a point where she no longer wants anything to do with Jupiter, which actually lines up with what she said in her interview with Siwa Moon. Some time is spent recounting some claims made by Abby, of which most had been in the interview. In particular, she mentions how he and Abby started dating when she was 16 years old. This does contradict an earlier statement made by Abby in the Siwa Moon interview, although the reason for this discrepancy isn't very obvious. It's possible Abby has since corrected the record, or maybe Linda simply got it wrong. Among other things, Linda asked Jupiter if he had truly physically abused her, and Jupiter responds to these allegations quite harshly.
She said that you, like, inappropriately touched her and you hurt her.
I didn't know such thing, and she know. I didn't know.
It's also worth noting that while Jupiter denies ever doing anything to Abby, he does admit to having tried to strangle his sister when prompted by Linda, but again, he doesn't really take responsibility, saying he was much younger than his sister had claimed when the incident happened, and therefore, it's just not that bad.
That was a long time ago. I was a child.
You were 18.
I was a child. I was 14. Not 18.
Linda does bring up that there were multiple instances of him doing this to his sister, but he deflects further by saying he was too young to really criticize him for. It's a mystery how this is supposed to exonerate him for attempted murder, considering it's fairly clear that, while clearly mentally challenged, he understood the consequences of game-ending someone, even at that age. On a lighter note, some more amusing things were brought up throughout the video, including a status update on his power, where he revealed he's not a half-vampire, half-werewolf, but a werewolf-vampire-demon-dragon hybrid. He also assures us he does not in fact wear diapers, and that his sister had lied when she'd said that. He also talks about how, being a paranormal expert, he's been doing a lot of research at the library, where he actually spends most of his time these days, due to the free Wi-Fi. The interview part of the video concludes with Jupiter demanding that Anonymous stop harassing him and his family, and after a curt goodbye, the call ends. Linda goes on to talk about everything for the next 6 minutes, repeating her pledge to put him in prison, while lamenting the fact that gathering evidence has been extremely tough. Overall, this interview was probably the least consequential, as the main takeaway from it is that Jupiter is not in prison, and there's little chance of him being arrested in the foreseeable future. But it does confirm that Abby found a way to get out of her miserable relationship with Jupiter, which I'm sure many would find comforting. This wasn't the last we'd see of Jupiter, though. A month later, Linda would release another interview with him, which went on to be a bit more interesting than the last one. From the get-go, we start off with a brand new accusation, which Jupiter is quick to confirm when Linda tells him she's aware of some girl he had sent pictures to on Kik. Jupiter, while not denying it, clearly wants to move on from the topic, getting quite agitated the more Linda talks about it.
Okay, can we drop that? Now it's making me feel even more agitated. Can we drop it?
Sorry, yeah, I'll drop it.
Thank you.
From early on, we also find out he's been engaged on Facebook to some girl named Xena, although it hasn't been made clear who that is. From pretty early on, what you'll notice is that Jupiter seems a bit more hostile towards Linda than usual. He tells her that he's genuinely upset by the fact that she would openly expose him to the masses. Amusingly, she told him that she was very sorry about it, which Jupiter seems to take at face value instead of realizing that it's an obvious lie. Especially considering that if he'd actually been paying attention, Linda has repeatedly said she wants him in jail forever, and that she's trying desperately to have that done.
You were opening a whole can of worms, and I was upset that you would do something like that behind my back without clarifying if it's okay with me first. And then when you posted me in a negative light, what the hell is that about?
I know, Jupiter, we already had this conversation. I said I was sorry.
But I'm just letting you know that I'm still upset. Even though you said you're sorry, I'm still upset with you.
The topic of Abby is brought up once again, this time by Jupiter. It seems he's given up on trying to get in her pants at this point, as he's quite openly berating her in front of Linda, telling her she's lied about everything.
And I do want you to know that Abby lied about everything. You know she was lying.
The topic of what happened between them is discussed in brief, as Jupiter explains he had tried to contact her in the interim, but that he was unable to, after which he had blocked Linda for a while. More interestingly though, this is followed by Jupiter talking about his two brothers. He complains that his family's criminal history is being shared online. Very notably, Jupiter actually defends his brother Duke, calling him a good guy, and even more notably, he reveals that he has actually forgiven his brother Shane. Linda takes the time to be coy about it, leading to Jupiter writing her a message, which Linda later reads out. Possibly the most interesting thing in this video is an inadvertent admission on Jupiter's part that he's actually facing some kind of charges that he believes he can beat.
The hater's gonna hate, and I'm still gonna live, because I know in my heart, in my own heart, that I'm gonna beat these charges. I'm gonna beat them. I'm gonna beat the odds. Because I have people like you, like Zaina, and a bunch of other people who support me. I still have you guys on my side.
Now, we don't know what these charges are, and there isn't much in the way of evidence online, but it seems more serious than he may have let on previously. There's a rather long section of Jupiter rambling about how he finds Linda attractive and how despite everything that's happened between them, he's still in love with her. He goes on to say that despite him getting engaged to this Xena character, he would still hook up with Linda, as long as she doesn't reveal it online. In a continued display of his very likely schizophrenia diagnosis, Jupiter also reveals he's actually been communicating with Linda telepathically, and that he's been hearing her thoughts in his mind over the last couple of months.
Let's just say I hear your thoughts sometimes, and it scares me, because you cross over to the dark side sometimes. You go BDS kind of dark, and I'm like, and it makes me blush. Sometimes I see the pictures that you send me in your own mind of what you want me to do to you, and it just makes me blush.
This goes on for an uncomfortably long period of time as Linda, being the committed troll that she is, plays along, leading to a very interesting discussion that I'd rather not talk about. Instead, we can talk about how he's still talking to his plushies, and in particular, he talks to his daughter, Maria, disciplining her for allegedly calling Linda a bitch.
You deserve that one, little one. Ever disrespect someone I care about again, or even disrespect your mom, I will paddle your little wife. Understand? Good.
And another display of his
My, fly me to the moon. Be among the stars. Envelopes. Fuck.
Welcome to my channel.
Welcome, Sleeping Beauty. Welcome.
his horrifying violent tendencies. Jupiter actually admits one of the reasons he had been acting so close in the last interview is because he wanted to rip Linda to shreds. He does mention that isn't the case anymore, but not before telling her how if he really wanted her dead, she already would be. This may be a less serious threat than the others he's made, as when he's asked about how he would do it, he said he would use his SSI benefits to hire a hit. He goes on to reiterate that, living in Idaho, he has keen knowledge of where he can hide a body, thus using this to further threaten the trolls and haters. The interview is cut short, as even Linda, who at this point has been a stunningly dedicated actor, couldn't seem to deal with the threats of violence. The last couple minutes are spent with her talking about how she couldn't listen to him anymore, and just her sharing her own mental state, and admitting she's scared for her life. She also admits that she doesn't really enjoy doing this, and that at this point, she's not even sure she should publish the much-hyped documentary.
All in all, this is not something that I want to be doing. I don't want to be talking to Jupiter. I just feel a lot of pressure. I feel a lot of pressure because I know a lot of these people that are following me don't care. They only just want to see what Jupiter is doing, what Jupiter's up to. Why am I still talking to him? Well, when I got on the call, I thought that I would get enough evidence that I could include in the documentary I'm making. But now, I'm scared if I put out the documentary, he would hurt me. And no, I am not receiving any telepathic pictures.
And that's about where our story ends. There have been no real new developments outside of 2 more rather excellent videos by Mr. Snowflake, which, while not getting as much attention, did provide some valuable insight using clips and videos from Jupiter's YouTube channel, which previously were relatively unknown. I've made a lot of videos about a lot of weird people. Some of them are just embarrassing like DSP, and some of them are refreshingly interesting and cordial people outside of a few clips like Vegan Gains. Jupiter, though, is quite different. It doesn't suffice to say that he's a bad person, because that's something you could probably say about half the people on this website. What he is, though, is one of the most mentally disturbed and downright despicable individuals I've ever covered. There's not any real silver lining, there's no happy ending. Despite the efforts of so many people to put this man in jail, all that's really been done is that this guy's been thoroughly milked for all the content that there possibly could be, with not a lot in the way of real-world progress. Likewise, by restricting him from platforms where he's in the public eye, Jupiter is out of the spotlight, and now there's no telling what he could be up to. Given what we know about him, I reckon it's not something he'd want us to know about right now. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Okay. This could be easy, probably.
Bada bing, bada boo.
It's 4 a.m. in Tokyo. A woman named, let's call her Mika, is walking back home from this long night out. She had gotten through all the anxiety-inducing parts, so she's gotten through the street, the parking lot, and now she's in her lobby. It's well lit, you most likely need a key card to get in, and she's kind of letting her guard down just a little bit.
Do you like to be alone?
Meh.
If the answer is yes, you're probably an introvert, gifted with some very powerful qualities. You see, people always think extroverts are superior to introverts. They call introverts antisocial dorks. But in reality, most high performers in the world are introverts. That's right, 98% of billionaires are introverts. Do not misunderstand it. Being an introvert doesn't guarantee success. In fact, the majority of introverts are actually bums. They hide their shyness and social anxiety.
Yeah. That's fine.
Did you know that up to 93% of communication is nonverbal? Well, it's true, according to Dr. Albert Mehrabian. There are subtle, unconscious things with your body language that can make you come off as anxious and unapproachable. Since these statistics came up in the 1970s, body language has always been a hot topic for debate. While body language may help you understand others, it should not be a foolproof method of interpretation. Here are 6 subtle hints of body language that actually kill attraction and the best ways to overcome and correct them. What are you looking at? Maintaining eye contact is essential. You've probably heard that before, but that doesn't make it easy. Many people deal with eye contact anxiety, making it hard to look at someone directly. Someone with eye contact anxiety may feel like they're being scrutinized when making direct eye contact with someone, causing them to avoid it. Similar to social anxiety, this can include family and friends. Since eye contact is so important to have a fruitful conversation, avoiding it may make whomever you're talking to worry that you aren't engaged. Even if lacking eye contact isn't intentional, the person you're talking to may feel unheard or that you want to end the conversation. To improve your skills, consider practicing making eye contact with characters on TV or someone close to you. If you can't look at someone directly at first, try to focus on something along their face, such as their nose, mouth, or freckles. With enough practice, you may feel more at ease and want to take this show of confidence on the road. Tech neck. According to eMarketer, the daily average screen time was estimated to be 8 hours in 2022. World-renowned cervical spine surgeon K. Danielle Rue says, when you're working on a computer or looking down at your phone, the muscles in the back of the neck have to contract to hold your head up. The more you look down, the more the muscles have to work to keep your head up. These muscles can get overly tired and sore, and that's what we call tech neck. Poor posture, for example, can stretch the supporting muscles and ligaments, consequentially increase spinal curvature and lead to tech neck. In a world where we're constantly looking down at our phones, developing a hunch or tech neck is easy. Let's be honest, how many of you watching are hunched over your phone now? If you're consistently hunched over your phone or slouching, your body language may suggest you lack confidence or are disinterested in the people around you.
Hello, it's me you're looking for. Listen. What? Diablo Antonio Banderas. Oh my god.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Took a hard time to be here. I can't say that you like I should. The season, what is the reason? Standing here holding my breath. Desolate place and gardens. You only the cold that feel. Losing my identity, wondering how come insane. Find the truth in family. Smoke the smoking ash, looking no, thank you. You see, the devil tips his up to me. I don't know Well, color me blind. Why was I not surprised? My brother, he was sitting there with a shotgun. Good job. Actually, good job. No worries. Oh. Yeah, what's not? Okay. Sure. It's Mr. Satan. Who would have guessed? Oh, that's fine.
To prevent poor posture or correct technique, avoid slouching, sit upright, and conduct regular exercises to help strengthen your back muscles. Swimming, yoga, running, walking, and sitting with the proper back support can be beneficial in preventing future back problems. Human fidget spinner. You can find fidget spinners almost anywhere, and practically every kid has one stashed in their pocket or bag. Despite their massive popularity amongst kids as simple toys, fidget spinners were initially designed as a soothing tool for those with anxiety to preoccupy their hands and avoid excessive fidgeting. According to the Center for Hyperhidrosis, fidgeting refers to small movements made by the body in times of nervousness. It's one of the most common nervous cues of body language. In a stressful situation, you might feel compelled to toy with your pencil during a brutal test or play with your hands during an important interview. This excessive fidgeting may lead the people around you to feel equally nervous. To avoid this, try to practice mindfulness. Take a deep breath, be conscious of your surroundings, and be aware of what your hands are doing. Show me your hands. You might want to pocket your hands when you're nervous or having a difficult conversation, like asking for a raise or asking out your crush. FBI veteran and author of Louder Than Words, Joe Navarro, has argued that when we're comfortable and content, blood flows into our hands, making them warm and flexible, whereas stress makes our hands feel cold and rigid. This sudden chill in your hands may be a result of stress. Unfortunately, stuffing your hands inside your pockets can make you appear cold, closed off, or bored. You may make the person you're talking to uneasy or nervous by hiding your hands, since the human brain is hardwired to engage to accurately communicate with one's emotions, thoughts, and sentiments through hand gestures. As a result, hands are often used as a tool to tell a story or express confidence and excitement. If you still pocket your hands, try to be aware of why you're doing it in the first place. If it's because you're cold, say so. But if it's because you're nervous, you might unconsciously make those around you equally nervous. Rub your hands together, think warm thoughts, and don't be afraid to use your hands to tell a good story. Frozen. Almost everyone knows the fight or flight response to a perceived threat. However, did you know of the fight, flight, freeze response? According to the Center for Hyperhidrosis, it's common for the body to freeze during stressful moments. You may be having a difficult conversation with someone and feel stiff or freezing up, appearing uncomfortable.
Oh,
Sometimes you may have
motherfuckers.
so much energy swirling around that your body doesn't know what to do with it. Overwhelmed, the body freezes. Freezing up can be one of the more complex signs of nervousness to overcome, so it's essential to recognize it if it becomes a common occurrence. You may be triggered by something someone said and don't know how else to respond, so you freeze. You may be having a hard conversation you've been dreading and freeze up, but freezing up can also make whomever you're talking to equally uncomfortable or anxious. One of the ways to fix freezing is taking deep breaths and reminding yourself that you are not in actual danger. Instead, assess the situation and ask yourself, am I really in danger, or am I just nervous because this is new? Awareness of why your body responds the way it does is the first step in overcoming these bodily reflexes. Who knew body language could get so complicated? There are so many subtle things that we do that we don't realize unless we take a step back. Fortunately, taking some small steps to self-reflect and practice some of these skills can potentially bring great rewards. If you found this video helpful, please consider liking it and sharing it with a friend that could benefit from some body language tips and hacks. If you used any tips and hacks mentioned, tell us in the comments if they helped you develop better body language. Until next time, remember to hit that subscribe button to be kept up to date on our latest videos. Take care, and remember that you matter.
Fucking imbeciles.
Demon King, Jr., Piccolo. Strangely enough, character lives in our hearts as one of the top OGs in fiction, no matter what seems to happen to him and Dragon Ball, whether it be his appearance in the movies, always being cold and stoic, or how he always lives in our hearts through the fandom, video games, and his unique role and growth throughout the series. Since I already made How Strong is Goku, I thought I'd go over Piccolo next, as I already implied. His scaling and journey are quite a bit different than his, much more than, say, Vegeta or even Gohan most of the time. With his new resurrection in Dragon Ball Superhero, the old love for Piccolo has once again resurfaced, with people wanting to see him on the front screen once again. So let's give our green friend some props and go over his entire history right now. An interesting thing about Piccolo is he sort of starts off as someone else entirely from what most people know of him now, with our first introduction to him as basically Dragon Ball's version of Satan, or Demon King Piccolo, who was cast down to Earth by Kami, or God, to wreak havoc, so Kami could be the pure-hearted guardian of Earth and fulfill his own ambitions. So unlike Goku, who starts off rather humbly, especially for a Saiyan super fighter, still thinking bullets hurt and so on with a bit of training, Piccolo sort of starts off as a complete world-ending demonic enigma that even God is hesitant about dealing with. Of course, because it would be the end of him if he erased Piccolo, but still, quite the difference. As a forewarning, this King Piccolo section won't be too crazily different than it was in How Strong is Goku if you've already seen it, but it will become more unique by the time the next arc comes around. I'm mainly including it because it's technically Piccolo, so there are obviously some unique Piccolo-only things in the anime and the guides too. I can't wait to go over, so stay tuned. From the get-go, King Piccolo and his henchmen begin their assault on Earth by immediately targeting martial artists and looking for the Dragon Balls, with Tambourine easily defeating Krillin, in which it is implied to be just one kick or so in most materials, while fatigued Goku stands no chance against Tambourine and is obliterated after the 22nd Budokai Tenkaichi. With King Piccolo etched across Master Roshi's mind, he makes quite an insane statement that even in his youth, not he, the Crane Hermit, or Master Mutaito could ever hope to beat him. And this is a crazy introduction, as Master Roshi is basically the definition of a moonbuster, whether it be old and rusty or more up to date in the tournament arcs, as to not let the new generation fold him so easily. He's stated in pretty much almost every single piece of material ever to be able to destroy the moon and vaporize it with a Kamehameha, with most people that are high-level martial artists at the bare minimum knowing Jackie Chun could do so, with Tien thinking he can beat Jackie Chun. In the anime, Goku also tries to fight Mutaito, and Mutaito can block multiple strikes from him, even after Goku literally beats King Piccolo, which is weird. So it could be implied that Goku holds back on him, or Mutaito didn't even attempt fighting King Piccolo all that much and just went to seal him with the Mafuba. Or Roshi is just trying to say to Tien, when he tries to go off and fight King Piccolo, "You'll whoop your ass, boy, knock it off." Should be noted that the Daizenshu also questions if Roshi in his youth was actually superior to the old man Roshi that we see in the series in terms of skills, and that's some food for thought. Anyway, by the time Dragon Ball Chapter 136 rolls around, Goku tries to fight Tambourine, ignoring Roshi's advice, and gets folded when so enraged you'd think he'd go Super Saiyan. Although it doesn't really mean much, as we then get confirmation that if Goku wasn't tired and could eat something, he could easily have beaten Tambourine to one-shot Krillin, which in early Dragon Ball hunger was actually like Goku's kryptonite, as well as his post-tournament exhaustion. After this, though, King Piccolo is revealed for the first time. We see him as an old man looking to obtain his youthful power once again, which he states is infinite power that would flow through him. King Piccolo might be able to destroy the universe? No, seriously, but infinite can just mean very great. But hey, maybe if this was Bleach or Naruto, people would say King Piccolo could destroy the universe after all. Joking. Later, Goku faces off against Yajirobe and says he's tougher than anybody's ever fought before. Now, toughness can either apply to durability or overall combat ability, so I'll leave that up to you guys to decide. After he says...
Simple snake. Jesi gleda Tropic Thunder? Kada idu onu džunglu da snime onaj film kao ratnu onu dramu. I kada ona je Simple Jack, kako se zove onaj, nije Ben Affleck nego, majko, on je režiser i glumac. Ben Stiller, da. Kad Ben Stiller je Simple Jack. Kad moj kaže don't go full retard. You never go full retard.
baš nakita.
Gdje je haker? Master haker. A? Gdje je Gosen? Jesi igra Hunt ovdje na kanalu ili slabo, a? I jel ti Nenad još uvijek drži taocem onaj account, a? Jel ga dinočki?
That he dodges Symbol's electric lightning like blast and then chops through Symbol with his sword after getting serious, which apparently impresses Goku even further after he already said Yajirobe was the most tough guy he's ever fought. This is important because we then learn Tambourine is several times stronger than Symbol, and this is a henchman that old King Piccolo can kind of spawn, who made the toughest guy Goku ever met have to get serious and impress him even further beyond that statement. Several in most dictionaries meaning 3 times, by the way. It's not impossible for Goku to have gotten this much stronger just after fighting Tien if you think Symbol rivals the 22nd Budokai, as even in DBZ, Krillin states that as a child, after massive battles, Goku's always got a power-up, or Zenkais. It was not just a concept that only applied when Goku was older, and this may be one of the more obvious first signs of that. This new Goku gets angry and faces off against Tambourine, folding him easily with a combo and actually scares Yajirobe, showing Goku reached quite a new level already since his fight with Tien. These assassins, like Symbol and Tambourine, that can potentially rough up the 22nd Budokai fighters and would give Old Man Roshi quite the scare, give or take, are beings that Piccolo can just sort of hurl out of his mouth in the form of an egg, which means technically that this Piccolo can probably do something similar. Weird, considering the old Demon King used to apparently be able to make armies of these offspring and retain his spot as the apex predator even during the times of Mutaito and young Roshi, meaning he can kind of just flood the earth with spawns and like swarms of these potentially moon-level demons. It's a weird detail that I wonder will ever be touched on in the future. Well, it kind of does, but I'll get into that more later. This is significant as Roshi then says, even with everyone as a group, we'd stand no chance against Piccolo. Roshi being the guy who can annihilate the moon in seconds, and Tien being able to fight a guy who can dodge beam and laser guns, as stated in Dragon Ball Forever guides when Goku was fighting the Battle Jacket, while also potentially reacting to light flashes. Now altogether jumping Piccolo just can't do anything, although it's unsure if Roshi is referring to old Piccolo or if he knows it quite yet. However, there is some good evidence that it could be referring to old King Piccolo as well, as Roshi doesn't ever seem to back down from this thought even when seeing Piccolo as an old fart. It's then further backed up by Piccolo almost killing the new possibly 3 times amped Zenkai Goku in almost 3 hits while not at half power, which is insane if you think that 22nd Budokai Kid Goku surpassed or could make Roshi scared, or feel surpassed, because that'd make old Piccolo able to bust the moon 6 times over even as an old fart if you were super generous with that tambourine scaling. Otherwise, he is easily still above that moon tier if you think Roshi is referring to this form. For a battle shonen only at chapter 143, this is pretty insane, and old King Piccolo then tanks Goku's strongest Kamehameha and doesn't even flinch, then one-shots him. If it weren't for a Dragon Ball and a totally not implied future wish on the 2-ball Shenron in outer space made by Goku's father, Bardock, Goku probably would have been dead here for sure. Piccolo was so powerful that Goku really did need plot armor, and he's nowhere near even his normal strength, with that Kid Goku soloing most battle shonens by himself with ease. It's then stated by Piano, Piccolo's servant, that when he regains his youth, this old strength that's already soloing Goku in about 3 hits will be nothing in comparison. In obvious and quick fashion, Piccolo succeeds in regaining his youth and becoming everything Pilaf thought he wanted to be, with Piccolo's first order of business to execute Shenron that Roshi thought might be able to wish Piccolo down. This is another insane feat if you think Kami and later Dragon Ball remade the moon using Shenron, and the Demon King that can wipe away cities with just a single gesture and with 0 difficulty, just as an intimidation tactic, with him saying that he can further turn anything the king sees when he's threatening him, the king of the world, into a desert, which would include the rest of the King City, all the way up to the mountain range and the horizon, after declaring if he annoys him, he won't think twice about destroying his entire world. While it is definitely debatable, and probably unlikely, Piccolo can destroy an entire planet, at least in 1 hit, as someone who can destroy a moon multiple times over, surface wiping the planet would probably actually not be that difficult of a task. Goku survives due to definitely not plot armor once again, and totally definitely Bardock's wish shown in Dragon Ball Super many decades later, and goes to Korin to become stronger, which Korin says he can't really teach Goku anything else and Goku has more power than him. Korin says this after witnessing Goku fight Piccolo as an old man earlier, and this is further confirmation of that Zenkai theory and the Yajirobe theory, as Korin in V-Jump is confirmed to have a power level of 190, with Tien Shinhan and Goku in the 22nd Budokai having levels of 180. And Goku has done no training since then. He's only really just gotten beat up. These power levels are also obviously not linear, or else a power level of 5, being a normal human, may be able to annihilate a little bit more than a hamburger if 180 can vaporize a moon. Anyway, now that Goku is stronger than Korin, Korin has to whip out the real divine water that was used as a joke earlier in the series during the Red Ribbon Army arc, where the divine water was just normal tap water. But this is the real version, and Korin thinks that without it, Goku would have to train for several more years to reach the level of King Piccolo, which granted isn't really that bad considering martial arts masters training for decades could never hope to do that. It's also debatable if any of the new generation like Tien and Krillin could reach this level by the time of the 23rd Budokai, but that's debatable. But surprisingly, 3 years is a pretty accurate gauge considering what happens in the next arc. But Goku doesn't have the time, as we learn in chapter 153. Piccolo is going to annihilate 1/43 of the Earth in one attack every year to cause chaos and torment. In terms of anime-only stuff for this arc, all we really get is King Piccolo sort of T-posing down to King Castle for some reason, saying he's immune to conventional weapons. There's also a guy in King Castle who was apparently called to fight Piccolo and is decently confident when weapons won't work. Piccolo, who can also sense ki, also offers a job for this guy to be his servant for some reason. Who actually was this random guy in King's Castle? Was he stronger than the Ox King or something? Why did Piccolo even give him the time of day? Either way, he gets one shot, but it's still sort of weird world building. There's just some random strong guard for the king in there. That 1/43 of the Earth statement I'm going to get into a little bit later, but some of these sections of the planet include islands as big as continents and so forth. But moving on, during Goku's 6-hour torture session from drinking the divine water, we see the Uzaru within him scream and then he awakens to new strength. The Uzaru itself is a 10 times power level amp. I want to make that clear, power level, not just linear. So that obviously isn't the case, or else his power level would be like 1900 right now, with King Piccolo at peak hitting 260. But him getting a linear 10 times amp might actually be somewhat easier to argue. And even while suppressed, the new youthful King Piccolo has multiple times the strength of the old one, and can be felt all around the world, with it only taking under half power old Piccolo to almost 3-shot Goku before. Although saying Goku got a 10 times amp is headcanon, his power multiplies numerous times to match the Demon King. We then see just the henchman of King Piccolo, Drum, can bully Tien, low difficulty, and Goku can blow his head in half with a single kick. Since this is a Piccolo video, it is important to go over the infamous King Piccolo statement in Daizenshu 7, where his power rivals a small nuclear bomb when it's at its maximum. I'll give a more detailed description of this than in my last video. An important detail to start off with this is that the most common translation of this is actually a bit misguided, with a more accurate translation saying something like more akin to, the power to easily erase the city is comparable to a small type nuclear bomb, in which Piccolo's ability to casually wipe cities is being compared to small nuclear bombs in Dragon Ball, which can apparently do something similar. But it should be noted that Piccolo's ability is not something used for area of effect damage, but more so for attack potency. This is backed up in the Daizenshu, with the technique Piccolo uses against Goku in this fight as more akin to a special beam cannon or Big Bang attack condensed type attack, rather than the likes of the Kamehameha, which are more potency focused moves that also have a larger destructive radius. King Piccolo is also going to vaporize 1/43 of the Earth's surface every year in an instant with one attack, with some of these districts containing islands whose sizes are as big as small continents. Should be noted further that Black from the Red Ribbon Army arc had a battle jacket that can launch missiles that could easily blow away mountains that no small nuke could ever hope to achieve. Unless you think that a Black launched a missile at King Piccolo and he stood there laughing at like the tiny human thinking he could hurt him with weaponry he stated he was above, just would get vaporized by the battle jacket bomb, which would be quite nuts. Roshi should have just launched a 1/100,000th power Kamehameha and he would have just annihilated King Piccolo easily, since he could blow up the moon and wipe it from existence. Was King Piccolo actually just the ultimate bluffer? Maybe Roshi just blew away an illusion of the moon, like that Dragon Ball Z Kakarot game likes to meme. Joking. Anyway, I think anyone with common sense will know this statement is just referring to the area of effect of his attack and not his actual attack potency. Should be simple enough. Piccolo and Son go full power against each other, completely eclipsing what Roshi is capable of 100% by this point. Tien can't even see many attacks Goku can do, despite Tien being able to see Goku could dodge potential light speed attacks earlier when he was way weaker, depending on who you ask, of course, unless you think he doesn't surpass lightning speed until later. Eventually, our king wipes out the whole city down to the mountain range in the distance. However, the mountains are still intact, and by this point, we learn that Piccolo using his full power gradually wears down his lifespan, while Goku can't use much much of his full power normally due to missing one leg at full capacity. Eventually, Goku loses most of his limbs as he sacrifices them to save Tien Shinhan, and in one final clash, Goku uses his Uzaru inner spirit and launches himself through King Piccolo and finishes him off. Before King Piccolo dies, he lays one last egg and then explodes for some reason. And this last egg, bearing his own son, Ma Jr., the Piccolo we all know and love today. The scene is a bit weird when you consider that Piccolo later is shown with massive regeneration abilities that Cell actually steals from him that allows him to regenerate half of his ripped off body. Piccolo also has insane regeneration feats later during the Buu arc where he can regenerate from being shattered into a ton of pieces as a statue. So you can imply that the stronger a Namekian is, the better his regeneration is perhaps, or the greater his ki pool, the greater it is, or that Demon King Piccolo was just really limited for some reason. As if he just regenerated the hole in his gut, he could have just gone to win the fight anyway. So you could imply that, or maybe he thought he was toast as Namekian regeneration weakens you a lot and he just saw Goku go Uzaru fist mode, or he was too tired and low on energy at this point to even manage that. Up to you guys to decide on that one. One little fun fact about King Piccolo is that he isn't a normal fighter. He is a pure evil incarnation split from Kami, the guardian or god of Earth. So because he is pure evil and a demon, when people are killed by him, they can't go to the afterlife. Scary. Now let's get started with the story of the son of said Demon King, Ma Jr. The 23rd Budokai arc for the anime, or perhaps even the end of the King Piccolo arc if you want to call it that, is a bit different than the manga, and in the anime we get 4 episodes to slowly gas up the new menace growing in the background that the Demon King shot out before literally imploding, showing him slowly grow in power and in evil. And in the first introduction to the new Piccolo is that he is sort of like a Dr. Seuss Grinch type character, but maybe a bit meaner, where he torches down some old people's houses, then says how much he hates Goku. He's hating on Goku right out of the womb at like 2 weeks of age. Whether or not he can actually manipulate fire or something is unknown, but he's definitely not happy. In Dragon Ball episode 124, our little menace returns once again up to no good. He's watching a birthday party and sees some kid getting a toy plane, and this makes him very upset. Parentage seems to be quite the trigger for the new Piccolo for some reason, maybe because he's salty about how his only parents seem to implode. Anyway, in this scene, he creates a ruckus and seemingly blitzes the people in the house by destroying almost everything in the home before they can turn around, then skedaddles away in a hurry. Blitzing people can usually require subsonic or higher levels of speed, but considering the next scene, that is unlikely to be the case here, and it seems more like he chaotically banged through the house in a cinematic montage, and the people then awkwardly notice later. Apparently, he is probably slower than a normal hunting dog, as a house dog catches up to him pretty fast when he trips for a moment. To defend himself, he casts his first bit of ki and shoots a blast that sends the dog flying and has him do a Looney Tunes bonk into the ground, causing him to be knocked out like a Pokemon. Considering Goku pretty much in his preteens with some martial arts training, his first ki blast denting a car door, Piccolo's first ki blast with 0 training at like 3 weeks or something sending a dog flying is pretty good. Although it's quite silly to think that this is our next big bad man. I guess it shows he is growing in evil and in power. Speaking of which, we see him again in episode 125 where he gets quite the power up it seems from his scary dog encounter in Grinch escapades. In this scene, 2 royal soldiers seem to be scouting out an area of some kind of beast in the woods while riding on, and I'm not joking, Star Wars speeders. They then eventually confront the menace and he grabs a gun and cracks it in stereotypical fashion, and luckily for our little goblin man, the Star Wars knockoffs don't have actual laser guns and instead try to shoot him with some type of machine gun that he can actually react to at basically point blank, and Kylo Ren's the bullets in midair, causing them to run in fear, showing Piccolo is probably a lot more skilled and fast than when he was in his terrifying bout against the house dog earlier. Our final mission and showing of this gremlin is in episode 126, where Piccolo now has the terrifying ability to stand on water and stare at boats menacingly. Considering Piccolo is still probably no more than weeks old, Naruto would probably be a bit jealous. As the people on the boat see this absolute eldritch abomination of evil standing on the water staring at them, they freak out, as they should. And Piccolo death beams their boat and blows it in half. definitely a step up from his dog KO earlier. He also eats a fish here, which as we learn later, he doesn't actually have to eat food, as revealed by Dende during a meal with Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma much later in the series. So that must make this Piccolo super evil. A weird detail about him is that since he is technically not born wearing anything in the anime, is incredibly antisocial, and is sort of on a hate spree, him getting his outfit is sort of a mystery. Whether he learned how to make it, was given it, or inherently knew the clothes beam, and this was immense foreshadowing for that ability, all the answers for that are sort of weird. In the manga, he doesn't even have this buildup. He just instantly hatches with his full drip, hating Goku. As a fun fact here, you'll notice in the anime that Mad Wolf is revived by the Dragon Balls after the defeat of King Piccolo, and has a huge cross over his grave. I made a joke in my How Strong is Goku video about how they say Jesus Christ in the anime when they face off against Fang the Vampire during the Baba's tournament portion of the Red Ribbon Army Saga. But did you know that it's actually confirmed that people practice Christianity and Buddhism in the Dragon Ball universe, with it sort of being a joke that none of them know about Kami actually pulling the strings. So those little references were an actual in-universe thing, and not just a gag to appeal to us in the real world, which I thought was a funny detail. Before we get to the time skip, I guess it's important to note that Goku thinks Popo is the strongest guy he's ever fought and has to move as fast as lightning while being perfectly calm, as described in the manga and shown literally in the anime. And this is important because leading up to this, Kami can just flick full power post King Piccolo fight Goku in the face and no-diff him, which I guess is sort of an important detail as Kami sort of becomes Piccolo later. So I'll kind of mention some peculiarities about Kami that I think are interesting when we get to it later, as they do eventually all apply to Piccolo. Finally, after 3 years, the tournament begins and the time skip is completed, and we immediately learn after this time the new Piccolo is stronger than King Piccolo, and considering what he was doing at a few weeks old, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Kami remade the moon during this time, and Roshi is very adamant that he is just not anything anymore. I'm not joking. He just repeats this over and over to everyone, that everyone is stronger than him now just numerous times. At first, he says his powers don't even reach Goku's feet, and then he just stands no chance against all these kids, period. So, unless he just means Piccolo and Goku, this would include Krillin, and probably Yamcha and Tien as well. Although it's sort of dubious, as in DBZ, Yamcha's power level reaches 177 on Raditz Scouter, and Roshi's can hit up to 180 when he faced off against King Piccolo, but maybe Yamcha was suppressed or has grown rusty over the 5 years, whereas the others grow stronger. Roshi also directly says Yamcha surpasses him too, which will get this future scaling a little bit crazy. A little anime snip that's not in the manga that is pretty unique and good here is in episode 143, where we see Piccolo talking to the Z-Fighters, and King Piccolo is shown overlapping him and his words, showing he really is like Demon King Piccolo under all of that, which sort of makes that whole Grinch adventure kind of dorky. Although he seems a bit different, he still possesses many memories. So what do you guys think? It sort of makes Piccolo feel a lot different when you think he is actually that old demon guy from before, doesn't it? Although obviously a bit different after he's reborn. The first bits that directly apply to Piccolo here are that Shen, Kami in disguise, can beat up Yajirobe while kind of just joking around. Shen is also interesting, as if Piccolo gained any of Kami's knowledge, he could also technically just possess people's bodies like this. But maybe it's a Kami-only technique that you have to have some kind of planetary guardian license for. It's called borrowing the body, and also nerfs the user for a perfect disguise. Maybe that would have been useful in Superhero when Piccolo was infiltrating the Red Ribbon Army. Apparently, the air punch that Goku uses to blitz and one-shot Chi-Chi is a Demon Clan move, meaning he too can blitz and one-shot with an air punch Chi-Chi, who has a power level of 130 in V-Jump, making her even stronger than Mr. Shen, or the Crane Hermit, and almost as strong as Roshi when he first started fighting Tien and not yet at full power. So this is sort of a guess, being even safe, just a casual mountain vaporizing air blast, and possibly up to country to moon levels, depending on how strong you think Roshi was when he negged the moon. I guess this really is just the OG version of Hirodora from Naruto. Before we get to Goku vs Piccolo, we do get a few other fun fights, such as Piccolo vs Krillin, Krillin is surprisingly tough here, and honestly, this just might be a section to hype him up and not Piccolo. Krillin thinks he can help take on Cyborg Tao, who in V-Jump has a power level of 210 with the Super Dodon Ray, and is many times stronger than he was before. Thinking he can defeat Tien from the 22nd Budokai, which going by the level seems to be no joke. The Z-Fighters also think that Piccolo is many times stronger than before, and Krillin thinks he stands a chance, and using a lot of his skills actually lands a bunch of blows on Piccolo, with Piccolo actually has to resort to showing his true power and pretty much 3-shots him. After it's revealed Piccolo can stretch his arms and so forth, which shocks Goku. However, Piccolo, in Krillin's credit, just overpowers him by perception blitzing him with an afterimage. This is where you get into the discussion of, is Piccolo actually wearing weights like Goku here? Or did Piccolo sort of start wearing weights during the Saiyan saga because Goku did? Because Piccolo then comments, taking over the world might not be so easy, when he thought he might have used too much power and killed Krillin, which he didn't. I'd say personally that Piccolo is still at least very suppressed here, as we learn later that Goku missing all his limbs is pretty much stronger than 100 of these Z-Fighters tag teaming Piccolo alongside Kami. So either Piccolo grows stronger as he fights Goku later, or is just wearing weights, or is some type of suppressed. An argument people use as well is that Piccolo keeps his turban on pretty much the entire fight, and if it was a super heavy weight, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense. But it's not impossible. All in all, pretty good Krillin showing, and you'll actually notice Krillin has a tendency of putting up pretty good fights until about the end of the Cell Saga for zero reason. Goku then has a pretty epic fight against Tien, but it doesn't really mean a whole lot right now, as Tien himself just quotes Goku wasn't really trying. Tien did think Goku's speed was the same as it was against Demon King Piccolo though, but he was just stronger and more durable, so keep that in mind. He also thinks the Tri-Beam is too dangerous even for a guy who is stronger than King Piccolo in his mind, with Goku's best stats in Tien's mind being his toughness, stamina, and durability. Although he does quote that Goku might be able to just dodge it with his weights off too. This toughness statement may further reinforce the Yajirobe's toughness statement earlier, and could just be referring to durability. But once again, you guys decide. But one thing for sure is it really helps illustrate how strong Jr. is, as Tien thinks a Tri-Beam is too dangerous for a guy stronger than King Piccolo, unless you think he's referring to his own lifespan, but he does say it is dangerous for him and Goku. Finally, we get to Shen versus Piccolo, or Kami in disguise. The only thing we really learn here is that Piccolo is much greater than Kami, even if Kami was at full power. So everything that scales to Kami, Piccolo is now just above inherently. It also means that any wish of power that Shenron can make, Piccolo scales above that as well. So if you think that Kami remakes the moon with Shenron, and not literally Kami, etc. Tien also says both Piccolo and Shen are way beyond human ability, and Roshi thinks they are too strong, even. Eventually we learn that Kami can launch the Mafuba, and Piccolo can straight up reverse it. Whether or not Piccolo can actually use his own Mafuba is a bit debatable, but if he can, the Mafuba is a pretty interesting move that honestly is sort of thrown aside later in the series, at least in Z, for zero reason. The Mafuba, when shot by Roshi later in Super, as an example, and then is reversed by Frost, can still steal away Super Saiyan Vegeta, who could beat Roshi and Frost with no difficulty. It can also seal away immortal beings like Zamasu, even with a Super Shenron seal of approval, and is apparently the most terrifying thing ever that gives Zamasu a panic attack and makes King Piccolo scared for his life even upon thinking it's going to appear. Even if you think Piccolo can only reverse this powerful sealing move when he fuses with Kami later, he for sure should be able to use it and even teaches it to future Trunks over a smartphone video. And I'm not joking, by the way, that actually happens. One thing happens in Piccolo vs. Shen is that Piccolo can read Kami's mind as well. Whether or not he could read anyone's mind is a bit debatable, as Piccolo wasn't shocked that he could read Kami's mind, but he can at least read Kami's mind from a distance, who is in Shen's body. After this, we just get more of the statements of Jr. is way above King Piccolo, but then we get the statement by Tien that even if they all rushed Cape Piccolo all at the same time, they would stand a zero chance, showing that he showed much more power against Shen than he probably did against Krillin earlier. It also implies that the attack that might vaporize King Piccolo would do nothing to him, or he would just speed blitz Tien, which is actually implied further later when we learn Piccolo is even stronger than they think right now. Piccolo also gives a lecture here that confirms some V-Jump power level scans in which people are confused by Z Kami having a power level of 220, which is less than King Piccolo at 260, when Kami can flick away the Goku who beat him. But we learn that Kami actually is just sitting around growing rusty in heaven, or Kami's lookout, and gets weaker as time goes on, and is reaching a relatively old age, where he's going to die of old age actually soon. And remember, King Piccolo did have to wish for youth again, and Kami isn't any younger or of a different gene pool. So by the time Dragon Ball Z comes around, Kami is actually weaker than King Piccolo. But as it stands right now, that's not the case. Goku vs. Piccolo finally begins in chapter 182, and they just sort of fool around a bit before going near their maximums in chapter 184. While near full power, they both have impressive speed showings against each other, with Sun dodging Piccolo's eye lasers at point-blank range, and Piccolo being able to tag Goku when he's concealing his presence with high movement that Tien can't seem to see. Goku also has to redirect one of Junior's ki blasts, which sort of make a King Piccolo-like blast in the distance, with Roshi saying if Sun hadn't done that, they'd all be reduced to atoms. These atomic level attacks are interesting as we also learn Future Trunks turns Mecha Frieza into atoms later. So it could just be Roshi using hyperbole, but it is evidence that even at this stage, they might be able to do that. In chapter 185, Goku finally unleashes the Super Kamehameha for the first time, which in Daizenshu is confirmed to be able to shatter the moon. So even if you didn't believe that whole stronger than Roshi by many tiers scaling, well, now they are just that level even without a direct line of scaling to Roshi. In B-Jump, this Goku Super Kamehameha hits a power level of 910, which may seem insane to some people, but I'll get into it, which Piccolo can fight with and then tank by covering his face with his arms, showing his durability is even greater than an actual celestial body. Piccolo clashing with and surviving this 910 power level also shows that the statements of Piccolo being exponentially, or multiple times greater than King Piccolo, are no exaggeration. So Piccolo should actually be multiple times above moon level with the scaling lines we had before, and this is actually reinforced in the Saiyan saga, which I'll get into at the start of the next arc. Should also be noted that after they both launch and tank these 9-10 level attacks, that Goku's stamina doesn't seem to have wavered, and Piccolo still fights him almost as normal. Kami then admits he can't even see Goku and Piccolo fighting anymore, which is insane. And if you consider the fact that Kami has far-seeing arts and monitors everything on the planet from lightning blast, laser beams, and so forth, it's actually quite an incredible statement. Some Daizenshu scans even have certain Kamis administer larger sections of galaxies than just a planet, but that's a totally different discussion. Junior also possesses the power to grow really huge, which apparently doesn't decrease his speed whatsoever, but doesn't change his durability. In Superhero, it's implied it might increase his actual physical strength a bit though, but Piccolo doesn't really seem too impressed or keen to use it really, even after this Goku beatdown. The only other person that really uses it is Lord Slug in a movie, and he seems to think it makes him at least a little bit stronger, but it is a movie. By chapter 189, Goku and Piccolo are about at half power, and even now Piccolo says that if 100 of Tien, Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Akami jumped him, that they'd still stand no chance of beating him, which everyone actually agrees to. This half power above all of the Z-Fighter statement makes a lot more sense with that 910 Super Kamehameha power level than it would if you think that Piccolo is no more than a power level of like 400, as obviously all these Z-Fighters and Kami should be above 200, especially if you think that the power levels are linear. However, if you don't, then it doesn't really matter at this point. Also, while at half power, Piccolo states his power has multiplied once again since they last fought as King Piccolo, which Goku agrees they've grown stronger. This is when Piccolo powers up his final gamble trump card attack, which Goku says he's never felt power like this ever before, which is insane considering they just had this clash earlier with the Super Kamehameha, and then Piccolo apparently just earlier was punching at half power, so maybe he's been saving up some strength. This super explosive wave Piccolo launches then nukes all of Papaya Island, and this island in Daizenshu is confirmed to be as big as a small continent. It should be noted that there are still some mountains on the island and stuff in the distance, but it is a huge radius and seems to be Piccolo's subconscious attempt at launching Goku off of the ring more than actually killing him. Despite this power being greater than anything he's ever felt, Goku just tanks it and doesn't fall out of the ring, but the ring is definitely toast. And at this point, Junior is completely fried of ki and has nothing left. But even he can still survive one of the craziest beatdowns in fiction, which is actually so crazy they actually gave it a name in every single piece of media and video game, which is called the Meteor Combination from Sun. And after taking this combo that was so crazy it gets an actual name, he then can fend off an entire platoon of dudes that can beat down Moonbusters with a single wave of his hand while having pretty much nothing in the tank left. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Junior, once again, after this, thinks he can atomize Goku after catching him lacking and putting a hole in his chest and killing him to the point that Shenron can't even revive him. And I don't know how substantiated that is, but I guess if anybody knew, it'd be Piccolo. Unfortunately, somehow, Goku, while flying around completely crippled with no use of his limbs, just oonga boongas and slams his head into Piccolo so hard it puts him into a coma. When that gang of Moonbusters still couldn't do anything. That's Dragon Ball for you. Where Goku's biggest op was a 3-year-old that literally came out of the womb to beat him in a fight, which finally confirmed the Son Goku really was the strongest in the world. In terms of power scaling original Dragon Ball, it sort of rode in Master Roshi's backpack to keep them all moon level at the top tiers, with them eventually being able to jump onto Kami's back a little bit later. But with the Saiyan Saga, we finally moved beyond that into higher tiers of power. 5 years later, Piccolo has been training and honing his techniques for his rematch against Son Goku, but never seems to build up the utmost confidence in just confronting him, or perhaps the inner desire to. However, he has grown a lot more powerful despite mainly focusing on techniques, thanks to his confirmed weighted training regimen now. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say, though, he probably didn't think Goku would allow him to use some of his techniques, sort of like Tien sort of doubting the assurance of the Tri-Beam, even being able to land on Goku. And in Piccolo's case, it wouldn't be surprising if he just thought, wouldn't Goku just punch me in the face while I'm charging this thing? Then grumbled on his mountain and trained a bit more. While probably grumbling about said thing on his mountain, Toriyama decided to say, how did we really get much stronger than the God of Earth and Goku being pretty much able to defeat the Dragon Ball Devil? Ah, I know. Aliens. So, said eventual alien super fighter appears in the form of Raditz. Piccolo blasts Raditz with all his might to the point it exhausts him, and Raditz just jokes about how Piccolo might have singed some of his leg hairs. This is how we know we're reaching the next step in the story, and eventually Goku 2 gets folded by Raditz and he has to team up with Piccolo. Goku makes a challenge to see if Piccolo can fly as fast as his Nimbus Cloud, and considering the Nimbus is debatably only able to fly at a few Mach at best in terms of speed, this is either Goku probably seeing if Piccolo can even fly in terms of travel like that, or is some type of insult. Still funny either way, and Goku's reaction after seems to be that it was just a lighthearted remark. When they reach Raditz, they take off their weighted clothes, and the weights Piccolo weighs right now are pretty unknown, and in the previous arc, Goku was wearing over 200 pounds of weighted clothes. But as we know from future arcs, Piccolo's weights just increase more and more the higher his power level gets, but they should be at least over 200 pounds here. Anyway, this reveals that they actually have power levels of 416 for Goku and 408 for Piccolo, implying Goku is either stronger or Piccolo is better at suppressing his ki. The reason I say this is there is some debate of whether or not this is their actual max power level, and the power they show when using actual ki blasts, and they can't chill with their presence is more akin to their real levels of strength. Vegeta seems to make this comment as well later, just based off this encounter with Raditz here, implying it is probably the case. Being close to almost 900 and struggling with Raditz might make a bit more sense if Raditz, while rusty or not in his stride, is at 1200. But then again, Raditz was a bit shook up when he saw Gohan even get over a level of 700 in his pod, although you can say that's just because Gohan is a child, which is implied later, and he never really deduces that their punches are way higher than a level of 400 fighter should be. Speaking of Raditz, yeah, his power level, it's a funny thing. Nappa thinks it's 1200, with some guys saying he's equal to a Cybermen, who are all also 1200, But then Toriyama in the Daizenshu says at full power it's 1500, and with a fun fact, there's actually a Broly promotional card that says it's 1600 even. My apologetics for Raditz here tend to be normally he's at 1200, but he reaches about 1500 as he warms up and gets into fights. And Raditz even implies he's going to up the level of his attacks as time goes on after he blitzes Goku and Piccolo at the start of their fight. And Goku's power level with a Kamehameha seems to be 924 now, which isn't that much greater than the 910 Super Kamehameha during the 23rd Budokai, but he can bend it now. It might be better if you think he just shot a normal one that is more powerful than his old Super variant. Should be noted as well that it does seem like Piccolo is slightly weaker than Goku here, which is no surprise, as when Raditz launches a double Sunday at him, Piccolo loses an arm and Goku doesn't. The only copium you can really make for Piccolo here is if you imply he was actually faster than Goku, and because he got closer to Raditz, it was harder to dodge the blast, but that is doing some insane tricks on it. Junior can now charge his power level to 1330 with the new special beam cannon, which can apparently blast right through Raditz, despite Raditz being able to tank blast that would easily vaporize the moon multiple times over before with no effort. In Raditz's credit though, he does avoid it, but Piccolo vaporizes right through his armor and Raditz is bleeding. This is when Gohan gets enraged with a power level of 1307 and slams right into Raditz, damaging him pretty heavily. Considering that Goku's brother can survive this without being crippled like Piccolo was in the 23rd Budokai at the ending, it might be safe to say his power has been raising a bit even since he dodged the special beam cannon already. Speaking of Raditz suppressing himself, Gohan's power level drops to 1 and Raditz just slaps him away, implying Raditz can suppress his slap to a power level that won't one-shot a kid over 5 times weaker than a random fat farmer. Or Gohan with a power level of 1 just has insane durability still. Even funnier, Raditz implies he wants to kill Gohan right away after this too, so eventually Goku full Nelson's Raditz from behind and the special beam cannon from Piccolo can blast through Raditz and Goku at the same time, making Piccolo not only the first person to ever kill Goku, but also the first not main character to beat the big bad guy and Goku's brother, and also the first person to kill Goku and the main bad guy at the same time, and the guy who killed both of Bardock's kids that might have had a Shenron wish giving them plot armor their entire lives at the same time. Honestly, a pretty huge W for Piccolo. If he was still the Demon King, I'm sure he'd be living this up. You can probably imagine how insane this would have been to see back in the day when it was coming out weekly. With that, Raditz says, "Hey, stronger bad aliens are coming. I still win," and Piccolo finishes him off. Bardock would probably mauled seeing this encounter. So much for that Superman and dramatic space pod goodbye and minus. I'm assuming since Raditz and Goku are both grown up, for the 2-ball Shenron wish might have worn off by this point. How crazy for them to both get done and at the same time right after it though. Junior then agrees to train intensely for the Saiyans with the new super prodigy Gohan, the new son of his literal worst enemy that killed his dad. Also, incredibly insane, Toriyama is writing some straight bangers back to back in this arc, and Piccolo is arguably even more evil and egotistical than most people in Shonen just based on his nature alone. At the beginning of the training Piccolo does for the Saiyan arc, all we know for sure is that he can throw Gohan so hard that he can splatter him into jelly, despite taking a pimp slap from injured Raditz with a power level of 1 somehow earlier. Piccolo with weights also has a power level recorded by Bulma here to be 329. When Raditz scanned him at the start, he had a level of 322, meaning Piccolo has gone up a whole 7 points of power from fighting Raditz and just meditating for like a day. Also, as a minor spoiler, Piccolo's power level at max after training for the Saiyans reaches 3500. If we consider that he gets around 7 points stronger per day, and it takes Nappa and Vegeta to get to Earth in a year, Piccolo with just this meditation strategy would have gotten over 2500 points stronger. So considering that and the fact his training just gets more advanced and intense, it's kind of weirdly accurate that he would get 7 power level points stronger after Raditz in a day of training. Just thought that was an interesting detail. It should be noted that the Saiyans do show up earlier than they were supposed to, but Piccolo also says he hasn't really caught up with his training when that 7 power level number difference was stated. By episode 9 of the DBZ anime and chapter 14 of the DBZ manga on Viz, Piccolo does his iconic moon busting feat. and everything that applies to this feat would be relevant to the 329 level Bulma says in the next chapter, as this actually happens earlier. Once again, it depends if you think that Piccolo is suppressed when he's in his 300 to 400 stages, but if not, this is further evidence he surpassed moon level multiple times, even in OG Dragon Ball, as is implied. Some people have calced this hyper-violent moon explosion as requiring enough power to actually destroy small planets, shooting the blast of the moon in only a few seconds, with said debris from the moon's violet explosion reaching Earth in a matter of seconds in return. It's actually far more impressive than simply breaking the moon beyond its gravitational binding energy, where if you were to split some parts off, it doesn't just reform. Due to the massive debris, some would say this attack from Piccolo could destroy some large planets, as causing the moon to shatter at pretty much relativistic to light speeds requires an unfathomable amount of energy. Remember, when calculating the speeds of the moon, that the reaction we see from the moon glowing and being hit in the anime would be 1.2 seconds delayed or less if you think light travels faster in Dragon Ball than in real life, which I'll get into later. The moon is confirmed in Dragon Ball to be just as far as it is in real life, as it is in DB as well, stated by Toriyama in an interview, making this quite the incredible speed feat, and further proofs that their ki blasts and attacks are starting to reach our standard for light speed in real life, which would require an attack to reach the moon in 1.2 seconds, give or take. Considering Piccolo in just this art gets over 10 times stronger and faster than this weighted form here, he pretty objectively should be that level by the time Nappa and Vegeta show up. Piccolo also does this moon feat because he is scared Uzaru Gohan might actually destroy the entire Earth, reinforcing that above moon level segment a bit more too. Although you could say Gohan might just destroy everything on it as well. One thing to note for the manga version of this is that in El Manga Legendario, it is stated a power level of 10,000 is required to destroy a planet, but some cope you could say here is that in Dragon Ball, Earth is considered a small planet by King Cold, the guy who used to rule the universe, and El Manga Legendario is just for the manga version of the story, but that does seem a bit disingenuous. I'll leave that up to you guys though. This video is mainly only for educational purposes, not for some huge scholarly debate. One final note to make is that there is a video game called Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, which has some input from Toriyama. We know that other shonen games such as Naruto and things like that get input from their authors and doesn't necessarily make the things within it canon, but it was a huge debate at the time because there's a statement which goes over Piccolo destroying the moon, and it says he just made the illusion that he destroyed the moon. This is agreed upon by most people to be referring to the anime filler episode where Piccolo actually has to face an Uzaru Gohan because his space pod generates a moon illusion that turns him into an Uzaru, and then when he destroys the space pod, it destroys the illusion of the moon. Further proof of this is that obviously when Vegeta comes to Earth, he says, I came here knowing there'd be a full moon in case I needed to wipe out the planet faster, and then when he looks all around, there is actually no moon. It's not just an illusion. So unless Piccolo casted some type of moon concealing illusion or magic that lasts even after his death, it's probably just referring to the space pod filler episode. That is quite interesting though, because it makes you wonder why Vegeta's spaceship also couldn't just make a moon illusion rather than him having to make a power ball that nerfs him later. One little weird fact now is that apparently Raditz went to the afterlife and got beat up by Enma, which means that Junior's evil demon powers that restrict your ability to have life after death are gone now, which Kami talks about as well. Piccolo also apparently has foresight and can tell he'll die in about a year, either due to Kami's failing body or just actual minor precognition. While we don't get much visuals of Piccolo's training up to this point, in the anime we get to see a little bit into it. By Dragon Ball Z episode 12, we see Tien Shinhan stopping a waterfall with his ki, while Piccolo meditates and lifts an entire pyramid into the air far above the ground. The amount of strength required to do this is actually pretty insane, even if you were to argue the pyramid is like the smallest pyramid of Giza at 637,000 tons or so. Piccolo lifts it into the sky in around 9 seconds, with some calculations putting the amount of strength needed to exceed over 41 billion tons. But in the anime, something more than this happens because Piccolo tries to do this again, but with a bit more oomph. Puts too much telekinetic power behind it, and the pyramid he's lifting explodes, and so do the others around him. And it creates earthquakes that are seemingly felt all around the continent he is on, causing ravines and chaos that fling Gohan and Tien about, which Piccolo did completely on accident while wearing weights. Meaning Piccolo was messing up this entire country or continent just because he thought too hard. Junior's meditation sessions tend to stay quite chaotic as he then creates giant storms and tornadoes around him as well. So what's going on in there? But by episode 15, titled Dueling Piccolos, his training evolves once again as the narrator says the Saiyans are the strongest in the universe, which is consistent if you just assume Broly is just chilling at Buu Saga strength, give or take, now on some random planet in the middle of nowhere. And the Toei staff definitely thought of all that when they wrote that statement. We see in this episode, Junior has learned the doppelganger technique and can split himself and fight himself to train physically. There are rumors in the Dragon Ball anime special that this may have actually been Toriyama's idea. In his face-off against himself, we can see he can bend Ki Blast pretty much 90 degrees with no effort, and Piccolo pulls a Luffy and dodges Piccolo's death beam from himself just by tilting his head slightly. It is kind of absurdly hard for no reason. Like, you're just fighting yourself. Why are you doing all of that? But we also see that despite being split and probably half power, that Piccolo can fire off special beam cannons mid-fight now after creating some diversions, which his other half barely avoids, and they're both still wearing weights. Then the other Piccolo, barely having survived it, then edge poses against a cliff after we seeing he survived. Once again, for zero reason. Why is he doing all of that? These two continue to go at it, and all the way from the day to the night with almost zero fatigue, even after launching special beam cannons and edge posing and everything. I guess Piccolo has gotten a lot stronger by now, with 8 months remaining until the Saiyans do arrive. With 118 days remaining, Gohan is able to make weighted Piccolos sweat in the fight, which is pretty impressive considering what we saw from the Shadow Clone fight. And with that, there's not much else to say. We are introduced to Nappa and Vegeta at last. Before we fight them, the Saiyans summon some lackeys so the Z Fighters can show how good their training is before they get inevitably steamrolled by the main villains. Each of these Cybermen that are...
To je više večera nego ručak. Silly cat.
Summon, Nappa says, are equal to Raditz and have power levels of 1200. Nappa also thinks that Raditz got caught off guard by relying on his scouter too much, and Vegeta then makes a pretty insane remark about how Namekians like Piccolo are slimy gastropod guys that possess strange powers beyond their extraordinary fighting abilities, including sorcery. Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin also stack up before this with suppressed power levels of 981, 1220, and 1083. Which Vegeta says is nonsense. They can simply raise their power like they did against Raditz, with Piccolo's real power at this point being 3500, which actually makes him equal to King Kai, who is the strongest in Otherworld at this point in the story. So let's just assume the Otherworld fighters and Grand Kai just sucked right now for no reason. This allows Piccolo to punch a Cyberman and just mouth blast it into atoms, despite it being the level Raditz usually is at when he fought Goku and Piccolo earlier, showing he can just sort of fodderize a guy who can tank Ki Blast that can vaporize the moon at relativistic to light speeds. With a power level of 4000, Nappa is completely immune to Chaozu's paralysis ability and can punch Tien, a guy with a power level of 1830, so hard his arm is ripped right off his body. While this happens, Piccolo can see this attack coming and tells Tien to duck, but Piccolo is a way higher level of fighter than him, and Tien can't. Chaozu also tries self-destructing, which does pretty much nothing, but it does put a few scruffs on Nappa's armor and body. Chaozu, by the way, apparently has a power level of 610 at this point, which is pretty awful, all things considered. Piccolo immediately deduces that Nappa lowers his guard for an instant when he attacks, and alongside Krillin uses this to damage Nappa as he tries to come and finish Tien Shinhan off. While Piccolo draws blood, and Krillin can slam him down, their plan crumbles when Gohan gets too scared to follow up. But this does irritate Nappa, and Vegeta also calls it a good plan. Nappa's mouth bleeding here can only be from Piccolo, since that's where Piccolo attacked, and Krillin attacks him over the head. Piccolo also seems to fire some type of special beam cannon Masenko blast here, and Nappa can dodge it. However, this technique is different than a fully charged special beam cannon, as you have all probably gathered. Tien also, with one hand, uses the Spirit Tri-Beam, which is what it's called in the video games, and puts his whole life into it, which engulfs Nappa and rips his armor and body up a bit, which even Piccolo can't believe he could survive. Meaning the Spirit Tri-Beam shot Tien's power above 3500 here, which makes you wonder what it could have done in original Dragon Ball. So maybe he wasn't lying when he said, maybe I shouldn't use this on you in this tournament, Goku. After this, they all hatch a plan to grab Nappa's tail, which doesn't do anything since he trains his, and Piccolo gets KO'd by getting elbowed in the head, basically making him get one shot since they just had a 3-hour break. Apparently Nappa even went easy on him because he just needs to get information about the Dragon Balls. After this, Krillin goes absolutely sicko mode and would have 1v1 Nappa actually if it weren't for Vegeta, just by having like under half the power level, with Piccolo blasting Nappa from behind and causing him more pain than Chaozu's self-destruct. Gohan gets a rage buff and kicks Nappa away. Nappa launches a Bomber DX at Gohan and Piccolo tanks it for him. Considering Nappa's power level of 4000 might have been him when he wasn't serious earlier and he's more angry and serious now, I suppose Piccolo's body not being vaporized by Nappa's DX is actually pretty impressive, allowing it to take all the energy for Gohan. However, this is where both Kami and Piccolo finally meet their end, as Piccolo surpasses Kami for the first time as a good person. And the Dragon Balls turn to stone, Gohan gets enraged, gets a power level of 2800, and eventually even higher later against Vegeta. However, in the end, Goku and friends defeat the Saiyans and send them on the way. And with nothing left to say for Piccolo, however, he gets quite the spotlight in the next 2 arcs as we go to his homeworld, Namek. The Namek saga for Piccolo is obviously a lot different than for Goku and other heroes because, well, he is dead. However, there are still some interesting build-ups in terms of the lore for Namekians, as well as some anime-only training for Piccolo we see happen during this time while he is in the afterlife, and how it actually applies to his eventual showdown against Frieza. At the start, we learned that there was a huge cataclysm that took out pretty much every Namekian, and there are rumored to be only around 100 left, which I suppose really makes that Vegeta village moment a whole lot worse. And these Namekians, which we learned by chapter 59, can have power power levels ranging from 3,000 to 10,000 for some higher level warriors, meaning during the Saiyan saga, Piccolo was sort of just a tad stronger than the Namekian warriors we see get folded by Dodoria, but way weaker than the ones that Frieza sort of blows away in the anime. And I'm not joking, he just breathes on them and they just fucking die. So all things considered, Piccolo will have a lot of ground to cover to fight this Frieza guy. In the anime, we see that even Chaozu arrives to King Kai's faster than Goku did in the Saiyan saga, alongside all the others, so maybe Chaozu's 610 power level really was higher than Raditz fight Goku's normal or weighted state, and it wasn't just a weird cap suppressed level that didn't represent his maximum. Anyway, King Kai tells all of them to catch bubbles, and Piccolo with weights does it instantly, while it takes everyone else a ton of time. Piccolo is actually as strong as King Kai at max here, but King Kai might have strange otherworld hacks we might not know of. For instance, like how King Emma can sort of neg people to the otherworld irregardless of how strong they are, depending on how evil they are. It wouldn't be shocking if King Kai possessed a similar BFR ability, and this sort of implies when Piccolo gets angry and grabs King Kai, but then seems to regret it. This could be either he senses he's about to get BFO'd off the planet, or he realizes he's just being a prick. Pick your lane. King Kai also accepts Piccolo as a student because Junior used the word under 3 times in a sentence. I guess it's not really that hard. Later, King Kai also really seems very confident while eyeing down Raccoon, despite his power level being around 40,000 and King Kai's being only 3,500. While Piccolo sort of does this meditation training in the background, which King Kai calls napping, the others try to catch bubbles. And during this, Tien is wielding a giant mallet and is running faster than everyone else. One interesting detail I noticed during this, though, that I never really get seen talk about is that Tien slams the ground so hard with this mallet, it actually shakes King Kai's planet numerous times. This planet has 10 times the gravity of Earth, and if you take that literally, Tien is sending a shockwave through a ball with over 10 times the density or mass of the entire planet Earth. Considering everyone hyped up Goku punching through this planet and Battle of Gods as a Super Saiyan 3, this makes that whole discussion kind of funny. You could obviously say that the afterlife has some different laws of physics than normal and is even considered a different type of reality, but that is just what happens and what we know of. This is important for Piccolo, as we'll get into in a bit. By episode 55, this is where Piccolo does that grabbing King Kai scene, but he also wants King Kai to teach him his techniques. This is a great copium statement for people that wanted anybody else but Goku to use Kaioken, but it seems as though they don't actually train there long enough to learn it, despite their insane strength gains they do get. Maybe King Kai regretted teaching it to Goku after he immediately tried to take it to the limit and almost imploded numerous times fighting super powerful aliens. Although with Piccolo, this technique would have been really good, considering his regeneration really amps him to absurd levels later. Kind of a missed opportunity. I guess as a fun fact here, King Kai apparently once took cooking classes, which is why everyone loves his food, including the Ginyu Force, and he was apparently so good at it that his teacher thought he'd make a great husband one day, which is kind of silly considering these Kais are sort of just like plant people that grow on trees somehow and somewhere. Eventually they all catch bubbles, and Piccolo is still scared of someone who is stronger than Vegeta, so I guess they all still suck pretty bad. But then as we get to Gregory, we learn that the weakling trio actually managed to beat him in about an hour, including Chaozu. And after learning this, Piccolo thinks he can take 10 of them still, which is actually quite the downgrade from the 23rd Budokai, where he apparently said he could take over 100 of them. So he gives it 5 seconds to beat them, and they basically jump him while he's still wearing weights. All we know is that Tien and Yamcha can react to Piccolo, and Chaozu can zap him, who Piccolo basically kills in one swing of his arm by slamming him headfirst into the ground. But you can't really die when you're dead, so he just gets back up. However, Piccolo is impressed, and eventually the 3 of them beat weighted Piccolo, and this is a really cool scene where Tien and Yamcha actually want Piccolo to take his weights off, showing they actually respect his true ability and don't just want to take some opportunity to beat his ass to bump up their egos. You start to get a real feel for everyone when you see how honest and hardworking they are in the background when they train, while Piccolo is just being grumpy about it. By episode 58, Piccolo still isn't training like everyone else, but they know how strong he is later, so maybe he just sort of mixes it up more than they do. King Kai then makes a statement that the Ginyu Force possesses 5 members that are stronger than Goku, who has been training in high gravity and is trying to master 100 Gs, or 100 times Earth's gravity, and is about 2 to 3 days before he arrives. And And this is significant as King Kai can actually watch Goku, and it leads into another scene. This scene in episode 50 is when Goku only had been facing 20 Gs of gravity in his training, and we know that Goku's ship, based off a Saiyan space pod, can travel to Namek in around 6 days. And if you look at the Dragon Ball Universe map, he's basically clearing about half the universe in terms of length, or a massive section of a quarter of the universe, depending on how you think the map is actually structured or laid out. And during this episode, he dodges meteors flying towards him while he travels the universe at much faster than light speeds, which some have calculated these meteors to flying from anywhere from a few hundred to a few million times the speed of light, depending on who you ask. It can be considered unquantifiable as well if you consider the meteors to be flying in the same direction as the ship though, and we just don't know how fast the meteors are flying alongside the ship, but that does seem a little copium. This scales to Piccolo as everyone on King Kai scales to the Ginyu Force, and eventually can actually low diff them by the end of their training around episode 92. With Piccolo even much more so, which I'll get into soon. In episode 63, we see Piccolo can actually sense things from King Kai's planet happening on Namek, meaning he can basically focus and sense things happening across the universe in a different space-time continuum and dimension entirely, which is actually a pretty crazy feat for him here. Since this is an educational type video and not me trying to be a debate sophist, I also feel it's necessary to include the point that the afterlife in Dragon Ball is currently debated about heavily in terms of its nature, and since Piccolo and the others are interacting with things there and so on, there are some guidebooks that say the afterlife resides in a higher realm or dimension than the living universe, and for some they take this to mean a higher mathematical realm, and for others they just mean that it's literally locationally placed above the living universe. There's also some that will argue Koyama, the screenwriter for Dragon Ball Z's anime and many of the movies, said that the Dragon Ball universe has higher dimensions, but this Koyama account is kind of dubious, as well as the fact that he sometimes argues dimensionality as something spiritual rather than mathematical, with some people trying to ask him questions over and over or bully him into saying certain things irregardless of his initial statements to fit their agendas. And I honestly don't take it very serious, but it is something that unfortunately did and does happen, and hopefully in the future people leave him alone and be more respectful. And I actually think that not valuing these statements will help people leave him alone. Some also think the afterlife in Dragon Ball has no time as well, meaning that every character sort of is moving in a realm without time, with the living universe often being called the temporal realm, and this is also quite debated about, with some arguing the afterlife just has a different flow of time. That is something to consider as well. So yeah, with that, it's possible to argue that even by the time Raditz appears, these guys are just infinite speed, higher dimensional entities, which, let's be real, probably not the case. But hey, I'm not here to debate in this video. Also, in terms of this, there is an argument that the first Dragon Ball Z movie, Dead Zone, is actually canon to the Dragon Ball Z anime, but I'll get into that when we get to it in the Garlic Jr. saga a bit after this arc. As the last little close off to this anime-only introduction, yeah, I know it's a lot of anime, but remember, Piccolo is dead in the manga, is that in episode 92, when the Ginyu Force faces Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu, it is apparently stated that Captain Ginyu once told the Ginyu Force to always test their powers to make sure they actually work the same whenever they come to a new planet, which is a pretty surprisingly cool statement considering how nonchalant and uncoordinated and unprofessional they seemed at times during their actual fight on Namek. We then learned that all their powers do work exactly the same. It's important to note that Chaozu here also can apparently fold Guldo pretty easily, who can use all his powers, yet Chaozu sort of is considered too weak to help with anyone after the androids later, and if Chaozu can resist time stop or somehow do it himself or overpower it with telekinesis, that is pretty significant, but isn't implied. Chapter 91 of the Dragon Ball Z manga has us finally show Nail versus Frieza, and you'll remember earlier that Frieza could sort of just blow away a bunch of Namekians with power levels of 10,000 each. However, Nail has a level of 42,000, making about as strong as a Ginyu Force member, give or take, with Frieza's being 530,000. Obviously, Nail gets folded, but we do learn here in Chapter 92 that a Namekian's power drops when they regenerate. This is when Piccolo finally is wished back to Namek, with Piccolo confident he can take out Frieza. Nail doesn't actually think Piccolo can, but admits Piccolo has some cracked levels of strength. And on top of this, we'll learn that when Piccolo fuses with Nail, his power will increase many-fold. As a power scaler here, I'm sure you guys are also curious as well. How strong is he actually before fusing with Nail? Well, we might actually have a pretty concrete answer, which is kind of satisfying. And in El Manga Legendario, there is a page dedicated to a Piccolo action figure, as there are a lot of pages in this guidebook, funny enough, so don't let it dissuade you. But this one drops a pretty massive bomb, and that states that when Piccolo does merge with Nail, it quintuples his power, or multiplies it by 5 times. So if you consider that Vegeta during his fight versus first form Frieza has a power level of 250,000 in V-Jump, with Frieza probably using half of his own power, hence why Vegeta was struggling more, which would put Frieza like at 265,000, which kind of makes some sense. If Piccolo sensed this Frieza, then he may be stronger than this. However, it's implied he doesn't sense or really realize how strong Frieza is until later after his training, and after saying he would beat him. And considering second form Frieza has a power level of over 1 million, confirmed both by Guides and Frieza's statement, Piccolo had a power level of probably over 200,000 when wearing his weights before fusing with Nail, making him even stronger than the Kaioken 100 gravity times training Goku, who had a power level of 180,000. That makes Captain Ginyu his pants and wonder if Goku is a Super Saiyan. This is all before Piccolo is even 10 years old, and with multitudes of less training and time spent with King Kai and so on. Eventually, Piccolo does face down against second form Frieza, and despite him having a level of 1 million, Piccolo overpowers him quite technically in one of the coolest fights in the entire series. And the significance is, of course, fighting Frieza is a pretty big buff to your scaling, because Frieza does a lot of crazy shit. In his first form, while probably hyper casual with one finger, Frieza blew up planet Vegeta and destroyed every single Saiyan in existence. A planet with 10 times the gravity of Earth, in a similar fashion as Piccolo vaporizing the moon, except obviously on a way more massive, large planetary scale, with some calculating the energy needed to hyper violently blow up a planet with 10 times the mass of Earth, not just beyond its GBE, but send it scattering across the cosmos as being big enough to destroy dwarf stars and sometimes smaller stars. But here's Piccolo taking him on in his transform state while actually trying, sweating, and so on, while Junior has a big cheesy grin on his face. We learn later that Goku and Frieza with power levels of 60 through 150 million can blow up Namek into such a huge supernova like flash that its explosion is actually visible from the entire galaxy. The power levels from 3 million to 120 million are also linear, unlike a lot of the early power levels in the series, as Goku with a Kaioken, which directly just doubles or multiplies your ki by whatever level of Kaioken you use, brings him to that same power level. So example, Goku with Kaioken times 10 brings him to 30 million if his base has a level of 3 million. Frieza using half his power brings him to 60 million, and his max is 120 million, etc. So it might be safe to say Piccolo is capable of almost 1% or so of what Super Saiyan Goku is, give or take. And they do make this galaxy engulfing supernova-like light. The only issue with this light in the anime is, like I said, it might be cinematic, as nothing in the galaxy seems to be actually be destroyed by it, and it was from a suppressed Frieza who just wanted to fight Super Saiyan Goku. One last little statement that does apply to Piccolo is that apparently second form Frieza has enough power to destroy the universe, in King Kai's opinion. Whether that means Frieza could just systematically destroy anything in the universe or could just conquer it all is debatable. Although I'm sure those afterlife scalers will just tell you he'd just blink and the whole universe would just vanish or something. Joking. This all would apply to Piccolo, who can fold this guy pretty confidently, meaning in King Kai's opinion, Piccolo can probably do the same. If this does mean he can just destroy whatever he pleases rather than one-shot the universe, it could imply that Piccolo can blow away even the most massive of stars or planets and so forth, which wouldn't be that crazy considering the next arcs. The last thing Piccolo does before getting axed in this arc is he gets a ki bump from Gohan and Krillin, with Gohan's power level fluctuating from second form Frieza or higher depending on his anger, and Krillin's being somewhere above 75,000 at this point. With this, he can kick final form Frieza in the face, who might be at 30% using the anime, or even 50%, and launch him away in pain, but he can only do it in one brief flash before he loses all his hype and just gets beat up. That being said though, that's it for Piccolo during this arc, other than stepping up to Vegeta after Frieza is defeated, and Vegeta actually listens to him and leaves Gohan alone in a very iconic Vegeta moment. With that, we move on to Garlic Jr. and the Android Cell sagas, which are pretty huge for our green buddy here. Since I didn't include this in the Frieza saga portion, Guru in the anime comments on how the Dragon Balls actually followed them all to Earth from Namek before Super Saiyan Goku and Frieza could even finish fighting in like 5 minutes, meaning these Dragon Balls just zipped across half the universe in a few minutes or hours or whenever you think they started. In OG Dragon Ball, Goku once caught the Earth's Dragon Balls flying and scattering about. So if you think that this is something similar, it might be possible to scale it to Guru somehow and even Elder Mori later. But I don't think it's a strong or convincing line of scaling speed. It's even much, much worse if you think the Dragon Ball universe is truly infinite in size, making these balls just zip at infinite speed. But by that point, what isn't infinite speed in this show if you accept that? A fun fact from this part 2 is that in the anime, we see Piccolo reminisce on Goku and how good of a guy he is. And one of these memories he has is Kid Goku just blasting a hole in him when he was the Demon King, showing once again, oh yeah, Piccolo really is that crazy evil old guy from back in the day. Before we see the return of Goku from Yardrat, we get a mini arc that isn't in the manga, which is the return of Garlic Jr. This arc references the first Dragon Ball Z movie, Dead Zone, and basically makes it canon to the anime continuity. The significance of this is that the Dead Zone has some wonky interpretations and scaling that you can use, and the anime version gives us some neat details for Piccolo's growth with training that's not in the manga. In the movie, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan, before the arrival of Raditz, face off against an immortal Garlic Jr. who summons a black void called the Dead Zone. This feat is pretty contentious for a few reasons due to its multiple interpretations, so I'll go over just what summoning the Dead Zone can mean and let you guys decide. This attack is described in multiple volumes of the Daizenshu as many things. Some say it's a type of black hole where no light can escape. Another iteration can be translated as it saying hyperspace or time space, which means having more than 3 dimensions and so forth. You could also say that it's just the hole itself he makes that has this quality, but Garlic Jr. and the Daizenshu also seem to imply he just straight up made it. If you take this to its utmost, Garlic Jr. made a type of time space or hyperspace before Raditz even appears. Maybe those afterlife super apologists were onto something, right? Well, this is dubious for a few reasons. And the counter here is that for the same reason entering hyperspace doesn't make you insane and say something like Star Wars or any other science fiction, because hyperspace in fiction, especially science fiction, can oftentimes mean a notional space-time continuum in which it is possible to travel faster than light. It could also just mean that it has 3 spatial dimensions and a 4th temporal one, which is a common statement in a lot of battle shonens. However, it should be noted that not even light can escape the vacuum of the Dead Zone, so should we equate it to a black hole in terms of strength? Well, it's not necessarily impossible. I think a pretty important takeaway I'd have, though, is these guides and the series like to reference a power level of 10,000 as needed to destroy a planet, not 10,000 needed to destroy an infinite 3D universe. And Tien Shinhan's mallet on King Kai's planet being 5 mathematical dimensions in strength that would nuke 83,040,000 universes from existence because it shook that planet. When King Kai made a comment about Frieza being able to destroy the universe, what was he on? These Cybermen could totally do it too, right? Joking aside, that gets into debate territory. So what do you guys think? Do you think it's referring to the science fiction definition or the mathematical one? Let me know. Before Garlic returns, the other junior is shown training again, but now he makes 3 doppelgangers instead of just 1, and has all 3 of them jump himself, showing his immense level of skill he will probably need in just a moment. And one interesting detail that's shown is that despite dividing his strength, they can all easily launch special beam cannons, which he can seem to negate or just deflect with a type of small explosive wave around his body, showing a high-level defensive technique that we honestly got to see more of in the future. It's a pretty cool concept considering just how overpowered the special beam cannon gets later, but from here, there is a whole dramatic portion where Garlic invades Kami's lookout and seals Popo away and Kami. But interestingly, Kami puts up a pretty decent fight against this new super amped Makio Star Garlic Jr. that could apparently brute force just bust out of his own dead zone with his own goons. Garlic also says that Popo has great power that he can seal away with his technique now. So it's possible that Popo and Kami are just sort of stronger now. And the anime does do this a lot with a lot of the side cast. Kind of like how Roshi just sort of sucked at the start of Z and then gets a lot of gains by Super as he gets, I don't know, fed up after the Buu saga. We see this with Popo momentarily scrapping with Goten and Trunks in the Buu Saga, but one thing you could, and I mean could, say for Kami, is that Kami's power is sort of linked a bit to Piccolo, like not completely, but kind of, so when Piccolo gets Giga Super Turbo buffed, Kami might benefit slightly too. This is also shown in the inverse, as when Kami is sealed, Piccolo actually can't use his powers that well apparently, but this seems a bit suspicious, and Kami seems to take it more as like bro talk, implying it might have been that he wanted to make sure Kami wasn't damaged by him going all out. It would also be kind of weird if sealing Kami just nerfed Piccolo, as Piccolo kind of just ate Kami in a bottle during the 23rd Budokai, so maybe Garlic Jr. in base just kind of sucks or is suppressed. Up to you guys. The Makio Star also amps them way further as it gets closer, and Kami doesn't face the stronger version, so you guys decide. Piccolo also shows resistance to being corrupted by evil, demon-like poison mist, unlike the Ginyu Force level human Z-Fighters, and he shows some type of purifying ability or healing ability. It should be noted that Piccolo has a few traits from Nail now that Dende notes, so there's some weird Namekian Seiji things that he is probably capable of, since Nail was basically the top guy from Namek. Piccolo also shows some good intelligence here and pretty much fools everyone that he is under the influence of Garlic's evil water, just so he can get closer and see what's going on and look for a cure. Garlic Jr. gets amped several dozens of times past this, and Piccolo can pretty confidently beat him up until Garlic gets turbo giga amped by the Makio Star, basically almost physically touching Earth. And this doesn't really mean much in terms of scaling, since Piccolo should be stronger than Garlic from the first movie. That would have all the crazy power scaling implications to begin with anyway. But one of Garlic's 4 Monarchs can catch Destructo Disc from Krillin and throw them back. So Piccolo should theoretically be able to do something like that too. An interesting line here from Piccolo is that when Garlic tries to power up and get massive, Piccolo drops the line, "Your larger scale certainly bestows its own kind of power up. However, in exchange, you lose some of your edge on speed. There's no longer any way you can win," showing that Piccolo is more combat aware than future Trunks is even at this point, when he is less than 10 years old and before fusing with Kami. But he does have King Piccolo knowledge and Nails knowledge now, so his actual fight age and experience might be pretty insane. Possibly a few hundred years worth. Might be kind of funny if this is where Cell also gets this knowledge and experience from. However, eventually though, while Kami is messing about in Kami land, Piccolo's powers start to be affected by Kami's own failures and weakening. So Garlic just tries to hold out with his immortality and almost infinite energy reserves he's absorbing from the Makio Star, while Piccolo gives him one of the craziest beatdown I've ever seen in a show. Seriously. So Gohan has to step in and go unquantifiable rage amp mode, and then blows up the entire Makio Star and sends Garlic Jr. back to his totally fourth dimensional and not just science fiction term black hole for good this time, and saves the day. Hooray. From here we get to do the actual Android saga in the manga. The looming threat of Frieza revived as Mecha Frieza comes, but now he is alongside his super giga powerful dad as well, King Cold. And during the waiting period for the Earth's doom, Vegeta gives Piccolo his first real accolades and say he is a real warrior after Piccolo suppresses his ki before anybody even knew he was there. With that, the typical Mecha Frieza and Cold versus Super Saiyan Trunks encounter happens, but one little detail I wanted to bring up was that Frieza says he is the strongest in the universe right in front of King Cold, and King Cold doesn't actually comment on it at all. However, Frieza is stronger, and Cold can apparently help fight Super Saiyan
Veal
Goku
Mercy.
and not just get one shot.
Welcome to my channel.
Even on Namek, the whole point of them fighting Goku versus Frieza was for Frieza's ego as the strongest in the universe as well. I don't think he'd really care about that title as much if King Cold would just transform and one-shot him or something, although I'm sure he'd still be egotistical about losing to a Saiyan. After Trunks does one of the coldest no-diffs in fiction, we learn that Piccolo has been training pretty intensively every day, even now in the manga, which was just shown in the Garlic Jr. saga. Piccolo also says he didn't go with the other Namekians to their planet because he wanted a more chaotic and fun life, and speaking of that, during the 1 or 2 year-ish time skip between Frieza's defeat and Goku's return from Yardrat, apparently the Namekians wished to be transported to a new planet. So did they create this planet with Elder Mori, who was weaker than warrior Namekians before with power levels of 3000? Did Mori get a buff from Elder Guru? Did they just get transported to an actual random planet, then terraform it to be like Namek? Was it always just like Namek and they decided it was theirs now? You decide. Another note too is that Yamcha notes that when Super Saiyan Goku is staring down Trunks, that he has an insane power level despite not fighting, further reinforcing that it's just normal Earthling fighting repertoire to just sit at a casual level when you aren't initiating an attack, even in confrontation. This could apply to all of Piccolo's readings earlier in the series, as I've already said many times, and Super Saiyan Goku also blocks Super Saiyan Trunks' sword slashes he killed Frieza with one finger. And this is important later for obvious reasons, although Goku says Trunks didn't go all out on him. Interesting detail here is that Piccolo can hear all they are saying from a mile away, and Trunks calls 17 and 18 from his timeline 19 and 20 in the Viz version here. Either way, Vegeta, Piccolo, and everyone else train for the worst possibility and to not die to the androids in 3 years. Junior also says if you don't think you can handle something like that, don't even show up, which is important for his growth from the training as he does show up later. In the manga, we see a brief glimpse of this training as Goku asks Piccolo to train with him and Gohan, and he actually has Piccolo sparring against him as a Super Saiyan in some scenes. In the anime, we see Piccolo draw blood from post-Yardrat Goku, which is pretty intense considering Goku had trained for a year and was already way stronger than Piccolo even in base against Frieza. So Piccolo's training already paid off from that Garlic Jr. arc. The only other anime stuff here is that Chi-Chi yells at Piccolo and Goku to get their driver's licenses, which Piccolo fearfully obeys for some reason. Probably that nail part of him. Piccolo also comments that the power of Chi-Chi to power null and silence the strongest in the universe is formidable. Piccolo apparently has a way easier time grasping driving than Goku, if you even care, despite having a completely psycho instructor. Eventually, they save some kids from like storm and they have to catch a bus, and then the drivers and all the instructors are just like, hey, wait a minute, can't you just fly? You don't need a license, ha ha ha, and they just let them go and they don't get any licenses. But it's implied Goku gets it later during the Cell Saga, but I guess we can't officially say Piccolo gets a license. Sad. Anyway, the android face-off eventually happens after a time skip, and we see that Super Saiyan Goku is pretty nerfed by his heart virus and can't put 19 down. However, Tien doesn't see anything wrong with Goku's performance, despite sensing them before. However, Piccolo does, since he has directly trained with him for a few years. Gero also apparently based his power and calculations on Goku's hypothetical max potential as an adult, after seeing the Saiyan Saga fight, which makes you wonder, how did he do that? Did he base it off of how strong Goku got from the Raditz fight to Vegeta in about a year? And by that logic, did he assume Goku got about 20 times stronger a year if he is training hard? Did he really just never check in on him? All things sound pretty funky unless Gero completely egoed it and just said, yeah, he probably just gets that much more powerful linearly every year and can multiply his power by maybe 10 times with that Kaioken or something, which I guess makes more sense. But either way, Vegeta has to step in and beat up 19, and Piccolo says that Vegeta is maybe stronger than Goku. 19 also multiplies his strength from absorbing Goku's energy that he probably just couldn't use with his sick body before this, and it's implied the fight with 19 actually drained Vegeta to the point Gero might be able to beat him if he tried. Gero also absorbs some ki from Super Saiyan Vegeta and even from weighted Piccolo, and Piccolo actually no-diffs him completely later. So not only does Piccolo beat Android 20, he beats him while he is amped and with 0 difficulty, which makes the Z Fighters shit their pants and compare him to a Super Saiyan. Makes you wonder how strong base Gohan is at this point too, and what that means when he eventually does go Super Saiyan. This makes Piccolo question if the androids weren't as tough as they thought, or they just grew way too strong from their training. We then learn that 17 and 18 have infinite energy, and Trunks isn't convinced that Vegeta can handle them. Piccolo also seems to concede sort of indirectly that Super Saiyan Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku are stronger than him. Should be obvious, but should also probably be mentioned. However, him being able to take down the entire Frieza force, including Frieza, easily by this point should be a given. Later, when the real androids appear, 17 doesn't think that 18 can handle everyone in a fight alongside Super Saiyan Vegeta, apparently, after she beats him pretty easily, but it makes Trunks in disbelief how strong he is against androids even stronger than the ones who wiped out his timeline. Vegeta also loses stamina with every move while she does those, so when they do try to help Vegeta from his ass beating and 17 jumps in, all of them get folded pretty easily. During this brawl, Trunks has his sword get snapped by just 18 blocking it and then pretty much one-shotted by 17. When he does try to get back up, 18 slams Vegeta into him and it just knocks him out as collateral, which is pretty pathetic, all things considered. Piccolo, on the other hand, gets roundhoused by 17 just straight up, and then gets back up to fight him more, in which 17 ducks and almost blows his spine through his body with a Looney Tunes punch, showing Super Saiyan Trunks and Piccolo are more relative to each other. But honestly, I gotta say, Piccolo probably got it worse and he was better off. So it's easier to say that Trunks and Piccolo at the bare minimum are more relative to each other than they are to Vegeta, who takes multiple combos and an entire fight to finish off. This is pretty significant for his Kami fusion scaling later, and Tien in the background just kind of gets no diffed. He is still scared of Frieza, no shocker there, but you know, maybe if he pulled out the Neo Tri-Beam, he could have just like ended the series just right there. But maybe that's better for a TN video. After they're all spared, Piccolo says they are way stronger than he ever imagined. So way stronger than what he assumed future Trunks' maximum was, and etc., which is pretty consistent with him being sort of relative to Trunks, which is why I think it's actually a good thing to scale him that way. A little fun fact about manga Piccolo is that you'll notice that his speech bubble patterns are a bit bipolar, whereas villains, aliens, and Super Saiyans tend to have square speech bubbles, with good guys or Earthlings tending to have circles or round ones. During this arc, his bubbles fluctuate between more round shapes and sharp shapes, showing his nature becoming better and more Earthling-like, whereas before all his boxes were just always sharp and always angular. I always thought that was a cool detail from Toriyama, and it really shows his attention to detail he puts even to small things like that. I wouldn't put too much stock into that though, as his boxes tend to just be square for the rest of the series, as it seems like they just kind of give up on it. But even when Piccolo has tsundere moments or about being called good, he has his boxes become sharp again after just being pretty round, and Tien is like, oh yeah, isn't he Demon King Piccolo? And this question is sort of brought up again when he speaks to Kami later, and Kami seems to differentiate between them and calls King Piccolo his parent and not him, with this leading to Kami saying he has sensed a being stronger than the android scurrying about for the past 4 years. Makes you wonder why he didn't say a single thing about it eventually though. Kami sees Cell going horror movie mode down below and decides to fuse with Piccolo. Kami makes a bit of a distinction with just a normal power-up though, and that fusing with him will also grant him vast amounts of knowledge, meaning this Piccolo not only gets far stronger, but also gains all of Kami's wisdom, experience, and intelligence. This may sort of explain why he's a bit more crafty and a bit more of an intelligent fighter than the others, at least way later in the series. This fusion, if we equate it to something like Nails, puts Piccolo way above Super Saiyan Vegeta and the others, even with his weights on. 16 senses weighted Piccolo and thinks he can rival 17 or 18 in power. He doesn't say the same about Cell though. So Cell is still probably weaker than even 18 at this point, but probably stronger than pre-fusion Piccolo and Super Saiyan Trunks. So maybe in between. And this sort of justifies at least that same 5 times multiplier for the fusion, just like Nails before, as Piccolo went from basically getting one shot by a suppressed 17 alongside Super Saiyan Trunks to fighting a full power 1 at equal strength who was even stronger than 18, who bullied Vegeta, who could take multiple attacks from all of them. Even Piccolo fighting Imperfect Cell, who is probably a lot stronger than pre-fusion Piccolo with weight, is pretty good, as the weight seemed to suppress him around 25%, give or take, if you use the Saiyan Saga or the Raditz fight power levels as kind of a basis. If 16 thinks weighted Piccolo can rival 18, then this may further reinforce that 17 is basically an unweighted version of her in terms of strength, and we can see Piccolo just straight up blitzing people or bullying people that could dominate his weighted form. Even worse here is that Cell absorbs an arm from weighted Piccolo, which actually amps Cell. Piccolo then regenerates his arm, which nerfs Piccolo, and can still beat Cell up with weights on, showing the gap is even more massive than we thought. Cell also confirms what I was saying earlier, as when he sees future Trunks, he thinks he can just straight up kill him like he did in the anime and isn't even worried about it. And one other comment to make about Cell is that Vegeta may imply Cell is also stronger than him as well, by saying the power he felt was stronger than him. This could be either referring to both of them, Piccolo and Cell, or just weighted Piccolo. You guys decide. This whole fiasco of outsmarting Cell is also considered due to Kami's wisdom he gained, which is pretty good considering Cell is pretty intelligent, especially before he gets his massive perfect form ego. However, Piccolo clarifies once he meets Goku again that he's still mainly Piccolo. I also wonder if Piccolo could just do this anyway and he's just kind of copium crediting Kami, because he kind of does the same thing in Garlic Jr., but Toriyama isn't basing the manga off of the anime from right now. It's more the other way around, with Toriyama kind of helping the anime, but Piccolo now also is willing to just watch the news, to check up on Cell's activity and yell at it like some angry guy at a sports game. It's kind of goofy. Makes you wonder why he doesn't just chill on a lookout and just see everything that's happening. Eventually 17 and Piccolo start going at it, and Goku actually says he'd just get in the way of him if he tried to help. It's kind of crazy seeing Goku actually becoming a side character and just saying side character things for this whole chunk of the story. We then see Junior use the Hell Zone grenade for the first time, which apparently can stop even 17 from escaping from it, and this technique seems a lot better and more efficient than pretty much all of the Ki Blast spams that you see throughout the series, like Vegeta is mainly known for, or the Vegeta technique. 17 barriers it though, which in Daizenshu you need double the ki of an attack to barrier it. So even though Piccolo and 17 have equal power, 17 has infinite stamina and thus can just pour as much energy into a barrier as he needs, whereas Piccolo probably reserves how much power he actually puts into each attack, even if it is at full power, to kind of pace himself. The trade-off of their fight is that Piccolo is the way better fighter, but 17 has equal strength and infinite cardio, pretty much. We also see some foreshadowing of 17 becoming a park ranger, as he asks Piccolo to get away from that island so they don't destroy it. And with that, 17 goes full power. But Piccolo says 17 is really fast, but his punches aren't really that hard, which works in Piccolo's favor since he needs to last as long as possible. However, for a not martial artist, 17 is pretty good at swapping hands with a few hundred years of experience fighting pseudo-god alien Slugman, but is also only 12 years old at the same time. There's somewhat of an argument that a year for a Namekian is actually 130 days due to the Namekian Dragon Balls, which would make Piccolo actually closer to Goku in age, so he'd be around like 30-ish around this fight in Namekian years. But for Dragon Ball, we know that's not how it works when it comes to your potential as a fighter. With that, Cell returns and is so powerful he just walks by Piccolo, and Piccolo doesn't even move. Krillin says his power has grown exponentially, in fact, which is a huge power scaling buzzword for people. Whether that means Cell has literally multiplied his power by itself, like a Potara fusion, or some other weird thing is up for debate, as, you know, you can debate what exponentially would have to mean. Piccolo gets hit by this new exponential Cell a few times, and then launches an attack called the Light Grenade, which actually shocks Piccolo that Cell cannot even be harmed by it, even though he got exponentially amped and doesn't underestimate his opponent. Even 18 thinks it would have done Cell in, and even 17 has to jump out of the way, and the results shock him. So you could say this is sort of maybe an idea or a hint by Toriyama that this attack is how Piccolo was planning on actually eventually dealing with 17 as a last resort, with it only being shown 17 can barrier attacks like the Hell Zone grenade so far, at least in quick succession. It was also implied earlier by Piccolo that Cell would be a being that would probably seek to destroy many things in the galaxy, and 16 just straight up says Cell's goal is to destroy the universe after it becomes complete. So if you ever think Piccolo surpasses Cell eventually and thinks Cell is some type of universe buster, and this isn't just talking about some Frieza systematic destruction thuggery kind of thing, there's that. And with that, we have to wait until the Cell games before we can talk about Piccolo again, as Cell gets more serious and kind of just breaks his neck with one punch. During the wait for the Cell games, Piccolo enters the hyperbolic time chamber, or the Rosap, and when he comes out, he is a lot stronger, as stated by both Piccolo and by Goku. The anime, by episode 170, though, really exaggerates this and wants to put him much more in the spotlight than Toriyama apparently wanted to in the manga. In his training, he sees visions of Perfect Cell goading him or mocking him, which intensifies his resolve to train, and he uses his typical clone training to do it, which is actually pretty significant, as it means he can be his own sparring partner to maximize his results. Unlike Vegeta, who just goes in and does everything alone.
Seth.
Here.
My god.
day, and it's mine. The most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day should be banned. It's a day that I can't stand. The most loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day shouldn't exist. It's a day that I'll never miss. Such a lonely day, and it's mine. The most loneliest day of my life. And if you go, I wanna go with you. And if you die, I wanna die with you. Take your hand and walk away. The most loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day, and it's mine. It's a day that I'm glad I survived.
Of these narcissistic abuse victims. Abuse leaves marks, not just on the surface, but also in their daily routines. At first, these habits might seem strange, but they have underlying stories behind them. Here are 10 weird habits you might spot in these individuals. 1. Narcissistic abuse victims second-guess what other people say. When someone's gone through narcissistic abuse, they tend to doubt what others say. For instance, if they're in a relationship and their partner says something sweet, instead of taking it at face value, they might wonder, are they serious or trying to trick me? This habit forms because they've been manipulated or criticized a lot before. Psychologists say it's like a defense mechanism kicking in to protect them from getting hurt again. Victims of narcissistic abuse get super sensitive to possible manipulation of what people say. So even simple stuff gets questioned. It makes it hard for them to believe others without doubting their motives. 2. Narcissistic abuse victims display their poker faces at social gatherings. When people go through narcissistic abuse, they often put on these poker faces in social settings. It's like wearing a mask to hide what they're feeling inside. It happens because they've been through emotional manipulation and criticism from the narcissist, so they might need to hide their emotions around others. They do not want to show vulnerability or hint at what's happening inside. Psychologists suggest that this behavior is a survival mechanism to protect oneself from further emotional harm. They mention how victims of narcissistic abuse learn to guard their emotions as a defense mechanism to avoid being hurt again. 3. Narcissistic abuse victims overclean their surroundings. People who've been through narcissistic abuse might develop this habit of overcleaning as a coping mechanism. When someone deals with a narcissist's constant criticism and need for control, they might feel a lack of control in their lives. So cleaning becomes a way to manage that chaos. Imagine someone who's been in a relationship with a narcissist. They might have faced daily criticism or felt like walking on eggshells. So to regain a sense of order, they clean excessively. It's like finding peace in a chaotic world, even if it means scrubbing the kitchen for hours or organizing things meticulously. This behavior might not just be about cleanliness, but about regaining a sense of control that was lost during the abusive relationship. 4. Narcissistic abuse victims always double-check locked doors at home. When someone goes through narcissistic abuse, they might develop this habit of double-checking locked doors at home. It's like a security blanket for them. It's not just about ensuring the door is closed. It's about feeling safe and in control. Psychologists say that this behavior often stems from the trauma of feeling invaded or unsafe during the abuse. This habit might give them a sense of reassurance or a feeling of regaining control after feeling powerless. It's like a mental strategy to ease their anxiety or fear, almost like a little ritual they perform to calm their mind. Experts often work with these individuals to help them find healthier ways to feel secure without relying solely on checking locks. 5. Narcissistic abuse victims prefer to eat or travel alone. When someone has been through narcissistic abuse, they might find comfort in doing things solo, like eating or traveling. It's like their way of taking back control and finding peace in their own company. Psychologists say that after being in a relationship with a controlling narcissist, victims might crave that alone time as a way to reclaim their independence. Suppose you're in a relationship with someone. Your partner constantly criticizes your choices, even simple things like where to eat or how to plan a trip. Now that you're out of that toxic situation, you feel more at ease going to restaurants or exploring new places alone. Experts think this behavior helps victims rediscover their preferences and regain a sense of autonomy. It's like hitting the reset button on their freedom. 6. Narcissistic abuse victims stutter when sharing their life stories. When narcissistic abuse victims share their stories, it's like hitting a mental roadblock. Imagine trying to tell a story, but the words don't flow right. Words get stuck, and you stutter or stumble through the sentences. Experts reckon this stuttering might be the brain's way of handling the tough stuff. It's like a defense mechanism trying to slow things down, sort through the emotions, and protect us from feeling overwhelmed. Psychologists think the mind attempts to cope with all the hurt and confusion tangled up in those experiences. Surprisingly, 80% of our viewers haven't subscribed yet, so please hit that subscribe button and give this video a quick like to support us in the YouTube algorithm. Thank you. Now let's continue, shall we? 7. Narcissistic abuse victims say, "I'm sorry" all the time. Victims of narcissistic abuse tend to over-apologize for little things. It's like an automatic reflex left over from being made to feel at fault for everything by their abusers. Imagine someone accidentally steps on their shoe, yet they're the ones saying sorry. That constant criticism messes with their sense of responsibility. It leaves them always on edge. They fear getting into big trouble, even over tiny mistakes at work. Psychologists explain how this constant blame sticks. It makes them apologize for things they didn't do. Therapy and support can help them break this cycle and rewire that automatic response. These victims must realize they no longer have to carry that weight around. 8. Narcissistic abuse victims avoid eye contact during conversations. Avoiding eye contact in conversations can be a thing for people who've been through narcissistic abuse. Imagine whenever you speak up, you get shot down or criticized. That might make you uneasy about locking eyes with someone while talking. Psychologists think this comes from feeling constantly put down by a narcissist. It's like a reflex. Your brain worries eye contact might mean more hurt. So when you try to chat, looking someone in the eye might feel like opening yourself up to criticism. Experts say it's a shield against potential harm. It is a protective move that sticks around even after escaping the abuse. 9. Narcissistic abuse victims hyperventilate when proving a point. Proving a point can be a stress trigger for people who've dealt with narcissistic abuse. Suppose you're at work presenting an idea in front of everybody. Suddenly you're all jittery and can't catch your breath. Your body has gone into overdrive to back up your words. Psychologists say this hyperventilating thing often comes from how their abusers constantly dismissed them before. Imagine feeling like what you said never mattered for ages. It messes with your confidence, right? So, when they're trying to make a point, the anxiety hits hard. They're fighting to be understood. They're dealing with all that history in the middle of a discussion. 10. Narcissistic abuse victims brush off compliments. Narcissistic abuse can make taking compliments feel like navigating a tricky maze. Dr. Ramani Durvasula, clinical psychologist, puts it this way. Narcissistic abuse can leave victims feeling like they're wearing a t-shirt that says, "Don't compliment me, I'm not good enough." So, when someone says, "You look great today," or "You did a fantastic job," they might respond with a quick, "Oh, this old thing?" or "It was nothing." They avoid basking in the positivity. Their mind has this shield that protects them from feeling vulnerable or exposed by the compliments. Psychologists explain that victims of narcissistic abuse often internalize the belief that they're not worthy of praise. Understanding the weird habits of those abused by narcissists sheds light on the lasting impact of such relationships. From excessive apologizing to seeking constant validation, these habits often stem from a history of manipulation and emotional trauma. Recognizing these behaviors can be a step toward healing and reclaiming one's sense of self. If you identify with these habits, seeking help and surrounding yourself with a supportive community can make a big difference in your recovery journey.
Huh. Živi.
Jasne, bre.
Kako te ne imitiraš, Milan? Neandertal pristup.
Šta ima?
Aj. Okej. Mislim da li idem da spavam ili da budem još... Ako odem da spavam, sutra ću da zevam i nema šanse da odem na spavanje u 12. Onda mi je bolje da ne idem u krevet. Ni na sat vremena.
Odmori.
Ne vredi, ne vredi. Odmorit ću kad ne budem sutra radio. Kad budem imao nedelju dana. Kakva ti je konzola?
Nisam još otvorio. Stavio sam je tu dok ne pojedem smoki da ne mastim ruke. Ali ovako naš koliko je USB ovaj fazon, ono.
Pa šta je to kao mala kutija plastična ili...
Ne, kartonska, a unutra imaš USB, joystike i kabela za HDMI, ono. To je HDMI kabel te.
A kolika je sama konzola? Malecka pretpostavljam.
Nice. Možeš da je staviš na kompjuter, na TV, na šta god hoćeš. To je super stvar. Imati. 1000 dinara, brate. Uzmeš sa AliExpressa, poručiš bolje ti je, ovdje ti je po 5-6 hiljada, ali... Pljačkaju.
Naravno da pljačkaju. Srbija. Srbija.
Jesi igrao nešto? Ko da?
Hunt, 1 sat i po vremena. Pred ručak, čak ko ručak, evo te nikako ručak da... I na kraju keva kraj, ima pasur. Eko, super. Kod nisam teo da igram, pre ručka da ne bude, znaš, sad meča da ono, moram da ono budem AFK. Naravno, jednom sam uspeo da zajebem igru. Našao sam čamac, otplovio negde na pola mora. I stavio sam ono polako gas, znaš, da daje ono pomalo. I dok sam se vratio, tamo ne stigao do obale čamac. Znaš, i nije me kikolo zbog AFK. Retardiran, ali radi. Može jedan Activision da bude pametniji od mene.
Move to the objective.
Extract point marked. Cancel my loss.
Welcome to my channel.
Onda se sve dolo čeka, ne vrati koja. Da li je moguće da vas 3 retarda hodate u liniju? Nije moguće. Ne. Kako radite za praznike ili ne radite?
31. radim do 6, 1. ne radim, 2. radim, onda posle za Božić ne radim, isto tako. Dva dana radim. I?
Radimo sutra, hvala. Sranje. Ne radimo od 1. do 8. 8. počinje.
Isti super.
To je kao ono... Radi samo o ženskom laboratoriju što kontroliš uzor. Ako nju pitaš kako ona reče ne mora ni to. Može da ostavi, ali ono će biti lakše kad nema nikog u firmi, znaš da to odradi jedan dan. Trećega, ne znam koji reče će da dođe samo to da uradi.
Opet je pečica. I?
Ovo je nešto.
Jesi ga probao?
Nisam. Jednom smoki. Pa mislim da masim odmah.
What the fuck is that?
Šta bi?
No, on je NPC ili pogledajte kako.
NPC-evi.
Da, lik se ponaša koji NPC, ono.
Šta, mozak na repeat?
Sad ću da te pustim više.
A ako misliš ono retardirano ponašanje gdje lik ponavlja jednu te istu rečenicu po 100 puta, jel to misliš? Pa ne moraš ni da šalješ. Verujem ti, ne moraš da šalješ. Mentogan.
Contract mark.
Ogam.
Getting a sample of that target's blood would really put the V in HVT. Am I right?
Moving.
Dobro, ja sam utekao, znaš ti koja gužva u brate gradu?
Znam, opet neki procesi.
Vegan bacon.
Visual on an enemy boss.
Roach. Roach dead.
O, Milan. Ja opet ovi kampuju, peć je po...
Ma da, čuti, jedno sam stigo čuti. Ja, jedem slatko.
A s kim
Ja nemam kantu.
A možeš ga instalirati. Ne, nemoj da kažeš... Ne, slušaj me Drakula. Predrža Drakula. Ne, nećeš reći nemam ga. Ne želim.
Ja ne želim da ga...
Nemoj da mu povrediš osjećanje. Onda će ti on reći pa brzo se to instalira.
Ja sam to rekao, baš nemam ga, zato što ne postoji više igra bez mene. Može tako da se kaže.
Može, to je bolje. Vrlo dobro, hvala. Your brain has been successfully brainwashed by Snake. Isto kao što sam Nenad rekao, Nenad kaže obrisao sam Hunt, neću da ga igram. Ja mu kažem nemoj da ga brišeš, nego ga ostavi instaliranog i nemoj da ga igraš. Ne, on mora da ga obriše. Čuče, kad nema eventa ja ga ne igram. Na kompjuteru mi je instaliran, ne igram ga. Razumeš? Pisko. Signore Nenad.
Contract here.
Brum. Roger that.
popijem sok i da otvaram kutiju.
Ujebote visinske pripreme. Nemoj sad da se ne ljutiš. Znači, obećaj. Takve ceremonije ima jedan moj prijatelj, znaš. Kupio sam novi procesor. Sad ćemo fino da pojedemo picu, sok, da 2 puta oče naš, RedTube, YouTube, 2 puta oče naš. I sad ćemo da otvaramo i onda daj donesi majko nož i onda polako kao znaš, kao jaja da su unutra, znaš. Ja vidi ga, vidi ga, znaš. Za to vreme, znaš, sve što sam to rekao. Ja sam već ono, znaš, nisam jeo, gladan sam, razumiješ, hoću što pred uradim. Znači, uzeo sam, rukama sam otkinuo, znači, celofan. Već sam stavio stvar, razumiješ, ono, nebitno koji je komad kada. Već sam stavio, razumiješ, da treba da stane. I sve sam završio, razumiješ, i recimo, ono, nemam pojma, možda gricka nešto, kao ti, smokio nešto. Boli me kurac za te ceremonije. A on od svega pravi, razumiješ, proliv. Огонь.
Money. This guy's most wanted card.
No, but
does that pile of meat smell as bad as it looks? No, no. Don't tell me.
Ne otvaram ovo. Zašto spražem sam posao? Ne kaže Milan.
Stronghold marked.
Našu pičku, materinu, bre.
Are you always this foolish, or is this special occasion? Mask up, now!
Još uvijek otvaraš kutiju?
Nisam još otvorio, evo sad ću.
Kad sam rekao, stvarno sam bio ozbiljan. Čovjek ubija volju, razumeš?
Cover.
Naručio sam onaj procesor bio, znaš, onaj 5800 X3. Instalirao sam ga, hvala ti Mete. Instalirao sam ga u računar za 15 minuta. Otprilike.
Evo ga Game Stick Lite.
A da je bio gospodin kod mene, pa ne bismo 2 sata se jebali oko toga.
Pa da drugi joystick. Joystick je bolji nego od PlayStationa.
A nemojte moj kum čuje. Kume, alo!
Za 1000 dinara.
Alo, ovaj već je pričao svašta. Kume! On ti inače postao konzol defender.
Konzola defender.
Konzol defender. Neverovatno.
Ima ovdje neki kablove, što pičke mete.
Dr. Barrera lost contact with a crew sent to neutralize ether spores, marking their mission area on your map.
Joystick tu na bateriji. Da nabavim bateriju. To sam razumio. Evo sad drugo nešto da razumio. Off. On. I see the dead people.
I see dead people everywhere.
My team was investigating some local anomalies when they went dark.
Yeah.
Well, technically speaking, these anomalies are... no time for that, Barrera. Just call them spores. Ammo depot here.
Što dam baterije, nemam baterije. Nemam baterije.
Imaš bakterije?
Bakterije. Dobro.
It's just a prank, bro.
It's just a prank, bro. Okay. Evo ga HDMI. Sad ubacimo ovo u kompjuter ili...
Šta ima? Nema bežični kontroler. Šta će ti baterije? Za joystick?
Da.
Jesu bežični? Nisu.
Jesu.
Jesu li bežični joysticki?
Jesu, ali treba baterije. Sad ćemo njih...
Pa naravno da treba.
Koje pojačanje flash ima? Ovo je verovatno USB za joystike. Sviđa mi se. Vidite ovo. Bravo, ne volim mišu.
Nation. Why? Why you running so fucking stupid way? Tell me. Oh, I see you. You fucking Yoshi. You do so fucking Polno beskorisno. Mamu mu jebem.
Ko se igrač?
Ja, bre. Ono ih vidi Vjane na putu i trči direktno njih.
Podsjeća me na neko... Nema vremena možda. Znaš? Čovjek je... trčao. Nije bežao ako ne misliš.
Što si se stao? A si gubio, svaka ti čast. Svaka ti čast. Bio boss, tačno nulog, bravo. Nemo ni ruke postavljeni.
Moram da prodavnice, nemam one baterije, one manje. Trebaju mi baterije, one manje. Znati?
Nemaš koje su to? 3A?
One najmanje za kako se zove...
Tanke, dugačke.
Da.
3A.
Da,
ti pomognu 3A, da. 2A su ti malo deblje, srednje.
2A sam pokušao, nema šansu.
3A su ti za daljinci i za gluposti.
Prije. Eto. Ništa, sad ću da idem da kupim 3A.
Fuck.
Local area is being hit hard by the undead. Amen suggests they're coming from that stronghold.
I want to fly away.
I want to break free. Jebo ti pas mater, moguće da laga ima.
Jebem u mater, pičku. Ne moram ovako. Ne moram onaj dodatno nastavi. Tako.
Pa šta si uključio na struju, umjesto na bateriju?
Opa, digital, palio se. HDMI. Prebacuje. Stavio sam USB ovaj. To je ne USB, ovaj memoriju ovu. Analog.
Ako si ima ovako te uključi, jedan. Mogu lani, mogu. Ide ih se čeka. Znaš kako sam unosan?
Da.
Oni drži dinamit. Ja puknem u dinamit, ubiju i mene i njega.
Dobro, to je sad nevjerovatno šta.
To mi se nikad ne desi.
Peđa, kad si sa 2 dolča, 2 mauzera pogodio lik u dinamit u ruci. Da se sećaš? Kaj je to bilo? Pokušavam se setim, pre pola godine kad se ne igra. To ti se prvi put desilo. Čudi.
To je bilo isto bilo.
Ovo što je to sad tebi novo, to je druga stvar, ali...
To je bilo, sjećam se tačno kad je bilo, kad je izašao Skrapik. Skrapik je tad izašao, bili smo dole kod farme, one pored Cyberhatsa.
Ne znam šta je lik hteo, znam da si ga digu vozio.
Šta je ono pored Cyberhatska, desno?
Farma, ono.
Farma, ono, eto.
A, pored Cyberhatska, da, farma.
Pa Milan je tu viknuo. Ti vidio ovo, upucao si ga u dinamit.
Mislim da znam gdje si bio. Ne, nije farma, znaš gdje si možda bio.
Onaj Twitch.
Sad ću ti reći, znaš šta je to bilo? Tačno se sjećam kako je bilo. To ti je ona boss arena gdje si unutar one male sobice. Ona daščara jebena što je svi buše koji imaju taj cheat. Ti si samo otvorio onaj mali prozor sa strane, pogleda napolje i vidio da li kuva dinamit. Uzeo si 2 mauzera, počeo pucaš po njemu, uvijek se samo lezi. Kad si mu digu vodu. Halo?
Contract marked. Car marked. Disregard that.
Čekaj.
Drago mi što si bio ponosan na sebe, što si napravio tako kill, ali... Ja sam gledao kad...
Naprotiv, sve što sam se jako glupo.
Gledao sam kad je Hermit bacio onaj frag i počeo da puca po njemu, ono šta radi. Ako pukneš u frag bombu koja je ili u ruci ili na podu, eksplodira instant. Kao nije glupo, šta si mislio da će čovjek da umre bez da eksplodira eksploziv, šta? To je pre bio glitch, da neko zapali eksploziv i kao kuva ga u ruci i ti kao ono ako gubiješ, kao ugasi se, što bi se ugazio. Ako je TNT, zapalio si ga. Ako je frag, izvukao si sigurač. Što bi se ugasio? Disponuje se eksploziv, zaboravio sam. Video game logic. Kako ne?
Kakav debil. Moj me ubi.
Naravno.
Ide na našem piku. You are fucking losing to a kill count.
Da, zaboravio sam da je nekom palo na pamet, nekom genijalcu iz Activisiona, da sad kad pucaš kroz staklo ne lomi se, znaš. Ne lomi se, dešava se x puta da pucam kroz staklo, ako ga ne udarim kundakom nećeš slom. Znači, nisi ja mogu da, nisi imao reči, razumeš?
Neki lik malo kuca. Možda čovjek
Ne razumijem. Logike nema. Nema logike.
Extract point marked.
Strike team, you're approaching a terminus stronghold. Recommend you prep for engagement or move to avoid.
Razan mi ovaj adapter, već.
Adapter?
Adapter prvenje stavilo se stavio da se punio. To je tako fabrički razlog, moram da stavim da se punio.
Klasičan sebi peo, ti neko će te opustiti.
A?
Klasičan sebi peo, radi pa će te opustiti.
To je to. To najveće tako pišu, vrati, upusa sve, a ja volim me kurac, bre, da čitam, a ja sve onako manuelno, znaš, da ja provalim šta tu, kako. I ja postavljam ovaj adapter u, brate, drugi ovaj monitor. Vidim HDMI, ništa se ne dešava. I on sad provalim ovaj USB kabel, upalim u, brate, kućište, vidim svetli ovaj adapter crveno, da je prazan. Posle 15 minuta jebanja shvatim. A neću da pročitam, to je to, klasičan Srbin, Neše
Srbin.
Neše provalio me odmah. Ko će bre da čita ovo nešto, znaš ti koliko uzmem.
Pa ja...
Meni je bolje sam da...
Ako ne treba specifično da se nešto... Zašto bih to upustio?
Ne treba ništa, pa tačno, jednostavno je sve. Ništa, ostavit ću da se puni, taman da odem do prodavnice da kupim koliko komada. Pa, pošto su 2 džojstika...
Koliko ide baterija, si vidio?
Po 2.
6 do 8 baterija.
Šta? Ne, 8 da kupim.
Šta nemoj?
2 za sad i 2 rezerva za ovaj obavec.
Pa 6 sam rekao, da.
To si dobro rekao.
A gledaj uzmi kvalitetne ove baterije.
To kažeš kvalitetno, može da uzmeš one, kako se zovu,
Panasonic.
Volta i... Ne, imaš one, kako se zovu.
Panasonic, kakve su one?
I znaš još može uradiš?
Što?
Da odeš u Lidl i da uzmeš one što se pune.
To sam imao pre, jebote. Što najjače, to bi bilo dobro.
To ti je dobra investicija ako imaš takav uređaj.
Ima i uređaj da se uzme, nije iskupe, mislim da...
Uzmeš uređaj i pitaš čovjeka koje baterije se mogu najviše puta puniti. I ne treba ti puno, onda uzmeš 4 baterije, na primjer. Ne moraš 15, nisu baš džaba. Skuplji ćeš platit baterije nego sve to.
Sve tušu me ovaj moj sveto spremno. Jebao na pombu kad ne znam jebac.
Requesting close air. Target marked. Once tower is active, use decryption key from Jansen's tablet to establish comms. Suspect on target.
Šta mi kaže drug? Zajebat će se ne stigu paket iz AliExpressa. Stigo mi još roka je. Znaš?
I uštedio si 5000 dinara.
Realno. Sad ću to da kupim samo preko AliExpressa. Zaraz.
Ja sam kupio kožu metru u dužinu i 3 cm u širinu za 50 dinara.
Kurac mi je masan, seks će biti slasan. Sad ko se seća toga, svaka čast.
Ima 5000.
Bloody hell! Target marked. Request fire mission.
Santi majku.
This is Phoenix 2-3. Strike team. Enemy birds closing on your position.
Marš!
Meni marš. Zašto me odbiješ?
Snajper je izletao iz krade, ga se je podijar strekom.
Pa Kenja bre stavi. Je li nešto? Hoću da bude muško, boli me kurac, znaš šta? Sam isticao kretenizma, brate, ona nešto Kenja, a žene su toliko postale...
Ne mogu ne da budu muškarci.
Bolesne. Čuješ naš? Ona Kenja, a one se, kad ih neko bilo ko piti, kad ih se smara, one kontru rade znači on mene zbog fizičkog izgleda, znači neću se da uopšte ništa, znaš, kuliram ga, hladovina. A kad ih neko kulira, onda se to bolesno, brate. I onda ona tebi tu nešto... Da, i onda ona tebi tu nešto tu Kenja, brate, na TikToku, to što već kretenke glupe, brate. Debili. I, brate,
Čekaj, brate. Samo to i ima se. Njega nisam.
Objective is on the roof. Check high. Fuckers are popping smoke.
position while we establish connection. This is going to work.
Is it going?
I'm holed up nearby. Send me my location. Hurry.
Got mercs incoming on that grid now. Advise you move like you mean it.
Da.
Fuck me. Is there one more than my one? You killed it, king. Oh, market.
Hello, Boris.
Well, you got here quicker than expected. I still need a minute or two. I'm in the middle of erasing my research from the Terminus database. You want to leave Zakayev with even a scrap of my work? You might as well hand him a nuke.
Shit. Chanson's deleting the research files. Sid, I can't lock her out.
Bad move, Dr. Johnson. This isn't the sort of job you can just walk away from. Your new friends are only making this worse for you. Operation Deadbolt is dead on arrival.
Oh, I still can't believe I found Zakayev's bullshit. Extra-dimensional energy research. My art. To the apocalypse.
Što nisi mogao da nađeš? Dobro, i? Igratel mu je pukao sistem i on je po napadima isto. Ama je čuš što ti kažem, sistem je pukao.
Jeste. Ja znam da se Milano sistem restartuje kad igra Hunt, to je 100% zbog hakera koji su napali.
Nisu dobro povezani server i za naručivanje robe i sve, ne mogu da vide stanje dobro kako imaju.
A, zato ništa od robe nije na lageru, a? To je štos.
Ama, što ne čuješ? Ti svjestan da postoji centralni magazin?
Naravno, da postoji.
Džabe.
Drvo, drvo.
To se rada u Rusiji.
Ko bi drugi?
Debili nam uništavaju ekonomiju kako ju nam firme, eto što rade.
Zato što smo neutralni.
Zato što Šgadija ne zna bolje.
Zato što ni se može, a? Ajmo tako da kažemo.
A i naši kraljevo rade. Sve strane. tako će da bude sve dok ja ne postanem direktor bije. A onda će da bude Happy Nation. A onda će da pasumamo beton na 2 sata. A? Evo idem na gost. Treba ćemo još 5 minuta. Barem mi je rekao da te poznam.
Opa. Pitanje za tebe. Da li bi izašao iz meča da nađeš Press Bloodbonda? Zapravo za obojicu pošto igrate kako. Ili biste, kako ono Milan kaže, pokvarili duh igre.
to my channel.
Oh, hello. Hello. It's me looking for
me again.
Exactly. Motherfuck. Yes, yes.
Many boys use the unicorn.
Whoa, boys.
You need a little brushing up on equality over here. That's fine.
Well.
Hoćeš do grada?
Mnogo mrzi me, posle tražim parking.
Biće ti bolje napolju, veruj mi.
Sa tim se ne slažem. A naručio sam dosta u čekam nastavljača.
Šta si naručio?
Salatu.
Ti treba da potražiš pomoć.
Sa tim se slažem.
Ajde, ako si predomisliš, cimaj.
Neću. Ćao.
U 158.000 evra.
Kuda ovo ide, druže?
Gdje?
Za stan od 68 kvadrata.
Baš.
Hoćemo bre, viči.
Halo?
Dobroveče.
Čekaj, druže, samo da stanem na motoru se.
Druže, gledam te na ovoj aplikaciji, brate, vidim da ideš baš okolo, a ono, imaš bliži put do moje kuće, mislim, i asfaltiran ti je put.
Znam.
Pa, ne mislim, ono...
Iskreno, išao sam malo se provozam.
Pa, dobro, jel to nije moglo malo da sačeka?
Pa ne, baš se nešto bio smorio i prijelo mi je malo da izluftiram glavu.
Ali, druže, nosiš mi dostavu, to je tvoj posao.
Da, jeste, ali iskreno, dosta mi je ovog posla.
Pa dobro, mene to ne bi trebalo...
Zapravo, dosta mi je svega.
Kako to misliš?
Lepo, dosta.
Dobro, brate, možda ne treba u tom pravcu da razmišljaš, uopšte ne treba na tu stranu da ideš.
Znam, sve, ali eto, došao mi je takav moment i...
Pa, okej, a jesi razmišljao možda da promeniš posao, pošto ti ovaj očigledno ne prija?
Pa dobro, ako ga sada promenim, ti nećeš dobiti svoju dostavu nikada.
Pa dobro, ne mislim sad.
Ne, okej mi je ovo sada, za sada, opušteno, proći će, to je to.
Dobro. Jel, ne znamo se, mogu nekako ja da ti pomognem.
Ma jok, ovo moram da rešim sam.
Dobro, brate, slušaj, znači, jako je bitno da razmišljaš pozitivno i da se okružiš, dobrim ljudima i, brate, da slušaš stalno neke lepe vesti. Evo, na primjer, ja sam čuo, juče sam, brate, evo, slušaj, Plazma kocka ima novo pakovanje, ima veselu pesmu u reklami, evo, brate, slušaj, pustit ću te da čuješ, valjda čuješ odatle, evo, slušaj, molim te. Jesi čuo, brate? Jesi čuo, znači, vidi, ja te razumem, brate.
Super. Mislim, ako me neko razume, kapira da je to lik koji subotom u 10:30 naruči gulaš.
Dobro, druže, meni je to, znaš, za 2 dana, ja to podgrejem sutra.
Da, aha.
Brate?
Reci.
Znaš šta kontam?
Šta?
Kontam da ja dođem po svoju dostavu.
Ma jok, bre, nemoj se cimati.
Ne, brate, stvarno mi nije cimanje, ne mrzi me uopšte,
Ma ne, šta ti je, bre, ja ću ti doneti, nije mi teško.
Brate, stvarno, evo, gledam koliko je sati, znači, prijaće mi da izađem napolje, da izluftiram glavu, brate, sedem u auto, dođem, šta?
Znači... Ajde, kako hoćeš.
Pa ne, pazi, evo, znači, ja te vidim sad desi na ovoj aplikaciji, brate, i sad ću bukvalno tebi dati moju live lokaciju i ti onda možeš mene pratiš, dok stignem i to, šta treba mi 15-20 minuta, oblačim se i krećem.
Ajde. Aj ponesi 2 kašike, pojedemo ovaj gulaš.
Dobro, poneću. Ništa, evo, oblačim se i krećem, brate.
Imaš tu dole prodavnicu, radi sada, donosio sam ljudima 100 puta svašta odatle. Aj uzmeš tu plazma kocku.
Ajde.
Okay. Tako idemo. It's too much.
When I think about what my life has become and what it is now, like what my purpose is now, you know, I need to be useful. And when I look at this Me Too environment, there's not a whole lot of dudes that are taking accountability. You know, I fucked up bad, like crash and burn type shit, hurt a lot of people.
The life of a child star is often filled with torment and anguish. There are countless examples of famous children on top of the world who then end up losing it all for many reasons, some of which being abuse that they've endured. Britney Spears, Lindsay Lohan, Macaulay Culkin, these are just some examples and staples in a lot of people's childhoods, having given up their own to provide the world with their art. Very often they're pushed into the spotlight by their parents and robbed of any chance to ever feel what it's like to be normal. Some of these child stars have seemingly found their way out of the trenches after many years, heading in the direction of a brighter future. But it was a rough road, and the same can't be said for many others. What about Shia LaBeouf? Shia was on the top of the world in 2008. Now an A-list actor, he became known worldwide for his roles in films such as Transformers and Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Even Steven Spielberg called Shia the next big thing after working with him. Shia had it all, so where'd it all go wrong? Well, first we need to look at how everything started. On June 11th, 1986, Shia LaBeouf was born in Los Angeles. His mother, Shayna, was a former dancer, though she was now unable to find success with that career and soon found herself selling jewelry and fabrics she designed in a destitute area of Echo Park, LA. His father, Jeffrey, a Vietnam War veteran, had taken to working as a professional clown in order to make ends meet. Shia would describe his parents as pretty weird people, but they loved me and I loved them. Unfortunately, they would eventually divorce, due in part to financial difficulties, and in others due to substance abuse and addiction to hard drugs. Suffice to say, Shire's upbringing was difficult, with him spending periods of time living with his uncle due to his family's crippling financial issues, but eventually settling to live with his mother until age 12. During this time, Shire didn't have much of a problem with the life he was living. They were poor, sure, and his mother could barely afford to provide for him, but he didn't let that get him down. After all, what would that change? He was an incredibly mature kid, and he often would perform for his family, mimicking his father as a method of lightening the mood. Even as a child at age 10, Shire's calling was obvious when he found his way to a stage performing stand-up comedy at clubs where adults would laugh and describe him as being a 50-year-old mouth on a 10-year-old kid. With this attitude and talent, it was only a matter of time before he tried to go further, maybe as far as anybody could. And one day, seeing a very well-dressed boy of a similar age, Shire inquired, how could he afford such nice clothing? This is right when Shia LaBeouf discovered acting and the concept of a child actor. Being that Shia was already more motivated and persistent than most adults, but with a childlike ability to disregard reality, it wasn't long before he was pursuing this as a career. And it all started with him as a young kid writing down numbers of talent managers that he found in the yellow pages, and then hilariously calling them pretending to be his own agent. Of course, a kid this young wasn't going to fool anyone, but he didn't need to. After all, if you're on the lookout for people who are going to be stars, how could you possibly not take a chance on a kid that tried this? And that's exactly what happened. Shia was now booking commercials and small parts in television shows, but it was at age 12 when everything started to change dramatically. Shia booked for the leading role in a Disney show called Even Stevens, and was now firmly on the path to a childhood star actor. Shia then moved in with his father, who accompanied him on set as his guardian, and then offset, Shia returned the favour by attending Alcoholics Anonymous meetings to support his dad's recovery. Life was still a struggle now, for him and for his parents, but his career went from strength to strength, finally exploding with a role in the movie Holes, and then Constantine with Keanu Reeves. This ascendancy continued with a gig hosting Saturday Night Live, and then the blockbuster smash hit Transformers movie that generated over $700 million at the box office, followed by another smash with Indiana Jones that earned over $800 million. At this point, he was considered to be one of the hottest young talents and actors in the industry, a career built entirely from his own persistence and ability to chase that dream. But just like every other dream, it always ends too soon. Shia's was no different, and he was about to wake up. In February 2013, he was abruptly fired from Daniel Sullivan's stage production of Orphans, which would have been Shia's Broadway debut. It was reported that disagreements arose between Shia and his onstage co-star Alec Baldwin, as Shia was upset that Alec wasn't memorizing his lines quickly enough. Essentially, Shia felt that Alec was slowing him down, holding him back, and harming the production overall. Unfortunately, he didn't bring this up privately and in an adult manner or what would have been professional or responsible. Instead, during the rehearsals and in Alec's face, he just shouted at him and told him exactly what he thought, which of course resulted in bad blood and a situation that needed to be resolved very quickly. Alec would then pull both Sullivan and the stage manager aside, informing them that they either needed to get rid of Shia, or Alec would just simply quit the production. It was a him or me situation. Shia, of course, was soon fired and replaced by actor Ben Foster. Alec then talked about the situation in interviews, likening Shia as a Hollywood actor to a celebrity chef, as opposed to a real Broadway actor. At this point, acting was Shia's entire life, so of course he took great offence to this, and crossed the line by leaking emails that backed up his initial issue, proving, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Alec was in fact slowing him down by not learning the lines, and not putting in the same dedication that Shia was to this performance. Despite his point being vindicated, no matter what, he handled it all poorly, and displayed that if things didn't go his way, there was going to be problems. And for Shia, his way was to strive for perfection, which means the future would likely be full of similar problems too, because nobody, not even Shia himself, could live up to that standard.
I think because me and Alec had tension as men, not as artists, but as men. I think in a room that became a hard thing to deal with, you know. And when you got tension as men, that's tough till July. I think, you know, it's cool for increments, but I think to do that for a long period of time.
Now,
Shia would go on to apologise to Alec, at least seemingly trying to bury the hatchet. An apology that was also accepted with a humble response from the veteran actor saying, "I don't have an unkind word to say about you, you have my word." A rather peaceful ending to a chaotic situation, but this apology was the start of another Shia scandal, as when the apology email leaked, people discovered he had word for word plagiarised parts of the apology. As a one-off, all of this could of course be ignored. After all, almost all great actors find themselves having disagreements during rehearsals or on set, and all celebrities make social media mistakes. However, over the next year, Shia was caught in multiple scandals involving his copying of other people's work. When I say copying, I mean shamelessly so, almost as if he wanted to be caught. Shia wrote, directed and produced a short film by the name of HowardCantor.com. It soon became apparent that this film shared many similarities with the graphic novel Ghost World created by Dan Clowes. The film begins with a monologue which was taken word for word from that graphic novel. Shia would soon remove the film from all platforms and apologise for copying, stating that this was not his intention and he was simply inspired by Clowes' work. Again, a situation of his own making that seemed to stretch beyond belief, but was ultimately harmless if accompanied by a sincere apology and reverence for the source material. But in a way that seems somewhat unique to Shia, the apology simply raised more questions. A simple Google search of his words led to a 2010 post from Yahoo Answers, meaning yet again, Shia had simply copy-pasted an apology when being caught doing something wrong. At this point, it was too strange to not be some kind of joke, and since Shia rarely gave interviews or talked candidly about his life at this time, no one knew whether this was some kind of performance, perhaps a point being made, or if he was entirely unaware of the problematic and persistent behaviour he was displaying. As this was catching the public interest, people began digging into Shia's other tweets and public works, discovering that this odd behaviour stretched far beyond the current situation. Shia made it a habit to write tweets, apologies and other responses using almost word-for-word copies of other people. Not just that, but he'd also copied other authors' work with his prior released graphic novels. Shia then gave a reply that was not copy-pasted, instead claiming that copyright laws are too restrictive and they don't, quote, allow for ideas to flow freely. You would now assume that Shia would just let the issue rest and continue with his still booming career as a Hollywood A-lister, but instead, Shia doubled down in what now appeared to be an effort to make his point about copyright into some form of performance. Shia tweeted about his next project called Daniel Boring, which, of course, was a rip-off from Daniel Clowes' work titled David Boring. Not just that, but upon inspection, the description was copied, again, word for word. The public immediately called Shia out, as well as a law firm representing Daniel Clowes issuing a cease and desist letter on the grounds of copyright infringement. Shia's response this time should come as no surprise, and also illustrates that he was not taking the situation seriously in any way. He tweeted, "You have my apologies for offending you, for thinking I was being serious instead of accurately realizing I was mocking you," which again is a quote he copied from a Texas politician who said this during an anti-abortion debate. Shia also then rented a plane service to write, "I am sorry Daniel Clowes across the sky of Los Angeles," as if this was all some big joke. He of course received deep criticism for this behaviour, but when given the opportunity to respond in an interview, he said, "We used to sit in a circle around a campfire and tell stories, and share them and change them, and own them together because they were ours. Now our stories are owned for profit. We buy corporate property and call it our culture, enriching others as we deplete ourselves." Further lending evidence to the theory that Shia's actions beyond being caught initially were purely performative in an effort to shine a spotlight on what he believes to be restrictive copyright laws, but instead just making it look as if he was simply spiraling out of control, a narrative that was becoming more and more popular in the public eye, as well as within the industry. After this, things started to take a more serious turn, veering from the path of Twitter arguments and intellectual property theft to disorderly behaviour and arrests. The first major instance being on June 26, 2014, where Shia was being disruptive during a Broadway play, shouting at the cast members, the audience, and at one point, one of the cast members walked through the audience singing, and Shia slapped his ass. Eventually, law enforcement arrived, escorted Shia out and took him to the station, where he was charged with disorderly conduct and later pled guilty in September of 2014. Clearly, these are not the actions of someone who's doing okay. Shia was struggling with something during this time, as it's impossible to even list the numerous examples of disorderly conduct in public that were circulating the internet.
Quick. 3 schematics here on the floor. You can take them if you want.
The Shia would open up about what those struggles were. Much like his father, who had struggled his whole life with addiction, Shia had found himself right where almost every other child star has at one time, with one or more addiction issues. He was privately battling against the narcissism, ego, and lack of self-control that comes
My backpack actually full, so I can't take any.
Can adequately handle in an abusive relationship with an industry rife with exploitation and predators. What Shia needed wouldn't become available until much later on, until after he had destroyed his career and harmed anyone who got close enough to try and help him.
I've never looked down on having a probation officer. I need somebody to keep me accountable. Because freedom without guidelines and limitations is fucking madness. You know, if I strip you naked and throw you in the ocean, you'll be free, but you won't enjoy it. You know, I need.
That will disappear soon.
I need guidance.
You're welcome.
Now, there were some strange years. He was still caught in public doing odd things, like when he showed up to the German premiere for
money?
Maniac wearing a paper bag that said, "I am not famous anymore" on his head, and then did the same thing at an art installation. Despite this, he booked an amazing movie and turned in a fantastic performance for Fury in 2014, though again, stories from the set of that movie paint him as a brilliant but strange guy. After all, Shia considers himself a method actor, which means he was getting into the role as he always did. For instance, on Fury, he refused to shower for weeks at a time, knocked out one of his teeth, and got into multiple fistfights with other actors on set. Despite that, stories from behind the scenes depict close bonds formed with his co-stars and praise for Shia's abilities and work ethic from Brad Pitt himself. To many people, this will be a crowning achievement and a motivator to push forward with their craft. To Shia, this was yet more fuel to an already out-of-control ego that raged like an inferno. If there had ever been any chance of maturity, self-reflection or growth breaking Shia out from his self-destructive ways before a cataclysmic explosion, praise like this was sure to remove any possibility. With this movie, Shia was back in the public's good graces once again, and people seemed to forget about the controversy, but they couldn't forget for long. Because his appearance in Sia's music video for the popular song Elastic Heart caught plenty of criticism due to his dancing with a 12-year-old in the video, which brought up accusations and disgust. None of these events, though, were big enough to cause Shia too much trouble, but they were adding on to the pile already created and setting the stage for things still to come. After all, Shia was still booking large movies.
Ako ti treba nešto reći. jure, ovo niko ne radi ništa. Da. A reče on, ne vjeruje da će uspjeti sad, no tek jel treba da urađe market? Kako ide ona mimoza, ne mimoza, no kako ide ona slana, isto one šeckavice, ona sa to sklepom. Ide ono majonez, pavlaka, jel tako? I ono šeckano, jel? Nešto se pomesa, to sila, to rebano, šeckano, nebitno je. Čekajte, šta je osnova? Koji je? Ja pomešam. I šta? Jedan. Pa da zbrčkam, no šta? Zatvorim kapiju pa siđe tu skupinu. Tu sam jako zbunjen. Sam ovo sve hoće da pričaš što sam je malo dobro. Nešto mi je ljepša nego ruska, majka. A ovo li ima imena, nešto je. Da.
Da ti kažem, eno ti...
Doručak, šta?
Jaja i ono mikrotalasno, a kiselo mlijeko ti obriže.
Može, hvala.
I umeđu vremenu je
Dobro. Tako idemo.
Nema igre, evo.
Što se dešava? Namakić.
Ja sam bio u partiju, ne znam kom izbacio.
Možda je pukao onaj kraj cloud. Znaš me.
Ne znam, ja sam ušao u partiju. Ja nisam nigde išao. Nisam ti čuo, možda ti bilo uvijek.
Rather, these ACV on the road.
Možda moj mikrofon bi isključio.
Follow the ACV and ensure it completes its job. This means defending it from anything living or dead-ish.
escaping serious consequences for his actions, and of course still reliant on certain substances in his personal life.
You know, do you change? And I didn't. You know, I would always I always had an inch. I always had some fucking wiggle room. Every time I would fuck up, there was always some wiggle. There was always a Brad Pitt on the phone. There was always some you know, Sundance award.
Next project.
There was always Alma. There was always there was always wiggle room to get back into ego.
The next event cannot possibly be ignored. This is where Shia found himself in a place no one on the planet would ever want to find themselves, and that is on the receiving end of 4chan's attention. In 2016, after Donald Trump won the election, Shia created an art exhibit which he called He Will Not Divide Us. Shia then set up a camera on the outside wall of the New York City Museum of the Moving Image. He encouraged people to stand in front of the camera and say whatever they wanted to. Clearly this was an attempt to bring people closer together, to give people an opportunity to speak their feelings. But unfortunately, the things people were speaking were not what Shia wanted to hear. If you've been around the internet for long enough, you know exactly what was going to happen. 4chan found Shia's political statement to be a perfect venue and opportunity, and started to show up shouting anything from racism to obscenities to inside jokes, and of course memes. Shia reacted in an understandable, albeit incorrect manner. In hindsight, and on evidence of other situations where 4chan made someone a target, the better course of action would have been to play dead until they got bored and moved on to whatever would give them the entertainment and reaction they were looking for. Instead, Shia became a perfect target for continued harassment, essentially turning the entire situation into a game, one that he was never going to win. At one point, a man reportedly defended Hitler in front of the camera, and Shia, being a Jewish man, became enraged, shoving him repeatedly, and then being arrested, charged with misdemeanor assault and harassment, though these criminal charges were later dropped. Despite this, Shia was determined not to let these people win. 4chan was of course equally or more determined. This spawned an entire saga that is too long to recount in this video, but suffice to say, it's a legendary internet story that you should check out in one of the many videos dedicated to retelling the whole story. Essentially, 4chan found the flag, no matter where it was located, and each time, Shia moved it to a more restricted or more remote location, making it more difficult. Thousands of users were poring over every single pixel of the stream, including shadows and wind patterns, star alignments, and every single social media post from Shia, forensically studying the photos for any clues, no matter how small. It was to the point where they were hearing sounds of airplanes and checking where planes could be at that time. They could hear frogs croaking. What type of frogs would make that noise? This was the most elaborate and interesting game of capture the flag ever. Each time the flag was found, it was replaced with a Make America Great Again hat, a direct attack on Shia's political message. Eventually, Shia realized of course there was no way he could win against 4chan and simply quit. The livestream went down, this time forever, and while this does sound like a hilarious event, which it is, this event likely played a massive factor in the continued collapse of Shia's life. What you have to remember is at this time, according to his future self, Shia had very little in his life besides his craft and his massive ego.
That innocent dude who came into the industry with all this wild, wide-eyed wonderment, that disappeared pretty quick. I remember calling my manager and saying like, what do you mean? I'm God. You know, this is really where I was at, because I thought my craft was God. I thought love, art, and God all meant the same thing to me.
After the 4chan saga, Shia was arrested repeatedly for seemingly mundane and silly reasons which he shouldn't have been in the first place, such as in a bowling alley where he was refused service of French fries, and of course being drunk and disorderly in Georgia. From his behaviour, it's clear his struggles were not getting any better, though the public was left to simply speculate as to what those struggles could be. He apologised again on Twitter and took a break from acting to try and put his life back together. This time, it wasn't a copy-paste of someone else's words, which at least signalled a change and perhaps a more severe and sincere sentiment. It seemed as though everything was going to work out, at least for a short time. However, for Shia, he still hadn't reached rock bottom. Not yet. He did really try to get help, ending up in a rehab centre and trying to get clean, but during that time, he didn't disconnect from the work and life that intoxicated him far more than any substance ever could. During this rehab, he wrote a script about his life, a script that detailed the abuses he suffered and the struggles he endured. This movie was then released in 2019 and painted Shire's father as a very bad person. His father did sign off on this script, but not on any of the parts that Shire added later, parts that turned his father into a villain and ended up straining their relationship tremendously. The movie released in 2019 titled Honey Boy, and it was received well as succeeded in its exact goal, to garner sympathy for Shire, who later admitted he took creative liberties with the script in order to manipulate a response. That isn't to say that Shire did not live through abuse, addiction, exploitation and severe mental health issues, because that's all true. It's just to say that his father's role in that was more passive and with less physical violence as depicted in the movie.
And I turned the knob up on certain shit that wasn't real. My dad never hit me. Never. He spanked me once. One time. And the story that gets painted in Honey Boy is like this dude was like abusing his kid all the time. You know, my dad tried to keep me from smoking cigarettes. That's when he spanked me. But that wasn't my narrative, because it didn't position me as like this wounded, fractured child that you could root for, which is what I was using him for.
With Honey Boy though, it was clear that Shire was still capable of acting at a high level and had the drive to do so, though he was also likely considered to be a toxic asset in the industry. He was difficult to work with, and he was constantly involved in controversy. And with Shire's next project, that was about to be completely reinforced and vindicated, since in 2020, he was kicked off an entire production due to being reportedly combative and making other cast members uncomfortable. He was also then arrested again, this time for battery and petty theft charges. Clearly, during rehab, Shire had not worked through what he needed, and the noose around his career was beginning to tighten completely. The next movie Shire worked on is probably the most Shia LaBeouf story you will ever hear. This is truly a situation on surface level seems incredibly bizarre, but also endearing and deeply interesting. Shire worked on a movie called Tax Collector, where he played an LA gang enforcer whose job was to collect money owed to the gang. The movie was not well received at all, it wasn't good. But on set, they had a real LA street gang member. Shire grew close to this gang member, so much so that he joined the street gang, claiming going interviews that he was, quote, jumped in. This of course being an initiation ritual where a prospect is attacked by many or all members of the gang. After being co-signed by the gang leadership for this affiliation, Shire got the LA Harpies gang tattoos on his body, and is regularly seen throwing up the gang signs in pictures, often surrounded by other members of the set. This is an incredibly bizarre story, but one that summarizes Shia LaBeouf as a human, completely unpredictable, and clearly someone who others gravitate toward. And the most interesting part of this whole story is that Shia found in this gang a family that he was missing, and influences that would later change his life, finally in a positive way. But first, Shire needed to reach the end of his journey in this story of Hollywood and finally hit rock bottom, which is exactly what happened next. Multiple allegations surfaced about Shire from ex-girlfriends, one accusing him of a number of things including emotional and physical abuse, with another discussing publicly how he used people, was manipulative and generally just a very damaged person, but clarifying he didn't abuse her in those same ways. A lawsuit was then filed against Shire, with at least 2 other prior partners joining up to detail what he did to them. The trial was set for late 2023, but has since been postponed until 2024. Now this is where a rise and fall video would end, because Shire's life at this point of the story is in complete shambles. He's been exposed as being a terrible person. He has no career left to speak of, everybody hates him and thinks he's crazy. We could do that and of course ignore the human element of this man's life, which would be an easy pill to swallow, because if you have watched until now, he does of course deserve every bit of criticism for his actions, as well as for the people he's wronged to feel that way about him. But for once in his life, Shire appears to genuinely be remorseful for what he's done, and he admits to have done all of these things, to be all of the things people call him. He acknowledges he's treated everyone around him terribly, that he's been a monster, consumed by his own ego, his narcissism, his drive to be the absolute best, devoid of all feelings for those around him, seeing people as stepping stones simply to propel his career and his ego higher, using anything and anyone to feed whatever it was inside him that could never be satisfied, that he was performing with everybody but never truly going to change. All that mattered was getting back to the top and staying there. But after hitting rock bottom, it's now or never, and to me, it looks like he's actually on the right path.
I wound up at this rehab, right, in Utah, and they do something called Family Week. Everybody who's involved in the program has their family show up on these Skype calls. Week 1, no one shows up. For me, no one. Week 2, week 3, I'm there for 90 days, so I'm there for a clip. There comes a point where Family Week comes around, I say to my therapist, like, I'm not gonna go. Like, I don't want to subject myself to this shit. Like, and she says, no, I think you should show up this week. And Mia is on the screen. And, you know, you don't deserve that kind of shit. You don't deserve that kind of shit. Like, I don't deserve that kind of shit. I done put her through years and years of fucking nonsense, bro. Just like...
Admitting your faults, recognizing what you've done is wrong, to who you've done wrong, trying to make amends. I don't know that you can do more than that as a human. After all, what are you supposed to do after you've done bad things to people and lived a life like this? If you completely condemn a person, that means there's no chance for redemption for anybody, which is a really sad way to live life. And of course, you wouldn't want that for your brother, your son, your family, or your close friends. If they really were working hard to change, to better other people's lives, of course you want people to give them another opportunity as well. And of course, this isn't to say he's there now, or will be in the near future, or maybe ever. But it is to say that often we judge people with a beginning and an end of what they've done before, and not what they could do in the future, who they were before, and not who they are now, or maybe later. It's really hard for me after watching this video to not take a step back and say that for all his faults, he is still someone's son, friend, and now father. That while he has made mistakes, who of us hasn't, and maybe not as much as him, but that just means he's going to have to work much harder to right those wrongs. Hopefully this means he's going to stay clear of the industry that's helped shape a man capable of such actions. I do sincerely recommend watching the Real Ones episode, which I used throughout this video for context, and the link will be in the video description. So there is no great mystery in how Hollywood chews up kids and spits out adults with a long history of controversy, and of course Shia LaBeouf is no different in this regard. While there is no excuse for his actions, there are reasons that should trigger an empathetic response for a damaged person who has likely suffered, and then use that to cause suffering upon others. Shia says it's unlikely he'll ever return to Hollywood, and that he doesn't even consider his craft anymore, that his calling in life is now to help those around him, and to build himself up in the eyes of his daughter. So when she's old enough to Google his name and read online about how much of a monster he is, that she can see he's become a good man since then. Hopefully, that becomes a reality.
Contract marked. Move to the objective.
Done.
I commend you for not vomiting. Поздравляю. Extract point marked.
Ma da, 144 metri bez kompa. Ima ja.
S čim? S čim? Čuo sam. Sa čim?
ovo je katastrofa, sa Gitru smita, evo.
Na mušicu sa Winchesterkom, kao
Da.
high velocity.
Zapaljiva municija.
Ti znaš da na toj distanci šanse da pogodiš nevidljivi objekat tipa da je renderovano drvo ili granu ili bilo šta su ogromni. I da taj metak ne pogodi ništa, znaš. Ne vidim normalno ljudsko biće da bi to radilo, ne? Svaka čast. Zato što ne stremuješ kad igraš handshoda, za ostale igre ni ne moraš. Ali...
How's your day going? Is it going good? Well, I can pretty much guarantee that by the end of this video, that's not going to be the case, okay? If you finish watching this video all the way through, the rest of your day is going to be ruined. So maybe just, you know, watch it at night before bed. Actually, no, don't do that either because you might not be able to sleep. Anyways, I'm Dave, how you doing? And this is the disturbing Reddit post Iceberg Explained. If you're unfamiliar with what an iceberg chart is, it's basically a way to sort information from most known to least known. That's all you need to know. The posts that I'm going to be discussing in this video can range anywhere from creepy to disgusting to just outright insane. But you're going to be disturbed in multiple ways. Some of these entries will keep you up at night and others will make you want to vomit. That being said, if you're easily grossed out, easily creeped out, or are sensitive to certain topics, I would highly, highly suggest you do not watch this video. Alright, I'm warning you now. I'm going to be talking about some deep topics such as SA and rape without the G and, you know, people getting there, you know, things like that. And some of this stuff is rough even for internet veterans like me. That being said, I'm going to try to be extremely careful to not get this video restricted like the last one. So I'm censoring a lot of words. I'm also tiptoeing with the way I word things. That's just what you have to do these days. So I'm going to be skipping a lot of entries as well because they're either too inappropriate or they're too boring or I don't want this video to take up the whole rest of my 20s, alright? Because I have a feeling it's already going to be pretty long. I'm not going super in-depth either on most of these topics just because, you know, the reasons I gave was not. If you want to explore these topics further, Justin Wang, Nexpo, and the Debunk File have all done videos on pretty much every one of these topics. Oh, also, I know I said I wasn't going to do another iceberg video. And second of all, I hyped this up saying this was going to be my last iceberg video ever. Yeah, I was pretty explicit about that. But since YouTube shafted me on my last one, I decided I was going to make another one because I want to go out with a bang, okay? If this is going to be my last iceberg video, I want people to actually watch it. So let's stop wasting time with the intro and jump right in. The Evil Farming Game. We're starting off pretty light with this one. So back in 2018, a post gained a lot of traction on the Tip of My Joystick subreddit. This guy was looking for a game that he played back in 2006, and he was saying it was similar to Stardew Valley, except with a twist. You murdered your wife and then tried to pretend like you never offed her. And this was the whole game. You keep farming and making sure nobody finds out you killed her. There was also a fishing minigame, and he specifically remembered fishing up evidence for the wife's passing away. Another user in that thread pointed out that somebody else asked a similar question about 3 years before, and he said, I know almost nothing about this game. All I can remember is that it's similar to Harvest Moon with a dark twist. The game starts out with you and your wife. One night you get into a fight and you end up stabbing her. Now, the game revolves around you farming and trying to stay alive while trying to keep the town from finding out about the incident. Now, many people were intrigued by this game because honestly, it sounds cool as shit. So many Reddit users were scrambling trying to figure out what this mythical game could possibly be. Some people said it was a flash game, others were saying it was maybe one guy even suggested it could be a dream. I'm sorry, but if you're dreaming about playing farming sims, you really need to I highly doubt that this is true. Anyways, there was a lot of people. Also, a few people who said they also played simulators. After many years of no luck, it was finally discovered that it wasn't even a game at all. So back in June of 2015, streamer Fox Joel was streaming the game. He came up with an idea for a creepy version of it.
It sounds like Harvest Moon, but with like corpses. It sounds like that'd be a fun game. Just playing as Harvest Moon, but throughout all the gameplay, you gotta hide a dead corpse. You know what? You know what? No, fuck. You know what it is? Harvest Moon. It's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife. And midway in the game, you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her with like a saw blade. No, fuck it. You kill her with like a barbecue. Like you impale her accidentally. You're like, oh shit, I didn't do that. And at the same time, you gotta like, you know, rescue them. You gotta manage your farm. Raise your chickens and milk the cows. You also gotta like hide the body from the cops sometimes.
That sounds vaguely similar to the original description of the game by Sparta. Turns out Sparta admitted that he would frequently fall asleep to Vine Sauce videos. He will lather me up in pancake batter and suck me on a bed of lettuce. The dream guy was actually right the whole time. I would have never thought that. Now, this still doesn't explain all of the other people who claim to have played this game. I think we can just chalk it up to some Mandela effect false memory bullshit. Colby 2012. This is referring to an Ask Reddit post with the title, I think my teenage son may have or dog. I'm not sure what to do. Help me, Reddit. Good grief, man. This is only the first layer? What the f... Now, I blurred out one of the words in there, but I think you can figure out what it is through context. In case you need another clue, this ad is very popular in the city of Sada. Anyways, here's a very short rundown. The guy's dog was acting weird, so he decided to take it to the vet. The vet said that the dog got eaten with food. So he started looking for clues, trying to figure out who could
Sa braćom učiteljima Rusima.
While he was conducting his investigation, he went to his son's computer and noticed that he had been watching some naughty videos, alright? Naughty videos involving animals. After confronting his son, he eventually fessed up to violating the dog with a hairbrush. So the dad decided he wasn't going to tell the kid's mom, and he was going to let his son go to a therapist. Hopefully this would all blow over. Spoiler alert, it did not blow over. The dad caught the son being inappropriate, so he decided to get the mom involved this time. Now the mom was obviously pissed that he kept this from her, and when she confronted her son, he denied everything. Then flipped it around on the husband. It was him! She would later come to find out that, surprise, surprise, there was another incident. This time the dog decided to stand up for himself and bit the kid twice. At this point the mom apologized for everything, but the dad decided he was going to break up. The story stopped there for a while until the dad gave an update a few years later. So the relationship with his son had improved, but he no longer had any contact with his wife. Bro, I don't know if I could ever look at my son in the eye. Imagine hanging out with other dads and son. My son's going to MIT. My son's going to start doing himself professionally. He's like, oh, yeah, my son hasn't stooped a dog in over a decade, huh? Pretty cool. Also, how bad is his wife if he still talks to his son after stooping a dog? She must have done something really stupid. The key lime pie. This one is truly rabbit hole. I'm not even going to scratch the surface of this. Like, people have made hour-long videos on this topic, but I'm going to try to sum it up in less than 3 minutes. So, starting back in 2001, the cafe had been closed for 3 years before the person started posting. And the weirdness only just starts there. The poster also frequently mentioned their famous key lime pie, even though I've never heard of it, so it can't be that famous. And also, the place apparently wasn't even known for their key lime pie. Like, they never even advertised it. They had like burgers and steaks and stuff, but never key lime pie. The accounts posting this typically had and would continue to post until about 2017. As the years went on, the comments got weirder and weirder and started taking on more sexual images. Let me give you an example.
Then cut your skin on Tiger Musty. Increase blood capacity by 500 degrees.
There has been ton of speculation about these posts. Theories range from an autistic guy in his basement typing nonsense to coded messages left by the CIA. And people of Reddit have dedicated a huge amount of time and effort into figuring out this mystery. They've also dedicated approximately 0 hours into getting it. Two broken arms. A man who doped his mother. Now, this may bring up some trauma for certain people, so I suggest to skip ahead if you're sensitive to interfamily relations. Anyways, this kid had some sort of accident which left him without the use of his arms temporarily. Being unable to use his arms, the man could no longer, how do I say this without getting whack off. So he went from whacking his dick 2 times a day to 0 times a day. After a while, he got frustrated from the speed and started lashing out his pen. His mom figured out why he was miserable and decided to help him with this problem. Bro, this is only the first layer. Like, I already knew about all these so far. I am not excited to see what goes down. Anyways, what started off as just assistance eventually turned to a full-blown entanglement with his mother. And to make matters even more effed up, the dad knew this was happening the whole time. Some Freudian bullshit, man. You know, I heard about this story a few years back, and it still makes me cringe in the worst way imaginable. Like, just don't whack off, man. Is it that hard not to whack off? It's not like you had a permanent disability, alright? It was just temporary. You can't whack off for a few weeks, you sick freak. Ugh, poops it. I'm not even gonna touch this one. Go look it up for yourself if you're interested. All I'm gonna say is, it's exactly what it sounds like. Jolly Rancher, no. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Don't even look this one up. Okay, I am serious. Do not look this up. As a matter of fact, this one is so bad that I'm gonna talk about the poop scissors. It's so loud. So, poop scissors is pretty simple. This dude basically was taking massive gargantuan king condoms with dookies. He was frequently clogged with turtles. To circumvent the clogging of the turlet, he would cut the doo-doo with a pair of scissors so that the turlet can handle it. What have I become? I have no idea what I was getting myself into when I started this video, but committed now. Anyways, let's continue. The cum box and cum coconut. This one is too short. This box, he would relieve himself into a shoebox. And he kept this shoebox for months until the shoebox gave birth to a disgusting shoebox human hybrid. Okay, that last part didn't happen, but there is a picture of the shoebox in question on the internet. It's pretty gross. The cum coconut is a separate tale of a young man who lived in a tropical area. So, when you live in a tropical area, what do? Exactly. Coconuts. So this kid was stooping a coconut for a few weeks until he decided to move to a younger, hotter coconut. But he wanted to have one last night of passion before he casted the coconut out. Skip forward 5 seconds because this next part is... Well, you might want to skip forward 5 seconds because this next part is... basically, a colony of maggots had formed in the coconut, and when he began to initiate the entanglement, I think you can guess what happened. Useless 319. I'm going to tiptoe around this one as much as possible. Useless 319 shooting and schlong off with a revolver. Yes, you heard me right. Reddit user Useless 319 shot his manhood 4 times in order to separate. He then proceeded to have sausage for dinner. Now, why did he do this? Well, because he believed that if he did this, he would save the world from the nuclear apocalypse brought on by North Korea. Now, all of this was brought on by a bad DMT. So do not listen to Joe Rogan because DMT is like the greatest thing ever.
N-dimethyltryptamine, which is the active ingredient in ayahuasca. If you've done that, Alex, have you ever done DMT? No. Do you want to? You've done regular DMT too, right?
Yeah.
I had a crazy dream last night that was, I had DMT tripped in my dream.
Shout out to Debunk File for making a video on this. I'm going to spend a little more time on other entries because it's one of the few entries on this list that isn't horrendously inappropriate. So, this one involves Reddit users Eric R.
Jebote, ko je ovo bacio, jebote?
Eric and Annie met through Reddit.
Kios.
To go get some pizza or meat.
Ma nije, brate, bacio moj igrač, bacio bombu na mene, ovu vatranu, jebo mater, paš, kakav debil, jebote, jel ovo realno, jebote. Stvarno ne verujem.
About mutually interesting topics we're doing here and more than just a comic. So we're not going to clarify the platonic part by saying, you probably saw that I have a significant I've never given pause. So of course, I need to be in public Reddit. No PMs, emails, or the such. I'm on Reddit often, but not in any scheduled ways. So I would see your message, and if I was free to respond, I would do so as time allowed. After this, they would create threads and chats on Reddit, but would have one-on-one conversations publicly. You refer to these threads as branches. Assuming one branch would get archived, they would create another one until it if you're familiar with Reddit, after about 6 months or so, threads get archived, which means nobody can comment anymore. So they would create these threads, talk in them, after about 6 months, they would archive them. These branches would carry up to years people love each other. Messages feels kind of weird because they're not really personal text. Chats were going just fine for a while, so one day Eric brings up his current situation, and he then responds with a long message saying things like, for me, I think I can go along with whatever is the right word. He ends the message by saying, I realize that it's very likely that you're only offering a friend that is here to this woman. But life is life, and you are exceptionally incredible man. And things happen, and I think I have to wait for S.W. to be with me all things. I don't know if I'm wrong. I can keep talking to you this isn't my last message tonight, but I just would also go on to say in another separate message, I just am not able to hear of you with other women without hurting myself. When she said, I think I have to wait for SL to be with you through all this. SL is going through second life, which is something that was frequently brought up ominous in a way. Anyways, after going back and forth for a while with her trying to convince her to continue the chats, she leaves this cryptic message. I turn away from her. All my everything I can send, first, last, and everything. This would be the last post Annie would ever make on Reddit. One day Annie would return. Following that comment from Annie, Eric posted 4 one every few months directly towards her. The last video was posted in December of 2017 titled, The Last Branch Eric Can Make for Annie. In this seems to finally accept the situation that the right message in your direction is coming to an end. Pretty hard to face, but I've needed to face it for more than 2 years. And 5 years. You've been part of my world for 5 years now. Every moment. My purpose was to disturb the Reddit post I was not the shit that was doing prior. Anyways, he stopped posting after this, so a lot of people speculated that it may have ended. But then 2 years later in 2019, he randomly commented on this Ask Reddit post, asking about how people come up with his name. So I hope Eric is still alive. Swamps of Dago. So, who had a rather large patient coming today with severe abdominal pain. This patient injected drogas via her booty, and the injection site got infected, and I'll just read the rest directly from the post. The surgeon steps up with a scalpel and sinks just a tip in. And at the exact same moment, the patient had a bump of twitch in the diaphragm, and just like that, all hell broke loose. Unbeknownst to us, the infection had actually become really a food into her abdomen, creating a vast cavern full of pus, rotten tissue, and fecal matter that had seeped outside of her colon. The godforsaken mixture was rocketing out of that little incision as we were recreating the waterproof gowns, face masks, gloves, hats, the works, all of which were about as helpful as rain boots against fireballs. As the surgeon continued to paint his leg, the patient kept seizing and every muscle contraction shot more of this blackish gray fluid out into the floor until within minutes it was seeping into his shoes. Nurse compared the outcome of being in a strong potato, but with no odor.
Disgusting, that shit is. A shower I require.
Lake City Quiet Pills. This is begins with the Reddit post by 26. At the end of the he got it. I'm the person who provided religion and peace to the Milo died today. He was 79 years old. He died at his death at his site. Milo was a mean old fucker. Mean and ornery. He hooked me up with my first gig when I just got out of the Milo didn't have any living relatives and no real friends. I don't know what else to say. I'll miss him, miserable bastard. Now, this fella gave Milo.
Money.
It was kind
Must
of a
be
scummy
funny.
guy, and he was
Se radi konzola.
Sad sam seo na kom, došao sam do
Milane.
Comment below if you're old enough to remember Photo Bucket. Now, what the heck is Lake City Quiet? Another one of Milo's comments. It might be some things that the legal system can't fix. I can think of any. Either that or Viagra, I don't know. I failed reading comprehension, to be honest.
Nema veze. Krajtek je odlučio da svaki map bude pun ljudi. Sviđalo se tebi to ili ne?
Just a coincidence, except bio.
To radiš nekom Linuxu, tako nešto.
We're having a birthday party at 3 p.m. They also mentioned that the phones in the hotel were not secure. You know what else happened on the 19th at exactly 3 p.m.? The assassination of Moscow. Hotel room. Holy smoke. Twists and turns in the fucking Rainbow Road. Oh, by the way, the term Lake City Quiet Pills is actually slang. The Lake City Army Ammunition Company is the largest producers of ammo in the United States. Shampoo pop. That's about it. Vagina bacon. No. Just, no. Brandy Whirly / I'll keep it short. You can find an internet help posted in the advice hub asking for advice on what to do about his cheating wife. Basically, it was
Znamo čemu je to.
Da?
Mora da se puni u isto vreme.
A lot of people give him the advice to get a lawyer and
To je problem, to je to problem.
Pa zato što on pravi onda ventilator u taj jedan. Mora da radi na ovoj struji. Na struje USB. Sad pitanje. Kako je to za određenu
This still haunts me to this day. As kids, we had a hideout in this dirt cliff. This is the best approximation I could find on Google. Only 3 times taller and only 10 times as wide. It was a neighborhood kid who was probably mentally handicapped. But to us, he was just a weird / creepy kid. It was the 80s and we knew exactly what it was. 3 of us were headed out to our date. Bar chick. We used to get out and he said something like, "Make me," and started talking to us. I'll run around the side to make our way out. It gets pretty fuzzy. fell. I still remember the sound. We got back down to check on him.
Ja sam ga natako. Evo ga radi.
Nisi uključio konzolu u struju.
Da, konzola mora u struju.
Na šta si misliš da dobija od HDMI-a?
Adapter, pa budala, pa ja sam mislio tako.
Znači... Alo? Alo?
Evo ga. Čekaj da slikam. To je problem, on se ne puni, nego mora da bude upaljen na struju. Srben da klasič.
Right 5 minutes from our house was nothing. Farmlands and fields and dirt trails and stuff like that.
No, absolutely not. It seems pretty likely
Ovdje ima
crazy how mother suckers
taj
are more effective than actual detectives. The power of too much free time, man. The man who ate his own food. I think for this one I can read the post since it's not. Hi, all. I'm the man who ate a portion of his own amputated leg. Ask me anything. So, the quick and dirty. About 2 years ago, I was hit then salvaged. I'll never be able to walk on it, so I like to have an amputation.
Šta da igram, ljudi moji?
Keep it, I signed some papers, I got it back. With the help of some friends,
Evo me kod 9900.
Metal Slug.
More proof.
Metal Slug.
Znaš ko igra, mogu i da priča, vrat. Šta je ovo, milijardu igra? Ovo je na, vrate, monitor.
Confessing to a Breaking Bad style.
Bravo,
Very
Neš.
likely that this was just a joke, but that didn't stop people from getting all the guys' information. Later on,
Moram da
Naruto
uđe preko
clarified
telefona.
that the scene was a joke, but he also said there was some truth behind it. I'm not saying what was true and what wasn't. Well, this just goes to show
Šta
that
je ovo, promenili ovaj disk na telefonu, na
not
šta
a
vi?
good idea. I'm just trying to tell people this. My mom poisoned me, so this kid is telling a story about how he was from a very protective family. None of his family members wanted him to even get a job once he became
Kako da stavim da upalim?
Eventually, he found a good job in another city and
Kako
decided
je ovo
to move.
glupost?
His family, particularly his mother,
Misliš kameru, šta?
but he said, fuck it, I'm gonna move, and if you don't like it, you can suck both my ass cheeks simultaneously. Okay, maybe he didn't use those words specifically, but that's the words I
Yep,
would use.
it's true.
His mother gave him some food, including 2 cups of ramen noodles. The weird thing is, the paper lid on the ramen noodle cup was
mene?
but he didn't.
Halo?
No, vidi ga. Gdje si mali?
Vidimo.
Yes.
Yes. Kako da... Aha, okej. Razumem. A on zoomira meni skroz, kako da... Aha. Stavit ću... može ovako, a? Hoćete bliže?
Ma evo, dobro, vidim šta radiš.
Sigurno vidiš, ček, op.
Yes.
Može ovako.
Da.
Arkanovi, pogledao, bret.
Pac-Man.
Pogledao, bret.
S futbolom.
Silent Hill. Koji
Silent Hill? Cat?
Čekaj, to ću sad...
Pa ste to igra sa PlayStationa, majke ti.
Da, ti imaš igre sa PlayStationa, Kjeca, Nintendo, Atari...
Za 1000 dinara, bret. Au, Kinezi. Šta je s prevodom?
Možda imaš, možda NTSC verzija, recimo za japansko i američko tržište, pa imaš englesko. Hoćeš iskreno, Resident Evil 3 i Silent Hill koji su bili u PlayStation igronici kad sam ja bio klinac su bili baš na japanskom i bukvalno si samo šalto kroz menu, gameplay, samo varijanta.
Znaš ti ima problem ovdje, što ja ovo sam stavio na monitor, a nemam zvučnik priključen.
Imaš zvučnike na monitoru?
Da.
Kako to da aktiviram?
Pa odeš u Windows i namestiš.
Kakav Windows, on nema veze sa kompjuterom.
Probaj tu u podešavanjima za monitor. Imaš audio ili tako nešto.
Koreć, ovaj monitor, ako ima audio, jebeš mi mater. Enak. Evo, Ali ima ovaj drugi, ovaj na kojim je standard. Evo ga, a to se mota na start, a? Dobro bre, motaj ovo.
Vidiš da ti je meni na... Pa to ti je intro.
Mota mi ovo.
Nije ti bilo sve nepansko, to ti je NTC.
Skipuje sve. What the fuck is this? Koje su kontrole? Gdje idemo?
Jel ti joystick kao onaj s PlayStationa, prepostavljam, jel?
Da,
onda je easy. Easy.
Kao ta PlayStation Kids.
Da.
Ovdje nije čim ono daljuje sliku. Aha, ovdje trčim. Ovdje idemo uličać, aha. Okej. Mogu i na ovdje pauza, dobro. Kako kameru da... Aha. Jebote zajebane opcije. Dok provalim. On tako okrene.
Kamera tu uglavnom prati u tome Silent Hill, pardon.
Evo ga, idem. Šta sad bi?
A traži ćerku i sad je kao video duha. Pošto si ispreskakao cinematik i on se probudi u autu pored ceste, ćerka mu je nestala i onda ideš da njom tražiš.
Sve znaš jebote napamet.
Pa bar to znam.
Vrat ne zanimam. Kineski prevod, vidite. Ne.
Meni ti je, čini mi se... Jer imaš meni? Kad peciteš start. Trebalo bi da ti daje inventar. Jel ti na engleskom meni?
Jest.
Samo su kao... Samo su subtitlovi, znaš, ono što pričaju se na japanskom.
Može li učiš?
To ima options. Key config, screen position. Sine, na šta ovo liči?
To ja vidiš za igre koje...
Ne, pa odlično, baš ono zato što je staro, sviđa mi se.
A da li hoćeš malo više akcije, ovo ti je Silent Hill? Jel imaš Twisted Metal?
Ima, sve ima to, brate. Samo da ja naučim kako si izlazi odavde. Aha, exit, okej. Exit... A što neće?
Ma, ti hoćeš... Možda ima neko dugme na tom kontroleru koje te vraća nazad. Ili na konzoli samoj, kao back, nešto tako.
A nema konzola ima sigurno cijeli ima back na ovome.
Pogledaj dobro joystick, možda joystick ima kao, to PlayStation jeben ima kao ono, da te vrati skroz nazad, da te povuče u kao taj menu.
Ima ovdje opcije, brate. To je tutorial smrdljivi. Ali,
mi čitamo tutorial.
Čekaj. History, search file, ok. Kako da izađemo, ok. Holding select a start key to the same time in the game brings up... Evo ga. Ova dva stisnemo u isto vreme.
Start, select, šta?
Da, start i select. Evo ga.
Pa vrati se.
Čekaj kako da acceptam to.
X.
Jeste, bravo. A, daj X.
Pa ne.
Ili je X ili je O. Skill, kako god.
Zavisi koja verzija.
Neću kof, jebo vas kof.
Metal Slug ima je...
Strikers.
Da, vidim da ima Metal Slug. Aj, nađi Twisted Metal, majke ti. Castlevania...
Čekaj da vidim da li može da se searcha.
Pa možda možeš po konzolama da searchaš.
Vidi ovo, ubrzano mogu ovako na... Čekaj. Na T tražimo, tako?
Da. Ovo dok ti radiš da te umrličiš.
Ali vidiš da nije isto. Ovo C. D. Donkey Kong.
Jel imaš Donkey Kong?
Ima.
Koji?
Ima tri Junior Donkey Kong običan.
Imaš i onaj Donkey Kong 64.
Botlegon Donkey, ima Donkey 3, ovo je jedno tisto, ovo ovdje misliš, Junior, ili ovo. Ajde Donkey Kong onda, ajde ovaj, ceo dokument, ajmo ovaj običan.
Donkey Kong Country, mislim se tako zvao. Ovo neko sam igru za Super Nintendo.
Ajde probamo baš da ima. Aha. Pa jedan. Nema. What the fuck.
A ovo ti je kao ono s automata.
What the fuck.
A, to ti je baš staro. Like... Ages ago.
Gdje ćeš jebote? Brate, ovo je prestaro.
Yep. Yes it does. Boga mi jest.
Ovo je kao da sam ušao u Mozartu pa igram ove. To je. Yes he does. Šta tražimo, da? Ima pun kurac igara, već.
Castlevania sa C. Ne znam na koje si slovo trenutno.
Ja mislim da se prosto C čekaj.
Dobro, jesi li... Ne možeš da ćeš na T. Ima li...
Evo.
T duplo V.
City. China Gate. Čekaj. Cosmic. Root. Burning. Nema. Sad ću vidimo. Šta si rekao, koje je slovo?
A čekaj, jel imaš da menjaš konzole? Kako se meni čini...
Ima.
Ti si trenutno zapeo na ovim automatima, znaš.
Da, page je gore do... Čekaj, šta ja radim sad? Ušao sam slučajno. Jao, gdje sam ušao? Ta je ovo pornjava neka, brate.
Malo tange sestre, ja znam što je.
Skidamo žene i tako to.
Da. Striptease. Ok, striptease se prekida, Peđa gasi.
A?
Zebam se.
Čekaj da vidim kako se menja ovo smeće.
Kako se menja kategorije, što?
Aha, history after playing the game, record, main function, all the game files, ok. Možeš da favorituješ filter. A kako da filtriram, bre? Idi, bre, upad. Aha! Aha! Evo ga, klas, vidio. Šta je to?
Šta je klas?
Šta stavim?
Klas kukuruza.
PlayStation 1. Hoćemo PlayStation 1 igra.
Da, stavi PlayStation 1.
Imamo... Ovo, dobro. Joooo! Crash Bandicoot! Joooo, brate, moram da probam. Jeste naopako? A?
Kako da stavim?
Šta naopako mi, pa što mi ne kažete jebote?
Pa vidimo lepo, bre.
Jel okej? Čekaj. I sad okej?
Da.
Samo što nemam zvuk. 96. godina.
Pa to ti je bilo među prve 2-3 igre na PlayStationu Kecu. PlayStation Kec su lansirali sa tom igrom, sa Final Fantasy 7, sa Resident Evil Kecom. Konzolu. Na 1000 dinara.
10.000 igara na sve ove stare konzole, bet. Idemo prvo. Znaš šta, ima igrica koliko hoćeš, bet. Bolesno. Ke? Kako? Aha, kako da polovimo ovo? Aha, ke. Wow, bet. Jebate, bolje nego kod.
U svakom slučaju bolje. Jel ti to telefon daje manji frame rate? Jel ti tečno radi igra? Nema ono da usporeno radi?
Ne. Ne radi tečno jer sama po sebi igra. U stvari, on trči tečno dok kamera ne ide tečno. Sad ne znam kako to hoćeš.
Jebi ga, što očekuješ za igru koja je...
Ne, pa što najjače on ide tečno, nego ovo stara igra svakako, mislim.
Probaj...
To ima 20 FPS-a, što očekuješ?
Da.
Da, i ono manje.
Slušaj, probaj ako imaš. Vrati ga nazad, probaj. Ne. Probaj da pokreneš onaj Crash Bandicoot 3.
Bravo, da.
To ti novija igra.
Da.
Malo novija, ne puno.
Ajde da vidimo to. Trojka, a?
Da.
Za 1000 dinara ovo topčina, bet. Dva, brate, džojstika dobiješ, možeš ovako s bilo kim da, brate, igraš. A?
Gdje Joje?
Gdje je Joje?
Pa mi smo joystick zvali Joje.
Ovdje je bolji FPS
Definitivno nisam znao joystick tako izvinovat.
Pa ono kao...
Znam, kao Cox. Cox može biti Coca-Cola, može biti Cox. Pa sad ti vidi.
Ajde, motaj ovo jebote. Okej. Ovdje je bolje.
Da.
Čuješ?
Čujemo te. Pa znam da je bolje, zato sam ti rekao da probaš to.
Ja ne znam gdje sam, to treća faza. Aha, ovo su svetovi, okej. Jebate. Dobro, kako ja da aktiviram ovo? Aha, dobro. Šta bi?
Vlada nas je ostavio.
Da.
Zlikovac.
Jedna komila.
Ta su ove animacije, ja vidi ovo, la.
A ne može kao Milan da je beoca. Znaš na to.
Taj radi bolje, viš.
Pa
znači vidim animaciju, animacija bolja ovo kad ide i kamera isto bolje. Kako sam me šutnuo?
Mislim, ne može se očekuje lige koja ima... Evo, ti još malo 20 godina. Nešto sad, ali...
Ovo je top uzeti, brate, imati i imaju ove igre koji se igraju, brate, dvoje i ono dođeš s nekim, eto čisto onako, iz zajebanci, nešto kao.
Ona je, mislim da, ona je Metal Slug možeš gledati.
Ja sad ćemo to da vidimo. Idemo na zamak!
Idemo Niš.
Mogu na žabu da skočim. Vidi ovaj kralju! Aaaa! Kino mi health, život. Če vidim druge? Aha, ima da se glajduje, ne seri. Ke vrteška.
Imaš, slušaj me sad, tamo gdje biraš nivoje, imaš da jašeš tigra, da voziš skuter, da voziš kao neki karting, znaš, u Crash Bandicoot 3. To su ubacili bili. To se uvijek dobro sjeća.
Bonus nivo ste naš, secret. Kupljamo ove. Pojente skupiti što više ovoga. Ne znam, nisam. Vidi oj, vidi prvo kočim ovako. Okej. Vozi dalje. Ovo je bolje waypoint nego u kodu.
A. Ha ha ha.
Ajmo drugo nešto da probam.
Probaj Metal Slug. Mada, jel te vraća na početak kad otvoriš taj meni ili nastavljaš?
Nastavljam.
Pa onda piči polako dole.
Tekken?
Probaj Tekken, kako radi?
Mortal Kombat, Kec i dvojka. Ajmo Tekken, ko je Kec i dvojka?
Nema trojka.
Nema.
Dvojka ti je skoro isto, kao trojka. Skoro.
Ajmo Kinga.
Idemo riš.
Yoshimitsu.
Da.
Okej.
To ti je onaj ninja.
Mamu ti jebem. Ustani, mamu ti jebem. Ujebote.
On ima te fazone kad laži, znaš.
Brate, razvali me.
Da.
Pozovi sestre ga s tobom.
Blokadu mi stavljaš, mamu ti jebem. Jebaću ti. Kevu sad, KO.
Jebaću ti majku.
Vidiš, tu ima replay.
Pogledaj tamo kombo, kako već ide. Na internetu.
Aha, mogu i slučija.
Znaš
da,
Ne, ima start da pritisne, znaš Nede.
Već sam mu igran, brate. Već mu jebem kevu sad. Znaš. Stage 2. Jan. Na farmi nekoj. Dođi ti jebem ti mater. Bam! 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 A mogu da spojim dva odjedan. O, evo ga. Lele.
Ti kažem, sigurno možeš napraviš neki kombo, ali moraš pogledaš kako ide.
Da, vidiš to me razvali. Kurvo, u tome se sam jebaću ti. Priči,
Trojka ima bolje te pozadine. Karakteri su manje više isti. Možda imaš Tekken 3 tamo u onim kao multimedijalnim mašinama, zato što je Tekken 3 bio popularan i na onim automatima, znaš.
Pa ima ga verovatno.
Vjerojatno ga ima tamo.
Nego sada srčam, čekaj. Jebaću ti kevu sad za ovo. Ej, pa dok se na podu.
Znaš kako smo vremena potrošili u srednjoj školi dok smo igrali ovaj.
Ne, hoću da je vatan.
Soul Calibur isto.
Blade, ne seri. Kak je Blade je?
Ne sjećam se. Veruješ da se ne sjećam. Jedna od nekih igara koja...
Pičku mater.
Ako ima svaki Final Fantasy koji izašao na PlayStationu, Kecu, samo zbog toga se isplati konzola. To ti je oko 1000 sati igranja. Final Fantasy 7, 8 i 9. Tu nekako.
Marvel, Activision! Evo ga Activision jebat.
A dobro, to je bio developer ili bio publisher tu?
Jeste. Marvel je.
Ne, Marvel ti je prodao licencu da se po njoj napravi, znaš, morali su da stave to, ali nije ti Marvel aktivno radio na tome, verujem.
Mada krenuo tek u posljednjih 10 godina da radi aktivno na filmovima i to.
A prodao im je bio licencu u startu, razumeš, dao im je ono kreativnu slobodu da, znaš, prave, jer su skontali da samo od stripova nema ništa, nego da moraju nekako to da keširaju bolje. Neki tutorial, a?
Neko je pustio ozbiljne keš.
Ne znam. Jel imaš katanu?
Ujebote! Press, hold R2. Uvijek stade ure. Gdje ja to znam duš? Hoće ti jebe mati se. Jebe mi ti mamu. A sam očajan, već. Ispucali me, uvreću jebati. Aaaa! Ubili me. Zajebano dok se vrate snađem, već. Nisam ja PlayStation player, bre. Da ste Kevin. Red alert. Ono zajebaš.
Nije to za tebe. Naročito ne na konzolu.
Survivor Resident Evil, ovo je 5.
Ne. To je Resident Evil Gun Survivor. Iz prvog lica. Probaj. FPS, bukvalno, znaš?
Gdje si Simone, drugim?
Gdje si Simona? Ja ga ne čujem.
Ako priča sam ono Mutinac. Opet je... China number one. Resident Evil, sad bi on rekao Resident Evil, ali nemam...
Čujem sad.
Yes.
Check samo sekund. No course.
I can't remember. Anything. Jel ovo ista priča kod petice, ili?
Ma jok, to ti je Gun Survivor, on ti se ne igra uopšte sa tim. Za Gun Survivor si imao pištolj, bukvalno, light gun.
A jebi ga, ja stavio slušalice, samo da vidim. A sad...
Opa! Ima i toga, a? Onda trčim. Da vidim.
Imao nas ne ovdje.
A sad? A? Ma nisam kući telefona i bi ga rekao malo da vas čujem.
Pa malo ne se čuješ.
Šta radite?
Drakula mi streamio konzolu. Moja pretpostavka je da je onaj main emulator na Linuxu. To je moja pretpostavka.
To je?
Boš.
Znaš kako mogu da deblokiraju apps? Samo preko Linuxa. To mi je džabi. Nikako ne računa mogu da se spasu. Mada ono što mi nije jasno...
A nije, jasno.
Ne, nego nije. Njima server radi na Windowsu.
A jebe vam.
Zato što neko uzima dobre pare za licencu, ne na D.
Mislim, to se ne radi nigdje u svijetu.
Pa radi se u Srbiji. Kako ćeš da uzmeš pare za licence svake godine ako imaš Linux koji je free?
Svi izbjegavaju te Windows servere i to samo ovi naši serveri pametni da...
Samo su programeri jebe, sad ti kažem, brate, ne rade ništa. Eto.
Kako ne rade ništa? Pa pune Microsoft u džepove. Kako ne rade ništa? Jest.
Gde?
U tebe.
Ba bre, tu sam u kući, pa ću doći poslije u stan,
A nisi išao ono? To je, no?
A?
Ne više išao u kući?
Nisam, brate, sad sam se prebacio stan, brate, nisam imao 2 mjeseca interneta, zato nisam ni igrao ništa, nisam dolazio, brate, ono... Pa sam sad i našao novi posao i svašta nešto, brate, ali nisam ni igrao ništa.
A nisi više poštar?
Nisam, brate,
sad možemo da lajemo protiv pošte, odlično.
Mamo? Nisam, brate, sad sam u toj jednoj firmi, u auto industriji. Ma ne vredi, brate, više, mala plati to, ne vredi, brate, nema.
A za vam nisu povećali plati?
Ma kak?
Šta bi povećali?
Ovi ko nas dobivaju motore, mislim da nakon 3 ili 5 godina dobijaju pravo da zadržati motor.
Pa dobijaju da...
Hoćeš ti da platiš sa motorom račun za struju?
Ma...
To ti je jedno sredstvo, nakon 3 do 5 godina imaš pravo da buđe.
Da, to je... Da.
A dobro, ali nije isto povišica i dati prevozno sredstvo. Ako imaš dobru platu, možeš sam sebi kupiš šta hoćeš da voziš.
Ja mislim da su povećani sad istina to za 30% plati.
Nisu, vrate, nisu dobili ništa sad, ako mi ve... Ništa, vrate.
Pa valjda si imao poznaje poštare tamo kod njega u mjestu gdje koji dalje radi taj posao. Valjda bi mu rekao, pohvalio bi se nekako.
Priča 10% i sad i 10% 1. januara. I 10% 1. januara, ali taj ugovor još nisu, taj aneks to još nisu napravili. Razumeš? Ja, moje Srbije. Sad kad sam počeo dobio sam povećanje i dobit ću, sad ću imati sljedeće, razumeš, sad od januara, a jebote prije 8 godina, brate, ništa, znači sve šta god, brate, samo štrajk, ne vredi, brate, ono, razumeš, samo se nateži.
A u kojoj auto industriji radiš?
U Hutchinsonu.
Da se popao gore, je to nešto na kablove neki ili?
Sve mene baš dosta komplanira, da sam nisam. Mislim, ono, radim kao tehničar, ono, tako da. Mislim da vreme, stvarno, radim prvo smenu, predamo nedelji, nekad imam subotu, nekad ne, pa sam ono.
Majke mi, meni je ovo zanimljivo.
Šta je to, Tarzan?
Ja kažem ti da sam ostao poslije da si imao 70.000, brate, ne bi ja rekli ovako ništa.
Po nas su zatvorili desetinu radnja nam ne radi ovako i nema ko da radi, ovi pobegli na bolovanje.
Znači, kao kod nas, tim ima manje radnika, brate, ovi što su tu beže na bolovanju, brate, nema.
Ne mogu da velim.
Nema, brate.
I sad će ovo još hranjači da se zatvorili od nove godine.
Šta će?
Još hranjači kada se zatvorili od nove godine.
neće. Mlac, brate, možeš. Opušte. Znaš ti drugar mog brata, on ima privatnu firmu, naš, kao direktor, kako se zove, automobiliznička firma i on je sve radio, naš vozio i to sve. I došao u firmu za razgovor posao kao koje pozicije kaže kao za direktora. Kaže da molim, pošto sam moliš, kao ja sam bio direktor u svojoj firmi. Strašno, tako i ti. Brate, odmah direktori, ne.
Mi imamo neki udo u jednoj firmi. Imamo neki udo u jednoj firmi. To je moj, ja nemam ništa. Tako da, vidim da ću baciti da budem član nadzornog odbora.
Član čega?
Nadzornog odbora.
Šta neki ničem poslu?
No šta, idem u kancelariju Luku Vučić i to je to.
Opravo se govori.
O jebote, nema neka da nije ruske, ja ovom grupom da je ruske. Kažem da ću... Ne mogu da velim. Sam ruski je, kad mi pušta.
Šta je to, Tetris?
Čekaj, šta ste rekli, koja igra? Vi ste...
Metal Slug.
Ja sam odmah si
Metal Slug. S meta M-E-T-A-L S-L-U-G.
Ovo, kaseti na kepsu, brati, ja igram trojku, u macu.
Ima na, možda...
Sam kepsem, ja igram trojku, brati, trojku.
Ima, vidio sam da ima, ne, možda promenim na one mame, znaš. Ne na...
Mame, ali ovo, brati, ko se toga seti, brati. Ne znam, brako, on je mladi on, brati, ne se samo mamo.
Misliš, jedan sa MIT-a je napravio MAME, čini mi se.
MAME, da, mame. Što sam rekli naši mame. Jo, baš.
Nikako te pita, ne, da što nestali dolazim po vašu mamu. A? Ti ste stavio pozdravite vašu mamu, što nestavi dolazim po vašu mamu.
Pozdravite vašu mamu.
Alien jebot.
Alien? Da, imaš Alien za PS1.
American Gladiators.
Izolacija, vas.
Barbie, jebote, evo, Barbie pre filmova.
Da, bila je ona Barbie, Dollhouse ili kako se zvali.
Evo. 9 miliona Ukrajinaca izbjegli iz Ukrajine.
Au, brate,
Ja ćemo sad...
da moguće da ih ima toliko, brate.
Njih ima 60 i nešto miliona.
Da ja živim.
A zamisli ti da ti 9 miliona mladih ljudi zemlje. I izvrlo se nego. Ja mislim da je pola miliona ljudi se došao kod nas.
Pa, znaš ono kanini, to bilo priča. Stvari te kad je to bilo sveže, kad su počeli, razumeš, i ja sam vidio tu po selima, razumeš, prolaze, znaš, Ukrajinci i to, brate, sa dobrim kolima, ono, i to sa dobrim kolima. Znaš, što su imali para, brate, oni su, ono, kirnuli odmah, jebika. A, brate, ova sirotinja ostala, jebika.
Znam se to rešava na kraju.
Ajde, da i Ukrajinci, nego Rusi, vrat, znaš, njima su blokirani računi i oni sve prebacili smo.
Znaš ti kad jedan ljudi kaže, pa ja sam mislio da vi ovdje nemate asfalt?
Šta misli da nemamo?
Da nemamo asfalt, da nemamo ljudi, da te nisu asfaltirani, nego idemo po zemlji to.
Jer su nisu zapravo.
Prosječno srpsko selo je 50 puta naprednije nego prosječno rusko selo. Tam žive još u Mini.
Ej, ne, Teenage.
Tam kad pali snijeg ili kiša, to svi se valjaju u blatu, nemaju put, imamo i nije vrbuku. Ona će meni da mi ne masat, jebe mi je ustan. Ne, jebe mi je ustan mrtva.
Jebi ih. Jes pobjedio?
Da, prešli smo 10.000.
Bravo. Pa drugo djevojka moja tuče kante. Znači sve u 16.
CS 2.0.
Ba, CS2, da bre.
Sve Dracula.
Igra volja od brata, da on pizdi šta će.
Dracula je svaki prediction ti je tačan
Dracula.
Dracula.
Kako je tepa counter, nema zebancije, brate. Rekao sam, Flora, neće, brate. Kaže, ne mogu, nema nišana, pa ju uključi nišan, šta?
Ne ključi nišan, molim se.
Uključi nišan, brate.
Nema zebavati, treba nišan za to.
Kad se tog ja spredao, Milanovog što igra s nama, on igra sa nišan, šta igra s nišan, isključi ga. Jer je Frost igra bez nišan, znaš njega. Dobro je rekao, ajde.
Svako oružje ti je centrirano da puca u sredinu ekrana. Svako oružje je centrirano u kepu.
Ne, ja ga spredam, znaš, on se pravi pametan ovaj kill. Nije ih. Deo, što su i si mutor, brate, šta je ovo?
Wait a minute.
Nema Borisa, gdje je Milan?
Igra Hanšodan.
Ne Milan, nisam, nego ovo je Milan naš.
S randomizerima. Igra Hanšodan s randomizerima.
Sa random, brate, još uvijek.
A to je novo. Dosta je bilo samo sa odabranom ekipom, sad ne bira, znaš. Daj šta daš.
A sad ne, da. Kaže Slavko, treba kupi Steam dok i tamo kaže kad bude kao KF, rekao, ono što ti rekao, dobro. Tamo malo da se... Ako se kupi, valjda hoće... Malo se zjebao, nismo dobro.
Ne znam šta si učio tu.
Simpsona.
Very nice, I like.
Idem večerat pa ćemo čuti posle, važi? Ajde, čao.
Čekaj, ja ga nisam ga razumio, je se ono ženi ili živi sa corom?
Ni ja ga nisam razumio ništa.
Sad konto sam da nije više u porodičnoj kući s Kevom, da je negde na stanu ili kao nekoj svojoj gajbi, ali da li sa ženi je živi s corom, to ne znam. To je već misterija. Au, brate, nevidljivi objekti je. Ko je bug? Bug test radio na ovo. Niko. Imam da lade, a? Znači, imaš nevidljivih objekata kako hoćeš. Kad sam Peđi pokazao da na sred ceste ima jebena kutija koju ne možeš da preskočiš. Neki objekat koji je postojao, koji su pomerili, ali dalje tu ono. Samo ne vidi.
Vi nemate pojma šta se meni danas prema poslu desilo.
Je to neka zgodna plovuća popadala?
Ulazi Lujka, uglavnom nosi sve Gucci fazan, ono, na max gas. Taj fazan i gleda torbicu, ono, Axel, nebitno. Slušaj ovo, kao, ja ću sad da nosim, dođem na ogledalo i ne stavlja torbicu onako, evo, gdje mi je torbica? Kao što normalne devojke nose onako, znaš ono fazan ovo, kao, znaš.
I mean, I have no use for it, thanks.
Good, bre.
Da.
Molim me kurac, neću da pričam.
Pričao si o devojci koja je ušla Gucci, farmerke, nafurana riba.
Da, nebitno, probala torbicu, neće da je nosi ovako, znaš, čuješ, oko vrate ramena.
Da.
Čuješ, nego dođe, stavi, nabije ovako, gore, kaže, ja ću ovako da je, vrate, nosim. Ja ovako gledam, rekao, ove su prse definitivno. Kao, ja ću biti posebna, nosit ću je naopako, vrate. Udalač. Zavisti tog kretenizma i pokazuje mi ogrcilu, kako zove, ogrlicu, izbrisala sam ga kao piše, brate, i kao olovka, znači, gledam, rekao, ovo, sine, dijagnoza, ozbiljno mi. Znaš, kao, kako se zove, nema veze, ono, dijagnoza, znaš, kao. Što ja tebi pričam, ti si kao muško, ali ja... Znaš...
To je neki pacijent. Mene? Ma šta hoćeš da radim? Hoćeš da skinem gaći? Kažem jebe me.
Neću da skinem gaće, nego se šalim sa Milanom. Milan kaže, nikad voli korist. Kaže.
Objective located. Let's move.
Šta hoćete od mene? Red Reading Hood.
Zašto nije klasika kod nas je ono?
A takve pacijente predraže biram da ignorišem. Isto ti kažem. Nekrori, opet kradeš moj zrcove, Nekrori.
Jone! Evo te, tvoja igra. Dobar. Jesi vidio igru? Dobro, Snake, vidi Milana.
Konj. Isti Milan.
Ne znam, sad ću poraditi.
Viš? Ovo previše. Opa!
Šetan kuhuvanje.
Sada kopita gledaj.
Pa liči na kuhuvanje.
Got a contract here.
Ne. Dobar pet. Baš pičku mati.
O, Turci!
Šta bi, ugasiti se monitor?
Ne, izašao sam iz igre. Masters. High Soldiers. Spy, Spy.
Ajkulu Drakulović.
Ej, Torima.
Znaš koja serija stiže na Netflix?
Koja?
Berlin.
Ja rekoh...
Ozbiljno?
Han Shodan.
O čemu se javno tu seriji?
Da, Berlin. Znaš ko je Berlin?
La Casa de Papel.
La Casa, da. Ovo, zašto mi tvoj monitor ovdje?
Nije monitora. Nego ja.
Zašto ja tebe gledam? Zašto? Ko si ti, ružna spodobo? Zašto te...
Jedi govna.
Evo i sad ću. Zašto te vidim i zašto ne mogu da te isključim?
Edi me.
A?
Ti igrali ovo.
Šta je to?
Ne možeš i da hoćeš. Matori, ne možeš.
Slušaj, poslaću ti Berlinera. Poslaću ti Berlina kući, jesi čuo?
Ja bih krenuo. London 1880.
Dani, dođoše vam crni dani.
Gde je Luther? Luther Martin.
A Luther Martin, to je novo, a?
Fattori Hanzo! Fattoriva! Fattori!
Ne znam šta je to.
Fattoriva!
Demozin.
Demonizacija.
Alo, Turiton! O ne mogu te pušti da igraš! Šta ti je?
Matra.
Kako ću te pušti da igraš?
Pusti ga neka čiva.
Jeli, kako da te puštim?
Pušti me, Adam, pušti me.
Alo, Martin Luther King, gde si?
Dobio si novo ime, Martin Luther King. Martine Lutheru. Martin Luther, pičke mater. Alo bre, Martin Luther. Zato Martin Luther šuti. Porada mu je mnogo kruti. Alo Martin Luther. Martin Luther. Martin Luther, pičke mater. Ideš.
Bolesti svačije.
Ovako ja trčim, ne.
To medieval pređe.
Jest.
A, znam. Čim sam vidio trčanje, mislio sam da je to. Imam tako čudnu neku animaciju.
Opa, mač.
To je ti umro bez Ilije, znači, pazi ko je to. Da,
ljubav,
zavis.
Na prvi pogled.
Milan bi umro bez tebe, znači, umro.
On je njemu sve, razumeš?
Ti si meni sve, ti mi deš sve, od tebe nema, teško mi onda ide. Suada.
Posavić Suada.
Yes.
Ković, što ti da smo tretirali sa tom sličicom?
Neke napadaju na zombije. Hodam gradom kao zombi. Hodam u glavu, deć. Deć, mš. Mš ti. Testirao sam ovo, top. Ovo je dobro da igramo u vrate dvoje igramo.
A u troje, dvojke uvijek.
Medieval 3.
Pa pitaj Martina Luthera Kinga da igrate.
Jel ima sablje dvocevka tu?
Ima.
E pa ako ima onda može.
Pepsi Man, šta je to jebat?
Kako? Pepsi Man, da, kreni da vidiš. To je komedija. Da ti objasnim.
Po prvi put čujem jebat.
Pitaj Martina Luthera Kinga. Da, mislim bi on bio oduševljen.
Pepsi Man je dobar meme.
Vidi ovo, ladno, iz stvarnog života. Ono, reklama snima. Tamo, narko.
Pozdravite vašu majku.
Ti mi se Pepsi jebat.
Pozdravite vašu majku. Zašto vidim ovo Drakulu? Ja neću da vidim to.
Pa nemoj da gledaš, žmuri.
A ne znam što mi se pojavljuje.
A stalno se pojavljuje.
Ovo će da vidiš ovo, čekaj.
Sad da mrazim kurac, šta je?
A je?
Đedov Đoko, a?
A je?
Tu Martin Luther King.
Gdje mi on tu? Mi on nas bojkotuje. Hoće samo sa Rusima da igra.
Ide s Rusima. Alo, ruski. Podnimaš po-ruski.
Ruski špijunu, javi se! Ovo je frižider, koliko mu napunjen Pepsija.
Martine Lutheru! Martin Luther!
Otrčiš. Crveni brani ko duše lance. Jo, ovo je top jebate!
Da, znam.
Ovo je top! Ovo brate volim, kao mjau easy. Ovo je super jebat. Ovo mi način stvar, hoću ovakve igre. Vidi glide imam. Sve pojenta, daj smeći.
Ne smijem na to, budalo jedna druga. To smeće oni bacaju jebot. I bananu. U mamu vam jebem. Alo, komšija!
Sad odgoji bre, šta ti je, ženo? Ženo, šta ti je, ženo, govori?
Jone, ti nas ignorišeš, mi te svi ovdje vičemo, a ti tamo.
Mi te vikamo, ti tako.
Ali što ne možeš da se javiš, da...
A tu je.
Ja te nisam čuo. Ovo je najjača igra, brać.
Matori Hanzo!
Matori Hamza.
Matori Hanzo!
Šta je sad?
Alo, Matori Hanzo!
Alo! Upratne su kontrole, alo! Gdje ću sad? A, ne! Uvidio sam, skočio sam, nisam trebao da skočim na tu.
Hanzo!
Koliko imam života?
Hanzo, jav se! Hanzo, jav se!
Daj Pepsije, daj Pepsije. Daj Pepsije. Daj, šta
Daj
mi bacaš
malo
ono?
tange, sestro, daj malo tange.
Vešte kola u pičku materinu. Pepsi!
Pepsi man. Tako se
Što
čuje.
sad idemo? Stigao sam. Do cilja, do cilja. Koja reklama za Pepsi, bre?
Neko plate dobar pare za to, znaš?
Realno da, u to vreme... Da.
There's a fully loaded Terminus LTV in there.
Ovo isti sad Sage ili neki drugi? Neki drugi, pa da, vidim ruku. Aaaa, pogledaj, ušto bi ruku. Evo mi mladen mene, sve gledam što ovo. Hoćeš da pomeniš da nešto vodi ovaj fond da vidiš? Ovo je ovo drugi put upadam ovdje, bre. Jebem vam mater, vam jebem u pičku. Ljudima, beš baba u pičku, mater. Većine ovog naroda ima pileći mozak, ja sam to zaboravio.
Nije pileći, nego su zaboravni.
Svi imaju pileći mozak, imam i ja. Ja imam pileći mozak. Pileći mozak. Bravo, majmune. Strašno, bre. Treći put ovo. A? Baba, beži u pičku, mater. Da, upravo si, ono je... Bejtuju ono namerno, mamu i jebenu pičku. Znaš? Ovdje idem, ovdje me kurac za ovaj koje. Beži tu! Idem kuću, bežte, ali kuće! Izvinite. Kome da prodate prazni? Kome da prazni? Na pola, opa! Aj sad ovo! A gdje je ubrzano, čoveče, pa... Kako će ovo? Pogledaj, pogledaj, spavnuje me da se udarim odmah, brate. Ko je skriptao ovdje?
A jebi ga, to je reklama za Pepsi, što si škio da to bude baš 100% ono skripte kako treba.
Pa, šta je GTA San Andreas? Las Aventuras. Gdje li ja skočim? Ujem. Pepsi, Pepsi! Daj Pepsi.
Ibrahim.
Radili su neki eksperimenti sa mravima. Stavili su ko kapljicu Pepsija i mravi su ignorisali u potpunosti Pepsi, samo su popili Coca-Cola.
Dobro.
Što jebote?
Vjerovatno neke droge ili tako nešto.
Zaslađivač neki, ja pretpostavljam. To je zato što Coca-Cola ima u sebi šta? Koku. A onaj drugi da je kola.
Dosta sam se izigrao ovog.
Yes. Znači ima u sebi koku. Zato je popularno.
Coca-Cola, Marlboro, Suzuki.
Dobro. Da ugasim ovo. Emulator da vratim. Malo se zagreo.
A naravno da je.
Sada jer i to plus kad upalim ovaj PlayStation 5, mislim da najviše oko 100 grafički. Zanimljiva stvar. Majke mi za brati 1000 dinara da se spredam ovako.
Kako daš gdje kako ti gasi?
Sutra dan možda ako bude nekad imao dete, kao ha, ja mu kažem sine, evo ti ovo ti kažem.
Igraj se. Ja pa neko bilo. Malo dete bez 3 godine, nekako mote be onaj telefon.
Pa šta ti meni, kako se zove ova čerka snima za TikTok sa 12 godina, brete, one u sound, znaš ono, desingerica, ovo ono, ludilo. Znaš to?
I samo bar ušao na YouTube i te reći, samo je majka reći, zlazu makne, ona se smeška, neće. A što ti zlazni? Jebe da što već. Uče generacije su izdumovane.
Objasni. Pa ne verujem.
Jesu, jesu. Nego jesu. Wait.
Inspect your equipment and gear before you return.
I don't know why I was so
marking extraction zone.
New objective, strike team.
Moje more.
Out of the EZ before you get caught in the
Moje
shit.
more. Ja mislim da će da me koleginica ubije bre na poslu. Pojma. Dođe u drugoj smeni juče. Dolazim i kaže, kako se Peđi, jesi se raspao? Kao da sam neko sranje napravio, ozbiljno. Bolim.
Ja vezim ženu u pomoći.
Katastrofa nešto, veruj mi, bolje ti je što si tako tu, kunem ti se, ove žene su ti zlo, brate, to je namazano, to je nenormalno.
Ja imam pun pomoći.
Znaš šta je poenta? Ajde, okej, ja sam muško, pa one ne idu protiv mene, znaš, nego to bre sujetno, jedne bre na druge bre, samo brbljaju, samo priče.
Ono što žene ne kapiraju, one ne stavljaju šminku skupu odeću i obuću radi muškaraca. Muškarcima je sve jedno.
Znam.
To rade zbog drugih žena.
Zbog drugih žena. Pa bolest.
To je tuga.
To je bolesno, ali same sebe su ukanalile, razumeš? Debili. Uglavnom su one krive, nismo mi krivi, tako?
Da.
Realno. One su te koje se prodaju i za pare i za sve, za ovako. Znaš, meni je to... I onda mi sutra kaže neko kao budi dobar, mislim budi dobar, ono kao nađi devojku, ono neću da brate nađem, pokušao sam da brate nađem. Nikad, ladovina, zato što je poremećen sistem, vrednosti su u kurac.
Nek trče one za tobom.
Neka trče one za mnom, bravo. Brate, voliš samog sebe, prihvatiš samog sebi.
Statistički ima manje muškaraca nego žena. Matematika radi za nas. Izvoli Vlado. Vlado, izvoli. Nešto si teo da kažeš, jeli? Jeli, a? Dobro, izvoli. Da, laž, znam.
Šta je netočno?
Da muškarac ima manje nego žena.
Ima nas manje nego žena.
Čekaj, kako Vlado nas ima manje? Ili više? Doba, ja te ne čujem. Već sam ti rekao, miš ti je bučan, ne čujem. Sad čekaj da ti uradim jednu donaciju, da kupim miša koji ima normalan taj switch. Ništa ga ja nisam čuo.
Mene kima, boli me kurac. Poslije neka naprave... Neki se same...
Nek sebu same sa sobom poslije.
Realno, tako da bez nas ništa ne bi ni bilo svakako bez. Ako misle da budu Beyoncé, Who Run the World Girls, onda nek izvala onda. Neka crkvu onda. Tako da, čovjek, ja sam bio, brate, depresivnoj fazi, ovo ono, brate, drugarica mi tu ono neće, ali ja koji, kunem ti se, nije što sam muško, na zadnje bi mi bilo da sa nekim, eto, zbog seksualnih odnosa, da se ja kao ispraznim i kao on, ne, brate, hoću s nekim da, znaš, ono,
misliš kao...
Da osjećamo jedno drugo, da radimo, da idemo, šetamo, da bilo šta, razumeš? A ne za seks doći svako... Ne, brate, to ko da, znaš, ko da si debil, da te pitaš, to je katastrofa da ti priđeš danas, devojče.
Šta se radi, čujem? A jao, nemoj.
Ara, Gardi, nisam te, brate, prepoznao.
Ne, okej, ima logike. Nije na kurve, nego prostitucija ti je posao koji svaki drugi.
Da, tačno, one uzmu pare i kao, izvoli, daj da popušimo jednu i ajde da to odradimo, ti isprazni si i that's it. Znaš, okej, to, ali i to je meni žao bacanje para, bolje i 10%.
I seksualni roboti. I one su završile svoju priču na vijeki vijekova. Postaju bespotrebne na planeti Zemlji.
Džaba ti spominješ Warhammer, to je kažeš veštačka materica ili tako nešto.
Radi se na tome.
A radi svaki. Neki ženomrc se radi na tome.
Ja aktivno na tome da napravljaju veštačku matericu. I te seksualne lutke, znači tu su napredale jebote tebe. Što se kaže, samo još što ne pregovore.
A sve će to kure, sve to kure.
Sine, gotove su. Biće robot random, radit će sve što ja dižem. Biće programiran. Moćeš da kuva, da pegla, da pereveš, sve bro. Šta će ti ono prava žena? Tamo da ti je dušu.
Da se pofališ pred komšijom.
Samo da mi je dušu.
Znaš, kao u drevna vremena kad su ljudi imali skupog pastuva, znaš, i onda pokažeš onome drugom šejku kako, ili kralju, kako imaš skupo grlo, znaš, lepo. Ja, dobro, čemu to?
Ovo ti poći da pokažem, znači kako načinje. I neće staviti, neće ovo, neće ovo. Bog je Adamu napravio dve žene.
Idemo, da, dobro to je. Ne di upravo, ali nemoj Peđe, religiozan, nemoj sad.
Nisam ja religiozan.
Prva žena mu je Lilic, tako se zvala.
Pobjegla je kod djavola i rodila mu je armiju demona.
Jest. Zato, prva žena je stvorena kao jadan, jeli? Ono, od zemlje ili od čega li. Zato je druga žena stvorena od Adama. O tome što se.
Ja zbog čega je protjerana Lilic? Zato što je htjela da bude... Pošto se jebavalo i htjela da bude gore na njemu.
Evo ga sad ti znaš detalje, a u pičku mater.
Nije htjela kao dobri stajl.
Snake, kako da lokujem onaj DMT Dual Monitor Plus? Nešto mi se restovalo. Gdje idem beš?
Samo ga upališ.
Upalim ga left 12, shift L12, Snake, F.
Moraš da pogledaj hotkeyeve.
Stable, to je Activate Magic Word Input, to. To.
Nemam pojma.
Dobro, sad ću njima.
Bukvalno se ne sjećam, namestio sam jednom hotkeyu u životu, nisam...
Meni je resetovao samo, to, dobro.
Šta je sad, kaj si teći, a?
Move cursor to the next.
Da, u suštini ti to radi tako što ti zaključa kursor od Windowsa da ne možeš da pomere.
Evo ga, load cursor auto screen.
Jest.
To mi treba. To mi resetovalo.
Kaži mi da ti kažem.
Ne da volim, nego jebe kevu. Kad sam updateovao Windows, znaš šta mi je radio sve?
Znam. Sve ti je cepno na default.
Ne vjerujem da tu mi izmenja sve ono što po meni mogu slijedi to, ne?
Kao što Microsoft stvara da to što ti radiš narušava bezbednost. Za to ne znam.
Ima nešto novo na Steamu, gač.
Na Steamu? Ne, nešto imaš na Google.
Top sellers, gdje imaš tako ništa novo i šta je?
Imaš na Google Games, imaš na free igru, imaš na Epic free igru.
A to sve stranje.
Onaj Tokyo, kako se zove ona igra. Ono nije bilo loše. Samo što trenutno nisi imao vremena to da pokrene.
The Lord of Fallen 34 €. Global key.
Koji je Lord of?
Oh, Fallen za 35 €, 34 €.
Ne znam, ja se još uvijek razmišljam da uzmem tu igru.
Evo ti na dobrom je popust. Sad, ako hoćeš da čekaš još može.
Ma nije u pitanju čekanje, razumeš, nego... Ono...
Paper bot za 3 € možda su. Dobro je to da.
Znači, čim ubaci svojim ako svojim usima, to je katastrofa, bro.
Što ne nađeš neke cheatere?
Ovo je Milanov igre.
Kako to misliš? Žica, sačmarica i... kamp. Jel to?
The Last of Us 50 €, važi? Kupit ću vam.
Ti si probao free pa nije baš bilo.
To je... A šta, gledao sam seriju već. Ne mogu da igram igru. Jedva sam i seriju. Serija je dobra već.
Yes.
Ali nisu nastavili sa snimanjem. Cancelovali su sezon 2. Pa, resursa nešto, ne znam. To su radili sa Stranger Things isto.
Ko je platio prvu sezonu, samo to reci.
HBO valjda ne. HBO. Da pitaš za Last of Us, HBO ti radi.
Da je Netflix odmah bi ti rekao šta je. Netflix nema običaj da pravi previše sezona.
I Netflix propao sad nešto. su ono Stranger Things stavili. Okay. Ljudi su krsti. A ubije bi ga je.
Gledaj ovo. Gledaj ovo. Odem po vozačku dozvolu. Černo. Nema. Dođe 11 sati. I dođe, samo nešto da pitam. Ja sam se naslonio na ona vrata, ovako ne može. Imaš onda tablu ako ti nešto interesuje, sad ti piše tu, a vama ti kod dežurni i on... Jesi ti kao ti da se sloniš? Nećeš. Ono sve ono izreviran ovako.
Kako vi priklo, a?
Mislio da će ono onako da se napravi na to mafijak, neki sad će se ukenjati. Ti ne znaš da se nemam psiko. I okinu si ode.
Nenade, znaš što ti je efikasno? Kažeš, ja sam miran čovjek, pričam staloženo, molim vas nemojte me da me nervirate, u stanju sam golim rukam da zadajem čovjeka kad me neko iznervira. Hvala.
Sine, ako čekamo 7 minuta, šta misli sad da uđeš kod jedan da završiš to točno? Zato što puni Znači je Bog da se ta odavna cigansko-komunistička opština ugasi. Da neko prilučimo požarnicu. Nas je jedino rješenje. Ja sam bio dobar i miran i staloženje, ali ja sam sam ustanovio da sam ja trebao da budem nasilan uvijek. Pogodi nasilno prema meni, ja sam ne budem 10 puta nasilnije prema njemu. I on mene upali šoma da ću njemu da skopam oko. Da mi dali pjesak.
Vidiš muda, da.
Ima ga prepolje da ću vam vikend. Pjesak je vikend. Nasilje
rađe nasilje, da.
nasilje je jedino ključno.
Nasilje je zdrav izašao, tačno.
Nasilje rješava se. Pomiješiti ili neđeš bukem prema svima. I prema vratima, i prema buganima, i prema šitanima, i prema svima. Kako sam se ubijao. Jesmo glumili ono mir i ljubav. Ne. Ti si ubio jedan naš, ti ću ubio moj. Nestali smo svi ljubav. Pogasit ćemo ti selo i jadno. Cijelo moj život sam bio dobar prema svima i uvijek si tu završavao na moju štetu. Uvijek si završavao na moju štetu, pa neću više. Because
Yes.
da me razjari, ne mi da gusta.
Is all this cloak and dagger stuff necessary? I'm the one who called you, remember?
Yes.
Think anything of it. Once he arrived in his new city, he ate one of the ramens and immediately began to feel weird. He said he felt lightheaded and weak. He also said that he remembered feeling the exact same way a few years back after eating something his sister gave him. He was suspicious that he got poisoned, so he took a cyanide test kit which came back positive. He tried going to the police with this information, but unfortunately, there's nothing he could do about it. Man, talk about a weird family reunion, huh? Red is Blue 101. On April 28th, 24-year-old Melinda Vasilia's life was cut short by her boyfriend Agar Mohsen Hassan. After the slaying, Hassan would go on the run, and during his evasion of the police, he made a long post on Reddit about the situation. In this post, he claimed that him and Melinda got into an argument, and she began to hit him. At one point, she pulled out a knife and attacked him with it. He grabbed another knife, and in a state of pure shock, he struck her a few times. He claimed he had no intention of this happening, and that he was just protecting himself. That's pretty much all there is with this one. Pretty sad. The Whistler. This one is creepy as shit, and I hate creepy stuff, man. That's why I never look in the mirror. Anyways, somebody asked on Reddit, what is the creepiest thing that has actually happened to you? The top comment is by user BingBong1234. Bing Bong! When Bing Bong was 8 years old, he was walking his dog with his mom around 11 p.m. at night. Okay, bro. Let me stop you right there. Have you never seen a horror movie? Walking your dog late at night is a surefire way for some creepy shit to happen, okay? Anyways, he was walking his dog when all of a sudden he hears a strange whistling sound, which he said sounded human-like, but also bird-like in a way. He said his mom had a terrified look on her face and quickly grabbed his hand, and they both ran back to the house. 2 years later, he was walking his dog late at night again. Don't you learn your lesson? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, young man? Anyways, on his walk, he heard the same whistling sound. And at this point, you could probably guess there was nothing left in his colon, and he ran back into his house again. Okay, if you couldn't tell, I'm going to be making a lot of jokes in this one because I'm creeped out. Anyways, years went by, and he hadn't heard the whistle again until 14 years later. Bing Bong moved to South Dakota with his girlfriend, and on the 4th of July, he went to a river with his lady, and he saw a strange figure out in the distance rowing on the water. The person on the boat then started whistling at him. Then, the person on the boat started whistling at him. It was the exact same whistle he had heard in his childhood over 10 years ago. The guy kept getting closer and closer to him, and started whistling directly at him. OP was so startled that he stood up and shouted, "Who are you?" But the figure didn't say anything. Just whistled a few more times, turned the canoe around, and paddled out of sight. And if you think this one might just be a load of malarkey, he posted a video of the guy. Okay, let's move on. Unlikely heroin addict. This is a tale about a young man who spontaneously bought some H while walking through the seedy part of downtown one day. He made an AMA titled, "I did heroin yesterday, but I'm not a drug user and I've never done anything besides pot back when I was a teen." AMA. Now this kid had a pretty good life. He had a master's degree, good paying job, and he felt like being a little crazy for once in his life. But I think he skipped like 8 steps and went straight to snorting H. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I want to do something crazy, I like sleep without the TV on, because there's nothing crazier than being alone with my own thoughts. Anyways, he said it was basically the best thing ever, and he ended the post by saying, "Please, no more comments telling me I'm gonna be a homeless addict dying of an overdose now. Don't lecture me with all of your misconceptions and lack of any real knowledge or experience about the drug." And you know, this quote is interesting because he would become addicted 2 weeks later. Seriously, after 2 weeks, this guy was already injecting the stuff and spending most of his money on H. Now, a lot of people were accusing him of trolling because, I mean, it sounds ridiculous to be fair, but the man had receipts. I'm not gonna post the photo here, but he had receipts. Anyways, not a year after his initial foray into H, this man had already OD'd and was admitted to a mental hospital. He also claimed to have passed away briefly and was brought back in the hospital. See, man, this is why you should never do drugs. I mean, look at me. I don't do drugs. Well, besides that time I got addicted to nitrous oxide. But hey, I kicked that nitrous oxide addiction, and since then I don't do any drugs. I barely even drink, and look at me. Sexy as shit. Anyways, the guy later revealed in another Reddit post that he was 6 years clean and got his life back on track. He stated in his update post, "I know I can look back objectively and say that things probably weren't as good and normal before I tried heroin that one time, as I made it seem in that first post. I would have never tried it if things were truly going well for me." A good point, man. If you're ever feeling like your life is shit, turning to drugs is probably the worst thing you can do. You just gotta raw dog that shit and go to therapy, man. That's the only solution. But anyways, PSA over. Shout out to Spontaneous H for getting his life back under control. You're an absolute Chad for that. Mysterious stores. The Reddit user Iceman Throwaway 123 made a post about 12 mysterious and identical stores open on my street. What could be happening? In the post, he had said a bunch of stores in his areas closed down, and not too long after, 12 new stores all sprung up in their place. He said the stores are all similar to each other and have generic names like Town Mart. They also only accept cash. Most of their products are expired food products. Now, I believe I have some familiarity with what's going on here. You see, I used to work at a cash business with my Uncle Tony back in high school, and if this is what I think it is, the guy who posted this potentially got whacked. Allegedly. I was in a cult. In 2017, using a throwaway account, a user gave his account of how he accidentally joined the cult. He said that he was in college and he was suffering from severe depression. To help with this, he joined a group therapy session, and during one of these sessions, he had a guest that spoke to the group. The man who he called Bob pitched them a 5-week-long group therapy holiday with fun activities as well as counseling sessions. He also said it was completely covered by the school, so it would be free. So the OP gave Bob his contact information, and he went home trying to convince his parents to let him go on the trip. At first they were hesitant, but then Bob showed up at his house unexpectedly. Okay, man, that's a red flag right there, right off the bat, but let's continue. Bob convinced OP's parents to let him go, and they agreed. And the parents signed some documents, and a few days later he was on his way. At first when he arrived, everything seemed normal. The campsite was huge, there was a lot of kids around his same age, and counselors were friendly. Everything was going good at first, but then things started to get weird. First of all their belongings, including their phones and their clothes, were taken. They weren't allowed to have any contact with their parents or anyone in the outside world, and they all had to wear matching tracksuits everywhere. Again, that's another red flag right there. The only people who wear matching tracksuits are cults and Eastern European hoodlums. They even forced kids to sleep in these tracksuits in the middle of summer, and if that wasn't bad enough, they had to swim in these tracksuits too. During meals, Bob would say prayers to the gods. And OP initially brushed this off as Bob being inclusive towards everybody's religions, but then he started saying weird stuff like, the gods will show us the way to the end. Huh? Eventually OP snuck out of the group therapy session into the main building. He used one of the phones to call his house and tell his parents to pick him up. Then that night, he ran out of the camp to his parents who were waiting just outside. Some of the group leaders chased him to his parents' car and told his parents that he couldn't leave because they signed a contract. But OP's dad told him to go suck themselves, and then he peeled out. The next day, the group's leaders showed up to OP's house and tried to take him back to the camp, and they said that they would not leave without him. They would continue to stalk him all summer, and one day they physically tried to kidnap him, but somebody called the police and all of the group leaders were arrested. One of the leaders, who OP called Todd, whacked himself while out on bail. After that fiasco, OP and his family were forced to leave town and change their names to escape this cult. And then he stated in another comment, "I'm scared of even googling the group name, as I know that if they tracked me down, it would not end well. I hope you all understand the position I'm in and know that for my family and my own protection, I can't give any more information than that." And as if all of that wasn't crazy enough, 5 days later after the initial post, he commented this: "This is not true. I was part of a therapy group that specializes in helping teenagers with mental health problems. I was not in a cult. Since then, I've decided to rejoin the group. I will answer no further questions on this matter." It's pretty ominous, man. I think there's 3 possibilities here. 1, one of the cult members hacked him and posted that. 2, he was forced to write that under duress. Or 3, it's fake. Nexpo did a pretty good video on this if you want to know. Late night recordings. Dude, this one is so creepy, I don't even want to talk about it, but I gotta give the people what they want. That being said, I'm gonna keep it short. So this woman had an app on her phone that records your nighttime voices so it can detect sleep apnea and stuff like that. One day she's going through her recordings and opens one, and in this particular recording you can hear some clicks that get louder and louder over the course of the recording. And eventually you can hear her say, "What are you doing?" followed by a deep voice that says, "Nothing." The clicks keep getting louder, and later in the recording you can hear the other voice say, "That's them." Now, she said the only people in her house that day were her and her 3-year-old child. If you're doubting this story, she posted the original voice recording, and you know, feel free to listen to that shit. I'm not gonna do it because I feel like getting some sleep tonight, but you go ahead. So after recording this video portion, I decided that I was gonna get some balls and actually listen to it and play it for you guys, so here it is.
What are you doing?
Dang, man, is it just me, or does that sound kind of sound like cheeks being clapped? Datura. Datura is a poisonous flower which has psychoactive effects when ingested. Ingestion of this plant can cause dry mouth, muscle stiffness,
urinary retention, confusion, amnesia, bizarre thoughts, violent behavior,
and the loss of ability to differentiate between fantasy and reality. So, I think it's safe to say that this is not a party drug. In fact, the overwhelming majority of those who use Datura describe their experience as extremely mentally and physically unpleasant and potentially dangerous. Despite this, some dumb schmucks still insist on doing it. One dumb schmuck in particular decided to post about it on Reddit. Finally, got my hands on some Datura. How much should I take? Now, despite basically everybody in the thread trying to convince him not to take it, he was dead set on tripping balls. Yeah, I know, man. I've been reading about the effects for a couple of days now. It isn't trippy like hallucinogens, but will make you deliriant. Reading some of the stories about people talking to imaginary people and reading books that don't exist makes me want to do it still. You're a schmuck, kid, you hear me? A schmuck! So, you know, he goes through with it and takes quite a lot. And the next day he comments this: Google.com, how normal again, stop now. He also commented on a random post in r/gaming subreddit saying, "Please, these big dog are fighting, not okay. Yeah, don't do drugs." This was the last comment this account would ever post. But anyways, I hope he's okay. Like, You know, we all do dumb things when we're young, so hopefully he's good and he learned his lesson. Carl H., also known as Carl Harold, was a Reddit user who was very active in the r/learn programming subreddit, where he would help beginners learn how to code. He also had his own subreddit r/CarlH Programming, along with a website, toolsetsforeveryone.com, and he had a YouTube channel dedicated to programming tutorials. He was even once awarded Redditor of the Day due to his efforts in helping others. Now, despite his online persona as a nice guy who educated aspiring programmers, Carl was an absolute monster. Like, no joke, this guy was a horrible, disgusting human being. He was in prison in 2013 for things that would make even Jeff Epstein blush. I don't even want to talk about this scumbag anymore because it's raising my blood pressure. Let's move on. Intruder is referring to this post. Got a notification from my smart home app in the middle of the night saying, your doorbell detected a visitor, with this image. What, you thought I was gonna do a creepy video with no jump scare? Get the fuck out of here. U/Daryl Pratt. Back in 2016, a Reddit user named Daryl Pratt began making a bunch of weird posts such as, I'm an 18-year-old male and need help getting a 26-year-old girl on the internet to like me. Please help me, I'm desperate. And can I get in trouble for sending a girl love letters? Oh, and of course this gem. If somebody bans me on Facebook and I make another account and pretend to be someone else, can I get in trouble? These posts were directed at YouTuber Alana Pierce, and she gave an account of her experiences with this fella in a video on her channel.
So he was just a guy who would comment on my social feeds regularly, and I didn't really think anything of it. He was telling a line where I was like, this is getting a little uncomfortable, and I slowly started to block him off my social media, kind of one by one, based on stuff he was saying. But the thing that officially crossed the line and made me block him off Facebook, which is the place where he was most active talking to me, I think outside of YouTube, was that I got my eyebrows tattooed and I shared that on Snapchat. But he ended up going on IGN videos, for, and if he was something nice about me, he would reply to them and be like, she got her eyebrows tattooed. Basically, he was incredibly angry that someone he had put on an unrealistic pedestal had done something to themselves that he didn't like.
After she made that video and kept blocking him, there were a bunch of ominous posts saying he would attack himself, but thankfully it seems like that didn't happen. According to Nexpo himself, he seems to have moved on, spending time with family and being the first in his life. Man, shout out to Daryl. Simping is one of the hardest addictions to kick, almost as hard as nitrous oxide. Trust me, I would know. Decomposing face. I'm gonna spare you guys the basically, this was a I didn't know I was pregnant situation, and an extremely obese woman didn't know she was pregnant, and well, decomposing fetus. Quantum immortality. Now, this is an insanely complex topic which is probably too dumb to explain, but I'll take a crack at it. Now, the theory of quantum immortality involves two other concepts. One is the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which basically says that there's an infinite number of worlds or dimensions or universes, whatever you want to call them, and they run parallel to our own, and every possible outcome of an event is happening in one of these worlds. So, it's kind of like the multiverse in the MCU. The second concept you need to be familiar with is Schrodinger's cat. So, according to this thought experiment, if you place a cat inside of a box with something that could kill it, curiosity for example, you wouldn't know if the cat was alive or dead until you open the box. Let me give you an example. My dad went out to get milk when I was 3 years old. Until I see my dad again, I won't know if he actually got the milk or not. So he both has the milk and doesn't have the milk. But according to Schrodinger's box, I haven't seen that bastard in 17 years. Where are you, Dad? Do you have the milk? Anyways, quantum immortality is kind of like Schrodinger's cat, but from the point of view of the cat. Let's say Schrodinger is a psychopathic cat killer and he's outside a box with a button. Every time he hits the button, the cat has a 50-50 chance of living or not. If the cat dies, it's unaware that it died. Its consciousness just ends. If it lives, its consciousness lives on. According to quantum immortality, every time Schrodinger hits that button, it creates two worlds, two timelines. There will always be a timeline where the cat is alive, a timeline where the cat's consciousness lives on. Therefore, it's impossible for the cat to ever actually die in the grand scheme of things. That probably made no fucking sense, but here's where it gets dark, in our timeline at least. A Reddit user by the name of AFH43 found out about this theory on Reddit, and it really messed with his head. In a span of 4 days, he made 14 posts regarding quantum immortality. And these posts are pretty disturbing. Things like, the theory of quantum immortality has driven me to a state of pure anxiety and terror over the last week. Is it true? Has it been debunked? I can't do this anymore. The theory of quantum immortality has driven me to a really dark place. I'm living in a state of pure doubt. There's no reason to believe that it is true. Existential crisis. It won't stop. I need help. I can't do this anymore. His last post was, quantum immortality. I'm myself soon. It's just too much. I can't do it anymore. Fuck, man. This is horrible because, you know, I've had a few existential crises in my day, and it is not fun, so I hope he got the help he needed. U/Cypro. U/Cypro is a Redditor who performed the surgery on herself for the stupidest fucking reason ever. So, she posted on the r/cornbeef approved subreddit, and this sub is a whole nother can of worms. If you're curious and want to check it out, please don't. Anyways, this Cypro fella, or lady, I should say, made a post with the title, "Cut out the fat in cheek, then ate it." She was saying that she recently bought a motorcycle, but the helmet wouldn't fit on account of her big fat juicy David Dobrik cheeks. So instead of buying another helmet like a normal human being, this psycho decides to do plastic surgery on herself and cut out part of her cheek. I'll spare you the gory details, but she accomplished her goal of removing the fat in her cheek and then proceeded to put it on a sandwich. She later left this comment, "People concerned over my mental health. Please, I don't need your 2 cents. My mental health is fine. I'm not depressed. I don't have a body image issue. I just enjoy pain and pushing myself to my limits. And hey, it was fun. That's basically the only reason I do anything." See, this is the shit that happens when you have no hobbies. Houston Horror Hotel. A person posted on the Houston subreddit asking about a specific room at the Hotel Zaza near downtown Houston. One of his colleagues was somehow given this weird room that was about half the size of a regular room and had a very strange decor. Pictures of skulls everywhere, weird creepy paintings, no carpet, and what looks to be like a two-way mirror chained to a brick wall. Man, I don't care how big the discount was. This is not my idea of a relaxing stay. The weirdest thing about this room is that there's a portrait of former Stanford Financial Group president Jay Como. Now, the Stanford Financial Group was actually shut down for running one of the biggest Ponzi schemes ever, and Jay himself was under investigation, but I think he got off scot-free, so he's definitely a sketchy mother sucker. And to give him even more connections to this hotel, he actually threw a big party at the Zaza Hotel while it was still under construction. Other people in the comments suggested that this room could be relevant to the Skull and Bones, which is a secret society from Yale that George Bush, John Kerry, and Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh attended. Which makes sense because the Skull and Bones nickname is Order 322, and the room number was 322. And that would also explain the pictures of the skulls everywhere. And if you weren't absolutely convinced that something weird was happening in this room, OP later updated the post saying a new Redditor offered him a bounty to delete this thread. Redditor gets revenge on his son. Think you kids are a handful? Listen to this shit. This is from the Confession subreddit. "I stood by and allowed my wife to almost whack our son. I was happy she did it. Right off the bat, I'm intrigued." So basically, this man's son was a massive psychopath from day one. And I'm not talking about he puts milk before cereal psychopath. I'm talking about Ted Bundy. Since the minute he was born, this kid was an absolute pain in the tuchus. As an infant, he would cry 24/7, and once he got past the crying, he started breaking everything he could get his hands on. He would then take off his diaper and poo-poo and pee-pee all over the house, and his favorite spot to do this was on his parents' bed. As he got older, he got worse and worse. He would bite, scream, kick, scratch, and spit at anyone who got close to him. The kid was a wild fucking animal. It got so bad that schools refused to take him in, and his parents had to lock themselves in their own room out of fear of him. After a while, OP had another child, a daughter, and she was the exact opposite of that little putz. By the time she was born, the son was 16, and he was just as much of a psycho as ever. He would frequently light things on fire and even torture animals of the neighborhood, which, if you're familiar, are the 2 earliest signs of a serial killer. Anyways, OP and his wife tried to take the kid to therapy and did everything in their power to make the kid behave. But nothing worked. He was evil. He was more evil than those bastards who emulate Nintendo games. Now, the kid and his parents would get into constant arguments, and he would go into a rage. After one of these arguments, his son snuck into his sister's room and kicked her with a knife multiple times. When the parents heard her cries, they kicked the door down and saw the little bastard standing above her holding the knife. Now, OP's wife was no spring chicken. People still say that? We gotta bring that phrase back. Anyways, his wife was an amateur boxer and she kicked the shit out of him while OP watched. She beat him so bad that he thought that he was dead, if you know what I'm saying. But no, he survived, and after a while the family moved and they never saw him again. Roommate wanted. One day a girl named Amanda was browsing Craigslist trying to find a challenge. She said in ad, roommate wanted, females only, and it was pretty cheap compared to other places in the area. The only thing is, it had only one photo of the outside of the leasing property, no photos of the inside. So Amanda decides to email the owner so she could meet her and get a tour of the place. The owner says she works late, so it would have to be around 8 p.m. Amanda agrees, and the next day she arrives only to see a note on the front door that reads, "Front door broken, use back." So she goes around the back, and an older man opens the door saying he's the landlord, and that the female occupant told him to meet her since she got held up at work. As soon as she walked through the door, there was a bunch of red flags. First of all, there was no furniture. Second of all, the door was boarded up, which means it wasn't broken at all. And the supposed landlord was acting weird and rushing her through the tour and telling her not to turn the lights on for too long. So at this point, Amanda had her, oh shit, I'm about to get made into a lamp moment, and decided she needed to get the F out of Buffalo Bill's House of Horrors. So she politely thanks the man for the tour and says she has to leave. But Buffalo Bill perks up and says, oh, I forgot to show you the basement. Now, if you guys have ever seen a movie, you know that nothing good ever happens in a basement. Then a car pulls up in front of the house. At this point, Amanda is in full panic mode, but thinking on her feet, she pretends to get a phone call and says, hey, are you here? Oh, I'll come out and meet you. Then once she gets outside, she sprints to her car and gets the fuck out of there faster than me when I find out I'm not the father.
You are not.
So it turns out that the house was abandoned and the landlord was just a homeless man squatting there. In the basement, he had a piece of fishing wire about shin length on the stairs and a bunch of old blankets and tape. So yeah, this was definitely puts the lotion on the skin situation. So shout out to Amanda for making the right move there. Also, being a woman sounds terrifying. Someone at the window. While at his cousin's cabin, this man posted a panoramic photo. Now, if you look closely, you'll see that there's a fucking person standing outside. Genuinely terrifying. Glove Man. No, this is not the worst superhero ever. User Gloves Are Fucked posted an account of his experience he had in Halifax with the man he calls the Glove Man. OP says he was looking for a cab after a night out when suddenly a well-dressed guy pulls up in an SUV and asks if he's looking for a cab. He says yes and hops in the guy's car, because as we all know, getting in a stranger's vehicle is always a good idea. He said the driver was wearing a leather jacket and leather gloves. The man then tells OP that he sells leather gloves and asks OP to try on a pair. Then at one point the glove man starts breathing heavily as he's watching OP put these gloves on. And at this point it was extremely obvious that the dude had some kind of fetish for young men trying on leather gloves. He said he even had to look at the glove guy's hands to make sure he wasn't whacking off. After a few more minutes of glove stretching, the driver finally took OP near his house, and that was that. Now, apparently this glove guy is well known in Halifax and has done this to a number of different men. In fact, there were 2 other posts about him in the Halifax subreddit. Friendly lady. OP goes downtown with her boyfriend's mother for a night on the town. She parks her car, and as soon as she gets out, this weird girl with long black hair and a long dress gets close to her and invades her personal space. OP thought this was weird, but she decided she would just walk away and the girl would probably leave her alone. But this was not the case. As she was walking, the girl followed her and her boyfriend's mom. At one point, the boyfriend's mom asked the girl, "Do you need something? Are you okay or what?" The girl replies back, "It's not safe," while looking OP right in the eyes, creepy style. Now this chick follows them everywhere. She even followed them into the bar and sat by them. OP even took a photo of her in the bar. The fuck did you take this photo on, a rotary phone? This was made in 2012, not 1914. Why is the quality so bad? Anyways, eventually they called security to get the girl away from them, and she was arguing with the security guard and didn't want to leave, but eventually she was escorted out. Also, OP sounds kind of like a douchebag. Like, this girl was clearly having an episode, or she was being trafficked or something, and she didn't even, like, try to help her at all. She was just trying to get away from her. Drug dealer's mistake. In this disturbing confession on Reddit, a user admits to accidentally causing several people to lose their lives. See, this man was a peddler of illicit substances on the dark web. He said he sold a variety of narcotics including smack, H, peyote, and fentanyl. One day, OP screwed up the shipments and accidentally sent fentanyl to peyote users. Now, this is bad because these people weren't used to it, so if they were to take a large quantity of it thinking it was peyote, it would lead them to OD. And this is exactly what happened to multiple people. Bro, if I haven't convinced you by now to not do drugs, then I don't even know anymore. Slugs in food. U/smallbean197 posted on the relationship subreddit, "My partner has been putting slugs in my food for the past 2 weeks. I, a 22-year-old female, have been with my partner for 4 years now. A friend of my partner's came into my work today and said he needed to speak to me when I was free. He told me that my partner had been collecting slugs from the garden and putting them in my food, blending them up. He even sent his friend pictures of a bag of slugs he had been collecting and a picture of blended slugs. I feel really sick to my stomach. I don't understand why he would do this. This is so out of character for him. I asked him why he was doing it, and he accused me of snooping through his messages. And he got so angry at me for not being able to take a joke. She then posted an image of some slugs she found in a jar. God damn, man, I like this girl and everything, but this is ridiculous. 572, aka Jake Davidson, was a rather disturbed Redditor who gunned down 5 people in England before taking himself out. Davidson was a member of multiple incel subs like r/Incel Nation, r/Virgin, and r/Men's Rights. If you look through his post history, it's basically exactly what you would expect from a neckbeard. After he committed these crimes, Reddit deleted his account and his entire post history, possibly to get some of the heat off of them. Girlfriend loves her dad, so this young man is seeing a woman and everything's going well. They like to roleplay in the bedroom every now and then, and I don't mean Skyrim VR. The dude's girlfriend likes to call him daddy, which he enjoys, and I think that's weird as shit, but hey, to each his own. He also says that they usually have relations each night, except for when her dad comes to visit, because she feels uncomfortable having coitus with him nearby, which is perfectly reasonable. Now, where it starts to get weird is that the girl would just leave OP alone in bed for a long period of time so she could go talk to her dad. This happened nightly while he was staying there, and one of the nights he passed by the room and swore he could hear the bed rocking back and forth and her moaning and groaning. Now, this is pretty freaking disgusting, but some people pointed out in the comments that this guy might not even be her dad at all, but he's just a sugar daddy posing as her dad. And I really hope that's the case. Damn hippies. This post was made on the Unresolved Mystery subreddit. This guy just saw the film Call of the Wild and decided he wanted to go on his own adventure. So he planned on hiking from the border of Mexico all the way up to Portland where he lives. He made it from Mexico to Northern California with no issues. But then one day, as he's hiking, he sees a couple who looks like they're in their 40s, wearing all white. They look pretty disheveled. The guy had a long, ungroomed beard. Right away, I'm thinking these people are probably in a cult, so there's no way this is gonna end well. But let's continue. OP waves and says hello to these people, but they don't say anything. They just stare creepily. He thinks nothing of it. Later that night, he makes camp and ties his food up in a tree to keep it away from bears. Next morning, he sees the food is gone and assumes a bear must have gotten to it. But then he also notices a bunch of boot prints around his campsite. He brushes this off as the people just being hungry and continued on with his journey. But he did start putting sticks around his camps to alert him if anybody got too close. A few more days passed and he had almost forgotten all about those weird hippie cultists. But then one night, he was awoken by the sound of twigs snapping and voices whispering. He grabbed his hunting knife and was ready to stab a mother sucker, but eventually the voices stopped, and whoever was near the tent left. Now this is probably the point where any reasonable person would say, fuck it, this hike is over, I just avoided getting sacrificed to who knows what. Not this guy though, he kept going. After a few more days, OP was now about 70 miles away from where the last incident happened. But he looked behind him at one point and saw the 2 people a few miles back walking in his direction. Now he finally came to his senses and decided he was going to walk to the nearest town. So he starts walking well into the night, but he has to stop eventually and makes camp in the middle of the woods, far away from the trail so those psychos don't find him again. But lo and behold, a couple hours later he hears the signs of a bad night. Crunching of sticks, voices whispering, and footsteps. At one point, somebody flashes a flashlight right at him, and at this point, OP thought he was finished. But he wrote this post, so clearly that didn't happen. At this point, OP jumped out of his tent with the knife in his hand, swinging it around like a Puerto Rican girl who just got cheated on. And then he looks around and he saw one of the schmucks, and he started running like a dude dating a Puerto Rican girl who he just cheated on. Eventually, he made his way to town and alerted the police, and they said there have been some similar reports of items disappearing from campsites in the area, but nothing like this. Losing time. I really hope this one's fake. I'll read it from a first-person perspective for some variation. There's a man I run into sometimes, and then I tend to lose time. Today he came to my door. I live in this apartment complex 4 years ago. On the east side of a complex is a bike trail. One night around 10 p.m. I was out walking my dog. Again, we learned this from the other Reddit posts. Bad idea. Never walk your dog at night. I see this guy just standing there. White guy, maybe 35 years old. He wasn't doing anything. He was just standing in one spot with his hands in his pocket staring at me. As I passed him, I laughed a little and tried to make awkward small talk, but the guy said nothing. He just kept staring. After walking for a bit, I started to get nervous and decided I would take a shortcut off the trail. But here's the thing. The second I stepped off the trail, I can't remember anything past that. It's like I blinked, and suddenly I was in the hall inside my building, turning a key in the lock of my apartment. Fast forward 3.5 years, I was now 19 and 7 months pregnant. Me and my fiance actually moved back to that same apartment complex since it was cheap and near his job. After about a week of living there, I'm taking out the trash one day to the dumpster, which is next to the bike trail. After I toss the bag in the trash, guess who I see near the bike trail? The same guy, still wearing the same clothes. He had a cell phone to his ear, but it was like an older flip phone, circa 2005 or so. He sounded pissed on the phone and was cursing out somebody on the other end, someone named Lauren. And while he was having a conversation, he was looking right at me. I started backing up. He started to walk towards me. As he was walking, he snapped his phone in half, broke the antenna off, broke the screen, and started tossing the broken fragments all around. I ran back in the building as fast as I could. I don't remember what happened next. All of a sudden, I was in bed in the maternity ward. I had an IV in my arm. My fiance was next to me, and we worked out what happened when I was blacked out. I came home from taking out the trash. I was calm and didn't mention the weird guy. I watched an episode of Battlestar Galactica and then started throwing up a bit. Dang man, Battlestar Galactica must be a really bad show. I spiked a pretty nasty fever later, so we went to the hospital. Turns out I just had a really bad case of the flu. So that was in 2012. This post was made in 2013 when she had another encounter with the man. She goes on to say, "Today is Monday, September 9th. I've not seen the man since then until this morning. I heard somebody knocking at the door and I see our dog growling, which is unusual. She never growls. I opened the door, and the man in the coat on the other side wearing the same down coat. It was hot outside." Okay, this dude must be a New Yorker. They wear puffer jackets no matter the situation. I was at the beach once. I saw a dude wearing a puffer jacket in the water. I'm guessing he was also wearing a pair of Timbs. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Back to the story. I woke up an hour and a half ago, sitting at my kitchen table. First thing I noticed is that the thermostat had been set to 90 degrees. All of a sudden, I was fully dressed and my baby was in her crib. She was crying and hadn't been fed or changed. My dog was by the crib whimpering. I fed and changed the baby and she wasn't hurt. I'm not hurt either, but there's blood on the floor by the door. I wonder if my dog bit him. I don't know. He's gone and nothing has been stolen. Creepy. Well, if you ever see a strange New Yorker by a hiking trail, run. Now, a lot of people in the comments and also myself are wondering, what the heck could this phenomenon possibly be? And many people in the comments seem to think that she either had a brain tumor or some kind of epilepsy, but that doesn't explain how she found pieces of an actual phone in the parking lot or why it only happens every few years since her childhood. Another person offered the suggestion that it could possibly be a real guy using the drug Devil's Breath or scopolamine. Now, scopolamine sounds like some James Bond bullshit. Like, this does not sound like a real drug, but it's real. So basically, when you blow it into somebody's face and they inhale it, it turns them into a zombie, and they like agree to everything that you say, and also they lose their memory. And I know it sounds fake, but check out the Vice documentary on it. This is some real shit, and it's crazy. Other than that, I don't know what it could be besides aliens. Hiding place. This one is absolutely tremendously, Among Us-ly disgusting. I will be very brief.
Here. Here. Time for
Imamo
bed.
ove male Hume na najgore.
Ko ti? Pa možda ih vrti. To znaš, za džabe. Ne znaš?
Znam.